Good evening, America, and all the other lesser nations. It's your boy Donnie, former president of the United States, and really the best president, quite frankly. I'm here tonight to tell you not to be like China and instead donate to the OCA podcast. But don't just take it from me, the greatest and most loved president of all time. Listen to these other satisfied customers.
I think of the host of the OCA podcast as my 5.5 additional children, and like a good American father, I support them by donating to their OnlyFans.
If only I had started donating earlier, Uncle Ben might still be alive.
I've never met my real dad, but that's okay, because after donating all my savings, the host agreed to be my new dads.
I punched the change out of his coin purse who'll donate to the podcast.
No, not my coins!
Yes, your coins. It's time to donate to the Patreon.
All right, the OCA podcast needs my money more than my sister Serenity.
Donate today.
Welcome back to the OCA podcast. I am your host, the Anime Collector. I can't tell if that last video played through all the way, but I'm going to pretend like it did. Joining me tonight is Random 11.
Hello.
And half joining us, half playing Hogwarts Legacy, is Reese2753.
I'm all here. Thank you very much.
All right, and you guys remember when we made the episode titled Surprise Shithead? And Twitch wouldn't let me call it that, so we had to call it Surprise Poophead.
Yeah.
Well, if you go to Twitch, this episode is called Milk and Eggs Beach. All right, so starting off, if you guys would like to support the OCA podcast, there is a Patreon for that. There is also the Anime Collector Patreon. Well, let me put that. You could also support us at OCApodcast.com/support. Now with less FDD and M. One of the many affiliates we have is the wonderful Tenga, where you can 4 times Pleasure Point Week for Black Friday. Use our link, which apparently is not this link. What the fuck? That's not right. Oh shit. Hold up. Gotta fix that. All right. Well, that's fucked. Oh no, it is the right one. It's just changing once it gets there. Fuck. Okay, so let me just copy the link and paste it in the chat for everyone. Or you could just go to, you could just go to the OCApodcast.com/support. Is that what it is? Did I fuck that up? No, that's it. Okay, and then click on the Tenga link. All right, you filthy masturbators. Okay. Anyway. Moving on from here. So, in 2019, we talked about the fact that Studio Ghibli opened a Twitter account. Well, now they have closed that Twitter account. Oh, hey, almost on time. Green light team. I added him and then removed him. Oh, shit. I'm going to let you do it. Greenlight,
He's here.
Would you like to say hello again?
Hi, yeah, I'm here. Don't want to be here. Didn't expect a podcast tonight, but I am reluctantly here.
Wow.
You don't have to be here.
Showing initiative more than somebody else. Good job.
I said roll call. That wasn't who can reluctantly be here. It's, hey, if I go live tonight, am I going to be all by myself?
No, it means I took that as we're having a podcast tonight, so I am here.
But you don't.
Out of sheer loyalty.
All right, well, it's great to have your reluctant loyalty. All right, so anyway, back to this. So, like we said, we covered this. Studio Ghibli started a Twitter account. Turns out, now you guys remember how Hayao Miyazaki was concerned over the fact that Studio Ghibli's grand scheme when it came to The Boy and the Heron was to not promote it at all. It just released one poster. Yes. Apparently, the Twitter account was the marketing. So it says here, so they joined in December of 2020, and They amassed 1.8 million followers, and now those 1.8 million followers have been taken by surprise when the studio announced it would be closing its Twitter account at midnight on the 3rd of November. The tweet appeared at 6 p.m., meaning you only had a mere 6 hours to notice before it was gone. As you can see, this tweet is not found. This tweet will self-destruct along with the studio's entire account within hours of this writing. So yeah, it said Studio Ghibli's official Twitter account will be terminated as of 12 a.m. on the 3rd of November. We would like to thank all of the many people who supported this account, which started 3 years ago in preparation for the release of Hayao Miyazaki's The Boy and the Heron. So there you go.
Never let them know your next move. Just
right.
That's what like Mission Impossible's Twitter account should do, right?
Yeah. this
Okay, bye.
No one else would have the balls to do that though.
Oh no, but the only thing Ghibli ever posted that I saw was just random photos from within the Ghibli park that hadn't opened yet. You know. Anyway, so that's it for that news. I have been holding on to a lot of articles for quite some time here. As you can see, this one is from October 18th. So we are going to use this podcast as an opportunity to be thankful that the podcast hasn't died yet. Because if it did, I would have millions of tabs open all the time. So Japan successfully fires the world's first ship-mounted railgun at sea. So Japan aims to promote the early commercialization of railguns to protect ships from air and sea threats with high-velocity bullets surpassing conventional artillery with speeds up to 7,344 kilometers per hour and a range of over 200 kilometers per kilometers. Okay, not per hour. That's a dumb thing for me to have said. Coincidentally, I don't know if it's real news or fake news yet, but literally right before the show started, I had sent over a link where somebody had posted a report that apparently North Korea, what was the thing? I already forgot what it was.
There's a spy balloon that has
they launched a spy satellite with ballistic
ammunition
capabilities.
Yeah,
and so there's like an emergency alarm going off here. Let's just fucking. It's from a very reliable news source. One of the women that Bill Clinton fucked. So let me just go ahead and. Holy shit, that's not coming through my headphones. What's up with that? Oh, wait. Oh, it is. Okay. It's just so echoey. All right, let me stop screen sharing. We're doing it live. All right, share screen. We need to get that clip. We need to be able to click on that. Also, share tab audio is on. Cool. Not that you could understand any of this. That echo makes me feel like I am on the set for a kaiju movie. Anyway, I'm sure we're not going to see any like ballistic. Oh shit! I wasn't expecting that. Okay, anyway, so there you go. So Juanita Broderick said, breaking, North Korea just launched a spy satellite with ballistic capabilities. South Korea and Japan have threatened military action, and emergency alarms are now going off in Japan. So there you go. That's the news breaking here. Possibly false. We'll find out by next podcast, I'm sure. And going back to the other way of screen sharing. It just, I realized it fit with exactly the kind of shit that I was holding on to all this time. I'm like, let's just cover it now. All right. Also, the Japanese economy is to drop to 4th behind Germany for the first time in 55 years. Now, look, I don't care how good German engineering is. You can't compete with those ballistics. All right, Japan, this is a disaster. So the International Monetary Fund has forecast that Japan is going to drop to the fourth largest economy this year after being overtaken by Germany for the first time in 55 years. According to the IMF forecast, Japan's nominal GDP will go down 0.2% from the previous year to $4.23 trillion, while Germany's nominal GDP is expected to go up 8.4% to $4.43 trillion. A big reason behind the fall is attributed to the weak yen and inflation, with the depreciation of the yen showing how much it has effectively reduced the scale of Japan's economy. The cost of eating out has gone up by 30% to 40%. If that's all. said a German tourist who commented that Germany had also been impacted by rapid inflation. In addition to allowances for inflation, there are wage increases every year. According to Minister of Economy, Trade and Industry, Yasutoshi Nishimura, Japan's growth potential is declining. Well, yeah, a country is only as strong as its people. And when you're not having kids, this kind of happens. Japan passed Germany, West Germany at the time, in 1968 to become the world's second largest economy and held the spot for some decades, but it was overtaken by China in 2010. After half a century since 1968, Japan is set to be passed by Germany, and you can watch this news report on that. So, anyway, just showing you, this is kind of what is Japan's place in the world right now? How are things going? The answer is not so great. Japan enlisted prison inmates to peel shellfish. So with China stopping all imports of Japan's seafood over purported concerns of radiation from the treated wastewater from the Fukushima nuclear plant, Japan has now found a way to treat its fish, shellfish, and other seafood for exports to other countries. Community service by prison inmates. Before the complete stop on imports, China was a major player in the processing of Japanese shellfish and clams, where the meat would be picked from the shells and processed before being exported again overseas to places like America. With that option out of the question, on the 18th, the Japanese government announced that shell peeling would be added to the list of prison inmates' duties in order to help save Japan's manpower crisis and reduce the reliance on China. So I have to ask you guys, do you feel at all perturbed at the idea that food you eat in America was, pulled from the shell or whatever, had direct contact with some random factory worker in China?
I do not think about
No, because I don't eat fucking seafood. But if I did,
but just generally speaking, does the idea of something you put in your mouth that it came from China, does it weird you out at all? And if so, is it weirder or less weird to think that a Japanese prisoner is doing it now?
No.
I don't like thinking about where my food comes from.
Do you think that you're more likely to have had a shellfish that was inserted into the urethra of a Chinese factory worker or jizzed on by a Japanese prisoner? All right, so so they say here, like any other export from Japan, the shellfish processed by the inmates will still need to pass the strict HACCP international standard for exports. Japan produced a total of 512,000 tons of shellfish in 2022, with 425,000 tons originating from Hokkaido. As such, it's likely the inmates working on processing shellfish will be working from the northernmost prefecture of Japan. Meanwhile, in other news, U.S. military in Japan bulk buys Japanese scallops as China's Japanese seafood ban continues. So again, I know we're talking about shellfish here and urethra insertions, but this is all about the instability of the global conflict in relation to Japan. It's more in relation to China, but Japan is the one we cover on this podcast, and it's kind of being caught in the crosshairs. So the spirit of Operation Tomodachi lives on. Operation Tomodachi. Tomodachi means friend in Japanese. China is currently banning the import of all seafood from Japan, right? The policy went into effect in late August, at the same time as Japan began the release of treated water from the Fukushima Daiichi nuclear power plant into the ocean. The Chinese government says the policy is a health and safety measure. However, with the two countries' administrations regularly butting heads over territorial, economic, and historical disputes, the seafood ban has been seen by critics as less about food safety and more about trying to score political points against Japan. The release of the treated water has been approved by the International Atomic Energy Agency, who spent 2 years evaluating the plan and determined that it does not represent any health risk to consumers of Japanese seafood, lending further weight to the theory that the Chinese government is exploiting the situation as an opportunity to attempt to take Japanese products down a peg. Regardless of the motivations, though, the ban remains in place, and with China ordinarily being the largest importer of Japanese seafood, it's a rough development for fishermen in Japan. However, they've gained a new customer/ally as the U.S. military has purchased 800 plus kilograms of scallops. So doesn't it seem a little bit like China has postured against Japan? Like, fuck you guys. We are banning the import. And the U.S. military buys it up and says like, oh yeah? Fuck you. Like, pick on little bro. Anyway, so continuing here in the above video from the U.S. Embassy in Japan, right? This is U.S. Embassy Tokyo. In Japan's official Twitter account, Ambassador Rahm Emanuel introduces the initiative, asserting that Japanese seafood is safe. Quote, I have served the products to my own children and to some of the highest elected officials in the United States government and armed forces. Well, that's great to hear. I'm glad to know that Joe Biden and Barack Obama are still hanging out with their pal Rahm Emanuel, eating radioactive food after getting the COVID booster. Emmanuel says, adding, quote, I can tell you, after being here for 20 months, Japanese has some of the best fish. Okay, Japan has some of the best fish that I've eaten anywhere in the world. The scallops will be served in chow halls in the U.S. military installations in Japan, as well as served in their restaurants and sold in their commissaries, supermarkets. That's like on the base. They'll be selling them in like the base version of like the grocery store. So in the video, Rahm Emanuel mentions Operation Tomodachi, a humanitarian aid program carried out by Japan-stationed U.S. Armed Forces personnel for the people of the Tohoku region in the days following the March 11, 2011 earthquake and tsunami, which involved over 200 ships and aircraft. The spirit is carrying forward, Emmanuel says. It started in Fukushima a little over a decade ago, and we're going to continue to stand shoulder to shoulder. So just, again, America is stepping in a big way, which I think is going to dramatically escalate things in this conflict with China that has been anything but a hot war up until this moment for like the last decade. So the embassy also posted a Japanese language version of the tweet, which has prompted reactions from Japanese commenters, including, quote, to the American embassy, Ambassador Rahm Emanuel and the people of Yokota Air Base, thank you so much. I will never forget this kindness. This second Operation Tomodachi is bringing tears to my eyes. I'm so grateful for the first Operation Tomodachi. Japan and the U.S. are friends. Great comment. Are you a bot? Like, thank you. I'm going to eat scallops for dinner tonight too. Thank you, Tomodachi. I'm curious to see what kind of recipes you make with these scallops. Yeah, what kind of recipes? Maybe an MRE? Like, so the U.S. military's initial scallop purchase isn't going to single-handedly make up for the lost sales to China, which purchased over 100,000 metric tons of Japanese scallops. Yeah, not even close. A blip, a drop in the ocean there. The plan is for the U.S. bases in Japan to continue purchasing increased amounts of Japanese seafood of all types, though. And it's also hard to think of a more genuine endorsement of the safety of Japanese seafood. But hey, that's the sort of thing friends are for, right? Well, now that we've gotten to the end of the article, my opinion on it has completely changed. Because of the bullshit that the Biden administration has pulled, and because of the closeness of Rahm Emanuel to Barack Obama, and then by proxy to Joe Biden, I now feel like this is an intentional way of poisoning U.S. troops and furthering weakening the U.S. military. In other news, Gact says...
Hold on. Before we start that article, I just want to say,
Thanksgiving has to be the worst holiday ever because it makes you keep saying thanks, and you keep saying it as thanks.
Yeah.
So I have to be sitting here suffering, hearing that word over and over again mispronounced.
Thanks for the PSA.
I prefer my way of saying it. So Gact asks, why are 40% of people in their 20s virgins? Have more sex. Now, the answer to this question has to do with the fact that you can now get an Oculus Quest 3 mixed reality anime waifu that you can bring home.
Sit up on the couch.
Did HoloLive approve that?
So anyway, we'll come back. I want to hear what Gact has to say, though. Famed Rockstar is finding it harder to get laid and wants to know why the young ladies aren't having sex with him. Wait, no, that's not what I said. So Gact recently posted on Twitter that he was baffled by 40% of Japanese people in their 20s are virgins and demanded they have more sex out there to fix that. Like, this is off topic, but have you heard that 40% of people in their 20s are virgins? Everyone have more sex. Okay, hold on. I love how he wrote it too. Mina moto sexuru. That's Ro. Sorry.
Put that in a shirt.
Something about that is so funny. Moto sexuru. I always forget because the symbol, this is the symbol for Ro, and the symbol for Ru looks exactly like it, except that this part comes up to a little circle like that. That's Ru, right? That's Ro, and that's Ru, right? So I always reminded myself when I was studying Japanese, Ro has no O, meaning it's not the one with the little O on it. Anyway, I still fucked it up apparently in practice here. All right. So anyway, so then he goes on to say, why are 40% of people in their 20s virgins? Teach me, please.
Teach me to be a virgin.
Oh, I love it. Okay, Gact also shared his own take and why he feels that there's not enough love in Japan. There's not enough of me to go around. Gag says, even though Japan is not at war, 30,000 people die each year. It is not love that the Japanese people, with many suicide victims, are lacking. Oh, no, is it not? Is it not love that is causing so many people to die of suicide?
Use love, really.
You know, I think the answer to this question is just go buy a Tenga. People can live if they feel love. Nobody needs me and I'm not loved. I'm sure it'll continue like this. I feel that people die when they think that way. People can only love others as much as they can love themselves. Buy a Tenga. Let's love ourselves first with the help of Tenga.
Myself so hard tonight.
From the bottom of our hearts. So this reeks of Hollywood celebrity talks about a controversial, complicated topic, right? Puts foot directly in mouth, says the obvious, right? It's like, Jesus, I think that the reason so many people die is because they're depressed because they're not having sex. Have more sex, Shiro. like anyway, so Japanese internet denizens replied, he's instigating so hard, but he's also right. Show me how. Teach me. Aren't we supposed to be doing what we want to do? Hey, fuck you. Don't tell me what to do. I've got a Tenga. Are you guys aiming to become magicians? Oh, shit. 30-year-old wizards. My bad. It's proof that there's plenty of entertainment. Hey, that's hate speech. Otsukare to all of you virgins in your 20s. That has to be bullshit, LOL. Teach me. How can a grand wizard such as myself do that? Help, Gact. Wow. So this is like a big thing in Japan. The whole being a virgin in your 30s means you're a wizard. Anyway, so I don't think we need to really see this. I think that the
And
I
I'm
think we got
wondering
what we need out of
how
it.
Hololive approved that.
I think they actually did.
Oh, they did.
I don't remember.
Because that's one of their idols or whatever. And I'm
Yes.
like, what?
The creator had to apologize for using a model of Hololive VTuber Nino Mae Inani for his demonstrations, especially as VTubers aren't fully fictional. The reaction to the demonstration was generally positive, though. Some wondered just how far people would go. Can you also pat her head and let's not mind the Twitter freaks in the comments? Oh. One day this will be our reality, son.
Yeah.
That is your reality currently. Look around. Include a Tenga there. It'd be funny. You have like your VR headset, and instead of an anime waifu, it's just a giant Tenga. All right. Also, Saitama public schools are getting taken over by Gaijin kids.
Ugh. Nice.
So Saitama Prefecture public schools are seeing a rapid increase in Gaijin kids, with an increase of 2.6 times in the past 10 years, with 80% consisting of Chinese and Turkish nationals. According to a survey by the Ministry of Education, Culture, Sports, Science, and Technology, the number of foreign children enrolled in public elementary, junior high, and high schools in Saitama Prefecture is rapidly increasing. Oh, this is why Saitama is totally lame. Moreover, that's another article we didn't cover. Moreover, they're all in need of a Japanese language instruction. The number of Gaijin students has increased 1.8 times nationwide in 10 years before 2021, and Saitama has seen the most considerable increase, with 2.6 times the number during the same period. Kawaguchi City, in particular, has seen a meteoric rise with 4.8 times the number of foreign students. While the kids of foreign residents aren't subject to compulsory education, they are guaranteed the same education as Japanese children. In some schools, foreign students account for about 43% of all the students. Chinese nationality accounts for the largest number at 68%, followed by 12% from Turkey and 6% from the Philippines. Although 90% of the children have resident status, 10% are children on provisional release who've been temporarily released from detention and immigration facilities while applying for refugee recognition, and most are Turkish Kurds. Some students, especially boys, are unable to keep up with the Japanese classes and end up not attending school. In some cases, they work alongside their fathers in demolition businesses and other blue-collar work. Huh. A lot of demolition happening in Japan. All right, so there you go. That's the current state of Japan from multi-month, or I guess, month-old articles that I've been holding on to. In other news, so before we jump into this, I just want to say, Ronan Jaw has been encouraging me to share that Inaris Quinones privated her Twitter account after we last covered the Wendy Lee situation, and not that we had anything to do with it. So I want to say two things. I just want to say two things just so that it's verbalized. Number one, our coverage of this stuff does not have the goal of getting people to private their Twitter accounts. And number two, she said she was going to take a break from social media, so it should not be shocking that she did. All right, just want to get that out there. It's bothered me a little bit how eager it was that we needed to do a victory lap on it, like it was something that we wanted or encouraged. Obviously,
we wanted, or at least what I wanted, it was Wendy Lee back.
That, so. All we wanted was Legacy Cast. That's all we wanted, right? And it has nothing to do with Inaris' talent. She still gets to come in as Hiyori. So I just wanted to make sure that was clear, that the ultimate goal of anything we do here is to advocate for the positions that we have. It is not to bully people off of platforms and whatnot. In other news relating to people bullying people, anime fans say a Rurouni Kenshin dub, quote, shouldn't even be happening after VA donations. So, for those of you who don't know, the great Kenshin series was created by a man who was found to be in possession of copious amounts of child porn.
Yeah, not a little bit, like a lot. Like they thought he was
like
a distributor.
quite a bit. And he
lot.
was quite, what's the word, unabashed and even willing to talk openly about the specific age that he found the most sexy. So kind of a creep. Now, setting that aside, Kenshin is also a masterpiece. Okay, can we just acknowledge that?
Yeah,
like,
Kenshin's pretty good.
Like, how do I phrase this? I'm like, I'm sure Hitler was an okay painter. Like, you know,
that's to be a clip.
I mean, at that point, it's just a talking point. When you
I think the talking point is Hitler liked dogs. You know,
like a conversation.
Anyway, so,
hey, by the way, did you know this piece was created by a genocidal maniac?
So anyway, the point is, after the original series came out, after, I don't know if the manga started up again. I think it did, right? After the original series ended. There's been a lot of division in the anime community over the feeling that you need to... That's going to be an OCA merch shirt. Hitler likes dogs. Can this be an anti-dog shirt? Like get rid of dogs, like a picture of a dog with like a no smoking kind of line through it thingy that says Hitler liked dogs. I like this shirt. Let's do this. Yeah, so Kenshin's a great series. Yeah, totally. Here, Ronan's here. There you go. I've addressed it. You're welcome. So anyway, so the thing about Kenshin, obviously, is that now everybody is bent over backwards to make sure that everybody knows that they are one of the few people on the earth who finds pedophilia repulsive. I mean, and by few people, I mean like 99.999%, basically anybody who's not actually a pedophile. And even some of the actual pedophiles, I think, are the ones clamoring to let you know how awful it is as a look over here, don't look at me way of acting.
As they always do.
As they always do. So again, setting that aside, it is okay to have weird feelings about the fact that the anime is still coming out. You know, they've rebooted it and all that stuff. Let's hear what happened here, because it's pretty funny. So much of the anime community remains adamant that Rurouni Kenshin's voice actors are morally in the wrong for taking part in the series' English dub. I agree. Most of them are. I want the OG cast, legacy cast, please.
I was wondering about that.
You are morally wrong for not being the original cast. So donation announcements from some of Rurouni Kenshin's English dub voice acting team have earned the ire of many anime fans who feel the dub should never have been made in the first place. Rurouni Kenshin became a topic of heated contention among the anime fandom after its creator, Nobuhiro Watsuki, was arrested in 2017 for possession of child pornography. However, Watsuki never served any prison time, continues to profit off the Rurouni Kenshin franchise. I believe he got charged something like $2,000 fine.
Yeah. A slap.
I mean, it was absurd. And
that's
on
not even a
its
slap
face,
on the wrist; it's a pat on the head.
Yeah, seriously.
And a waggly finger.
That's a wagging the finger. Like, oh, you.
Naughty, naughty.
Yeah. So he continues to profit from the franchise, causing numerous fans to distance themselves from the iconic series. As detailed on Anime Hunch, the community began speaking out against Rurouni Kenshin's 2023 remake on social media after its English dub premiere. While members of the dub cast are openly giving away their earnings to charity, many in the anime community remain irate about the actors' involvements. Look at this, Howard Wang. To address the elephant in the room, yes, I am fully aware of the crimes of the author and I do not condone or support those actions in any way. As such, a portion of all my earnings from Kenshin are being donated to charity. Here is a screenshot showing I have given a cool $525 to the Child Rescue Coalition. Stunning and brave. Young, not to be outdone, says, because I didn't think of doing this first, I need to tag on with, whoa, I am also aware of the crimes of the original author, and I also do not condone them in any way. And I am also in the fortunate position of being able to donate all of my proceeds from Kenshin and Gine sessions to charity. So $840.
You can then fork over your role to the old actors. Then
you probably feel like a massive cuck now, Howard Wang. Look at that $525. Look at this, Young. He's voicing 2 characters. 100% of the proceeds going straight to Child Rescue Coalition. Look at that.
In before Child Rescue Coalition is actually just pocketing all the money like Black.
In before it turns out Child Rescue Coalition is trafficking children across the globe.
Right.
Just seems to happen a lot. Recently, Howard Wang, who portrays Kenshin Himura, wait a minute. Young, says he, Rurouni Kenshin and Gine. So I'm guessing he voices Kenshin and Gine. Young, who portrays Gine Udo, clarified that they do not condone Watsuki's actions in any way. Additionally, both actors have collectively donated over $1,300 to the Child Rescue Coalition, a nonprofit organization dedicated to helping law enforcement agencies track down and arrest child predators. Many of the actors' followers congratulated them for donating, saying that it aligns with Himura's heroic spirit. However, other viewers criticized them for being literally Hitler.
What? How can you have that viewpoint? You know how backwards that viewpoint is? Oh, this series is so garbage that you can't even voice the character because the guy was a pedophile. But when you donate and do something good and you donate the money, we're going to say you're like the main character of the show.
Hold on. Let me read that again for you. Many of the actors' followers congratulated them for donating, saying that it aligns with Himura's heroic spirit. However, other viewers criticized them for being, I see what you're saying. So the fact that they donated and being like, I get you.
You're criticizing the property, and then you're saying, but you're like the main character. You can't use the main character as a heroic item. And say look at how good the character was, when you were saying the property is so toxic you can't even voice the character. That's so backwards and stupid.
That's like praising the effort you put in, it's as strong as the furnaces that the Nazis built. That you're
it's like you're being such like the Fuhrer when you send what are you talking about?
You exemplify the German spirit. So then the others criticize them for being a part of the project.
They're doing so good. They exemplify the Fuhrer.
So other viewers criticize them for being a part of a project that is financially benefiting Watsuki. One user wrote that, quote, no matter what you donate, you're still part of a project that is allowing a real life predator to profit. Okay. I would like to know, how many children has he raped / diddled? Okay. It's kind of an important, I need to quantify my support for the existence of Kenshin being a masterpiece, right? And all that shit. I just need to quantify. I need to know precisely the amount. Are we talking Michael Jackson diddled the kid levels? In which case that's probably a bad example, but you get what I mean? He's still the king of pop,
Yeah.
Anyway, so one user wrote that no matter what you donate, you're still part of a project that is allowing a real life predator to profit. A dub shouldn't even be happening, in my opinion. A myriad of other users echoed his viewpoint, stating that them donating their paychecks does literally nothing to stop Watsuki from getting paid.
The same people who probably complained about Hogwarts Legacy. They were like, how
just
dare you buy the game?
Yeah, I want to see like one of the other voice actors come out and say, so I'm not donating any of my money to charity, but as penance, I have hired assassins with my earnings to go kill Nobuhiro Watsuki. Right? So it's important to note that although voice actors do have a say in what projects they take on, they don't generally have a say in what English dubs get made, as that decision lies primarily with whatever ADR company owns the series rights. Taking this into account, one user argued that since the actors cannot prevent the dub's creation, donating charity is the sensible thing to do. So basically, they just whined and complained about this. I don't think we're going to actually find anything in here that isn't.
Yeah, and it's funny that they're like, we're going to donate all of our earnings from that we made from the show to the charities. It's like, well, why did you take up the rules in the first place if you felt so bad about it that you felt compelled to donate? You knew, you had to have known when walking into the booth.
Congrats
when
on buying your indulgences and making sure no one has to feel bad for continuing to support this asshole's product. Let's all buy peace of mind.
Oh, yeah.
I couldn't tell if you were being sarcastic or not because there wasn't an S/, so I'm just going to take it as a genuine congratulations. Thank you. Anyway, so I just think this is funny. Like, I think it's really funny that they felt the need to even do this. I wouldn't have even addressed it. I'd have pocketed all that money. But, I'll tell you what, I definitely would not have donated it to a child rescue coalition nonprofit, because time and time and time again, the very organizations dedicated to saving child trafficking victims are found to have been trafficking them. So it is going to suck ass when it turns out that Nobuhiro Watsuki had kids hand delivered to him because of their donation.
It's like, thanks, boys. You're great.
Stupid cucks.
No,
Anyway.
like, again, like I said, like, how they've had to have known when they were auditioning, like, who, what the author had done. So, like, this grandstanding is just bullshit, because it's like, you knew from the minute you recorded the first lines of what you were a part of, and you said, yeah, I'm totally down for it. Did they not?
Mega Mug said, "I'm brave last words for green."
Oh,
when I added you to the call, Random Eleven was also adding you. So one of us added you, and the other one took you back out. So all they heard was "I'm."
Yeah.
All right. So moving on from here, there's been an update to YouTube's policy that I feel like I need to address. Advertiser-friendly content guidelines have been updated regarding adult content.
Today's update will allow creators to earn more ad revenue on breastfeeding content, where a child is present in the video, even if the areola is visible. Previously, this was only monetizable where the areola was not visible. We will continue to restrict ad revenue on breastfeeding content where a child is not present.
So this could not have come at a better time, because Sankaku Complex has decided that areolas are completely within their guidelines of what gets blurred or doesn't on their website. So I'm just happy that this has come right now, because we really needed it. And obviously this is about monetization. So apparently, even if I don't care about being monetized, I'd probably have slightly more wiggle room. But perhaps actually now we will maintain monetization, which I forgot to turn on for this episode. I just realized, but that's great news, right?
Yeah,
right,
great.
Pickups.
I've got pickups. Actually.
Cool. You want me to camera on you?
Yes.
Cool. Here we go.
So I picked up from the bowels of eBay, Magical Project S, Magical Sammy for my Tenchi fucking video that I'm gonna make eventually at some point.
Should pick up some bandwidth next time.
Yeah, I should, shouldn't I? I've been hanging out with Footnum too much. That's why that's what happened.
Definitely.
AIDS. I just got his AIDS. So, Ranking of Kings Part 1. Because I picked up Part 2, but it didn't pick up Part 1. So finally picked up Part 1. And then, because Crunchyroll / Funimation can't seem to get rid of it, Relife.
Oh, shit. Limited. Really? Is that the LE?
Fuck. The LE. It was cheaper than the standard.
I gotta buy that.
It was $30 cheaper than the fucking standard.
Fuck yeah! I never bought it. I gotta get it.
And then My Dress Up Darling Limited, which has this weird embossing on the front of it. It has me a bit worried because it's like glittery. I'm hoping that doesn't come off. Yeah.
Oh, you mean? Oh, yeah, it is. Oh, come on! Why would they do that? God
so I'm a bit worried. I hope it's glued on there properly, but
that's gonna come right off if you actually put it in and out of your collection a few times.
Probably. So those are my pickups with terrible bandwidth, but there they are.
A little taste of Footnum while he's got.
Yep. He's with us.
So Danny picked up from, I'm guessing, Restuff. Was this a Restuff purchase?
Yep.
One Punch Man volumes 1 through, was that 25?
Something like that, yeah.
Okay. And
I like how previously in the last podcast, click off the image. Well, scroll up. Keep going. Randy, no, down, too far. Randy, there. Randy got 2, 3, and 5, and then Danny, and then literally the
2, 4,
day after, or Danny was like, hold my beer.
All right.
I have other ones. It's just I already had them.
So tell me about this.
That is a One Piece collection of packs of cards that come in a devil fruit plastic container.
Tell me about these packs of cards.
I don't really. I opened them. I didn't really get anything good. I don't really know much about the game.
Did you get?
They're cards.
Did you get any of these? He said, trying to. God damn it.
The cards are weirdly thick.
Did you get any of these in your One Piece?
I did not get any of those in there.
Oh, why would you want the live action fucking?
I would assume you have to buy a specific type of.
I have one more pickup, by the way, that I forgot about.
Okay, let's go back to Green Line real quick.
Oh no, it's fine. You can finish with. Okay. So I got this. Came in the mail. It's my very first ever sell that I've ever decided to pick up.
From Ranma?
Yeah, from Ranma.
Hold on, I need to put a baby on screen just in case.
Oh.
I can't tell if there's
just
an
a back.
areola.
It's just a back.
Oh yeah, it's just her back. There's nothing actually shown. So it came bent. The package, I was about to have a field day with whoever dropped it off. Came bent. I opened it up. Thankfully, it's fine. But I was like, you know how you've heard the horror stories about people who order vinyls and who like whoever dropped it off shoved it in their mailbox.
Yeah,
like curved and it just destroys the vinyl.
Yeah,
I swore that was going to happen with the cell, and thankfully it was fine. But I was like, oh, I was so scared for like 5 minutes. I don't know if you ever guys have had that happen where it's just like something arrives and it's like,
oh yeah. You order something and it's like an expensive box set. You're like, oh man, I can't fucking believe they still had this on Amazon. I don't know how nobody. Bubble mailer. Yeah. All right. So, Lance decided that it was important to mention that he got a 3D eye patch for kids and adults. That is a pickup according to the trend we're setting. But he also picked up a Kame ga Kill, Volume 12.
Hey, for the record, I try to keep my pickups fucking anime related, okay?
I don't think you've ever violated the pickup rules.
Yeah. It's like, oh, I picked up this flash drive. It's like, no, that's not worth it's not worth showing. Why would I fucking show that? Like, that's stupid.
So, Reese,
should I show you my hard drives?
Would you like to tell us about your
I
your
picked
new addiction?
I picked up Wolf and Parchment Volume 7, and then I also finally got the Hogwarts Legacy Deluxe Edition, and I got a Switch game case or game cartridge case thing.
Reed, did you know that we support JK Rowling, a known transphobe? Yeah.
I'm more upset about the fact that you pick something up that indicates that your collection of of Switch games don't go in a bookcase. Megabug says,
I moved my Switch upstairs, and I was like, I wanted to just leave all my like the boxes downstairs, because like I got 19 games now, and that takes up a lot of space. I don't have any.
Oh, dude, you got the wrong case. Can you return that?
Why?
There's one that's like a book that like has multiple pages.
Oh. Well, I just wanted a cheapo 0.41.
Yeah, I have like I think it's 72. It's like that, but it has more pages.
I don't think I'm gonna get 72.
It's like a binder book for Pogs.
You don't need to fill it out, but there's other ones. There's like
I just wanted something that I can carry, like instead of using the.
I get it, but you're gonna fill that up, Reese. You don't understand.
I'm using it for when I'm traveling. You don't understand.
I don't have more than 24 favorite games.
I only need one right now anyway.
Okay, anyway.
Fine.
Megamug says, oh, speaking of sales, I actually got 2 when I got the Witch Hunter Robin DVD. Didn't even know when I took a picture of it originally. Huh.
We have to post them then.
Yeah. All right. And Seb picked up Shiki. Good job, Seb. It only looks like it went to war once. But yeah. All right. Everybody good to move on from pickups?
Yes.
Cool. Japanese netizens are waking up to the perils of foreign credit card reliance. Sankaku Complex has an image for everything. Like, in a response to Mastercard suddenly cutting support for Japanese video hosting site Nico Nico, more Japanese netizens are waking up to the idea that their culture is being negatively affected thanks to the whims of foreign credit card companies, with a rally to switch to JCB instead. Hold on a second. On November 8th, Nico Nico suddenly announced that they were cutting Mastercard payment support for premium membership, or more likely the other way around. While not fully confirmed, one working theory for the reason behind this sudden change is the handling of a certain video takedown on the website, which was requested by Mastercard. The title of the video, uploaded in 2014, was titled, quote, "I found a dirty kitten, so I tried to abuse it, first one." Although it was just clickbait for the video of a person taking care of the abandoned kitten. Mastercard took the title literally and issued a takedown claim to Nico Nico under the claim of animal abuse, who then asked the video creator to private the video. Possibly being the straw that broke the camel's back due to Mastercard holding all the power in the current arrangement, this may have led to Nico Nico discontinuing the use of Mastercard. In response to this, in a tweet that gained nearly 20,000 likes in a few days, a Japanese netizen rallied around switching to the local credit card brand JCB, especially since Japan is one of the only 3 countries to have their own credit card brands, the other 2 being USA and China. While JCB support outside of Japan is lacking, they discussed how the brand was perfectly fine for all purchases nationally, while being a method to reduce foreign influence and the outward flow of money from Japan. For some, the latest incident brought to mind Mastercard dropping support for services like DMM and adult video site FC2, while JCB was quick to add support for Skeb in March of this year. An article I did not cover and have been sitting on since March of this year is linked there. According to an industry insider consulted by Business Journal, JCB currently ranks 2nd place in Japan with a 30% market share, behind Visa at a 50% market share. All right, so happy to see that Japan is removing foreign influence further and further. I'll take every win. In other news, Disney has asked Microsoft to prevent AI users from infringing on its trademarks. So have you guys seen a lot of these Pixar themed like Disney Pixar things? I want to share my favorite
Evangelion one.
Yeah, my favorite one, the Evangelion one, Disney Pixar's Evangelion. My second favorite one, which I'm going to share with you now, is the Disney Pixar American Psycho.
Meet Patrick Bateman.
I work on Wall Street.
Look at that.
Picked them up from the printers yesterday.
People love him.
You look nice today.
Silly.
And he loves people too.
Another martini, Paul.
To the death.
Try getting a reservation at Dorset now, you fucking stupid bastard!
He is American.
Really?
And he is a psycho. American Psycho.
Stop that!
I watched the fuck out of that. That looks hilarious.
American Psycho watch party when. All right. So, goddamn, I thought I would finish this keto bar before this came back. So previously we talked about the Bing version of DALL-E and how it was producing Nintendo characters and whatnot.
Yep. And they got the Bing to report itself for
So right, and it started
copyright.
to beg them. So, Disney asked Microsoft to prevent AI users from infringing its trademarks. Tributes and parodies of Pixar-style characters generated by Microsoft Bing AI imaging tool have drawn the attention of the Walt Disney Company's legal counsel. The concern stems over a recent social media trend in which people prompted images of pets in a Pixar style. I never used the Bing image creation, but it looks like pretty decent.
I mean, it's just running DALL-E.
Is it?
Yeah.
The issue wasn't the artwork itself, but rather Bing's generation of a trademark infringing Disney Pixar logo. Oh. So I thought that was added in post. Wow.
Might have been. Who the fuck knows?
The Financial Times reported that Disney requested Microsoft to prevent its users from infringing on trademarks. In response, the tech giant blocked the term Disney from its image generator. Well, that'll do it, which is powered by DALL-E 3 technology. After tweaks, Microsoft has restored the prompt. Oh, okay. According to the FT report, Financial Times, Microsoft's AI-generated images are still pumping out a jumbled version of the Disney Pixar logo, and it remains unclear whether this new version has adequately addressed Disney's concerns. Microsoft told the Financial Times, quote, "There's a current level of variability that may return different results from time to time as we continue to refine our safety systems. Additionally, artists, celebrities, and organizations can request to limit the creation of images associated with their names and brands." Oh, well, to what degree? More concerning for Disney is the offensive AI Pixar meme. Oh, please. I'm going to pull this off screen for a minute so I can look at that. None of them are funny. Oh, dear God, no. Oh, no. Okay. Okay. All right. I'm sold. All right. Know your meme. From the makers of Ratatouille, the human centipede. Harambe. Wallace. Lot lizards. One jar. Stuffed. 2 girls, 1 cup. Pixar's cost. This is what they mean to take from you. Bill Clinton on Epstein's plane. Oh my gosh. Transgenders Inc. Oh, okay. That was good. All right. I'm glad that was there. Anyway, back to this. So more concerning for Disney is the offensive AI Pixar meme in which Microsoft Bing users create offensive film ideas in a generic CG style that many people associate with Pixar films. This trend is much more difficult to shut down because it's a near certainty that Bing Image Creator has already been trained on copyrighted Disney and Pixar artwork. Further complicating the matter, the text and Disney Pixar logos for this meme are being physically inserted by users after the central image has already been generated. Offensive Disney and Pixar parodies have always lurked in the corners of the internet, but AI tech has made it so anyone can generate such pieces in mere seconds. No skill required. The proliferation of such material will only...
Excuse me, they have to have imagination. That's a skill.
The proliferation of such material will only grow as AI systems engage in widespread theft of intellectual property belonging to others, and no immediate solution is on the horizon for how Disney or anyone else can put a stop to the misuse of their trademarks.
They're not misusing their trademarks.
So, judge rules. Artists lose the first round of copyright infringement case against AI art generator. Get fucked, Disney.
Slightly different, but yeah.
So while a federal judge advanced an infringement case against Stability AI, he dismissed the rest of the lawsuit. So artists are suing generative artificial intelligence art generators. So artists that are suing generative artificial intelligence art generators have hit a stumbling block in a first-of-its-kind lawsuit over the uncompensated and unauthorized use of billions of images downloaded from the internet to train AI systems, with a federal judge dismissal of most claims. U.S. District Judge William Orrick on Monday found that copyright infringement claims cannot move forward against Midjourney and DeviantArt. Who was suing DeviantArt over AI? Does DeviantArt have their own AI now?
I don't know if they do or not, but they definitely had a policy that said, like, we're going to let people scrape our website for AI. So they might have some AI thing.
So they concluded that the accusations are defective in numerous respects. Among the issues are whether the AI systems they run on actual or whether the AI systems they run on actually contain that's how it is. The systems they run on actually contain copies of copyrighted images that were used to create infringing works, and if the artist can substantiate infringement in the absence of identical materials created by the AI tools. Claims against the companies for infringement, right of publicity, unfair competition, and breach of contract were dismissed, though they will likely be reasserted. So notably, a claim for direct infringement against Stability AI was allowed to proceed based on allegations the company used copyrighted images without permission to create Stable Diffusion. Stability has denied the contention that it stored and incorporated those images into its AI system. It maintains that training its model does not include wholesale copying of works, but rather involves development of parameters like lines, colors, shades, and other attributes associated with subjects and concepts from those works that collectively define what things look like. The issue, which may decide the case, remains contested. The litigation revolves around Stability's Stable Diffusion, which is incorporated into the company's AI image generator, Dream Studio. In this case, the artists will have to establish that their works were used to train the AI system. It's alleged that DeviantArt's DreamUp and Midjourney, so DeviantArt does have one, are powered by Stable Diffusion. A major hurdle artists face is that training datasets are largely a black box. On his dismissal of infringement claims, Orrick wrote that plaintiff's theory is unclear as to whether there are copies of training images stored in Stable Diffusion that are utilized by DeviantArt and Midjourney. He pointed to the defense's arguments that it's impossible for billions of images to be compressed into an active program like Stable Diffusion. True. Plaintiffs will be required to amend to clarify their theory with respect to compressed copies of training images and to state facts in support of how Stable Diffusion, a program that is open source, at least in part, operates with respect to the training images. Or question whether Midjourney and DeviantArt, which offers use of Stable Diffusion through their own apps and websites, can be liable for direct infringement of the AI system, contains only algorithms and instructions that can be applied to the creation of images that include only a few elements of copyrighted work. So the judge stressed the absence of allegations of the companies playing an affirmative role is the alleged infringement. Plaintiffs need to clarify their theory against Midjourney. Is it based on Midjourney's use of Stable Diffusion, on Midjourney's own independent use of training images to train the Midjourney product, or both? According to the order, the artist will also likely have to show proof of infringing works produced by AI tools that are identical to their copyrighted material. Fuck, good luck. Like, what they're going to have to do is take one of their most popular images, put it into Stable Diffusion, and say, draw this exact image, right? And then it comes out like, fuck, it's not the same.
So there was a thing that came out with this company Media Matters, right? X/Twitter is suing them because they claimed that companies were being advertised next to, like, Hitler people, and
so what they were doing is they were intentionally following a extremist account and then following an innocuous account, so they could take a screenshot that said that these were being shown right next to.
They would follow McDonald's, and then they would follow like a Ku Klux Klan person. And then on top of that, according to Twitter in the lawsuit, they would refresh their feed hundreds of times to try and get an ad finally of McDonald's next to one of these tweets.
Twitter is able to see all of this behavior on the back end.
Yeah.
Right?
So they were purposely making it look bad for Twitter. And so something similar could happen in this case, where Stable Diffusion has an ability to input an input image as a thing. Like, you could put the Mona Lisa in as an input image and then tell it, give me the Mona Lisa, and it'll give you almost the exact same. If you put the settings right, it'll give you almost the exact same image.
Take the stability and crank it all the way, it'll give you the image you put in.
Yeah. So like they could claim like, oh, this image came from Stability AI, like we got it to generate the image, and it mean absolutely nothing in terms of whether or not the AI could actually do that without
so what they would need to do,
image sample.
And like literally what this is right here is the pinch to zoom in the Rittenhouse trial, right? Like, that case effectively came down to, will the judge recognize that zooming in uses an algorithm to generate pixels that are not there? Or will he not understand that and let it in as evidence? Right?
Yeah.
And so if you were to do exactly what I said, and let me show you, Judge, I input the Mona Lisa and I change a couple parameters and I tell it, give me the Mona Lisa. The output gave me the same thing, right? Will the person be able to say, hold up, it can only give you that because you put it in? You know what I mean? It's like, it's going to become a game of how much can we confuse this judge? Can we confuse them effectively in the direction he needs to go in to rule in our favor, right?
Yeah.
Bullshit. All right, where was According to the order, the artist will also likely have to show proof of infringing works produced by AI tools that are identical to their copyrighted materials. This potentially presents a major issue because they'd have to conclude that none of the Stable Diffusion output images provided in response to a particular text prompt is likely to be a close match for any specific image in the training data. I'm not convinced that copyright claims based on a derivative theory can survive absent substantial similarity type allegations, the ruling stated, which is great. That's fucking wonderful to hear that that's how they viewed it, because effectively what Stable Diffusion is it is a laundromat for fair use, effectively, right? Like you run something through Stable Diffusion that you hacked together using a picture that is copyright. The thing that it spits out has generated through so many copyrighted things that it effectively becomes copyright free by the time it comes out. It's like money laundering, but with your copyrights.
Yeah. I mean, if you have it generate Spider-Man and you try and say like, hey, it generated this thing that looks like Spider-Man, I don't think that's going to hold up. But yeah.
That's true. But just generally speaking, yeah, okay.
In general,
right.
yes.
You're right. But to a degree, the point is that it is trained on so many things that are copyrighted, but because it is taking a piece from each one, the thing that comes out is no longer sufficiently that one thing, and therefore no longer copyrighted. You know, like it is able to become a unique Sonic OC by the time it comes out. You know what I mean? So, though defendants made a strong case that claims should be dismissed without an opportunity to be re-argued, Oric noted artists' contention that AI tools can create materials that are similar enough to their work to be misconstrued as fakes. Sue over that. Claims for vicarious infringement, violations of the Digital Millennium Copyright Act for removal of copyright management information, right of publicity, breach of contract, and unfair competition were similarly dismissed. Plaintiffs have been given leave to amend to clarify their theory and add plausible facts regarding compressed copies in Stable Diffusion and how those copies are present in a manner that violates the rights protected by the Copyright Act, in or invoked by the Dream Studio, Dream Up, and Midjourney products offered to third parties. That same clarity and plausible allegations must be offered to potentially hold Stability vicariously liable for the use of its product, Dream Studio, by third parties. Regarding the right of publicity claim, which takes issue with defendants profiting off of plaintiffs' names by allowing users to request art in their style, the judge stressed that there's not enough information supporting arguments that the companies used artist identities to advertise products. So it also kind of goes into like, what happens when a voice actor comes after you because they believe you used AI to copy their voice, but it turns out you are just a fucking amazing, what do you call it?
Impressionist.
Yeah, you do an incredible impression of them, like spot on. Sounds exactly like Fry from Futurama. You know what I mean? Like, what was his name? Stephen Fu voicing Naofumi. Like he sounds so close to Billy Kametz that if I didn't know Billy Kametz died, I would have just assumed it was the same guy. You know?
Yeah. That's why like you can't have someone say, you know, be the I don't know, insert person name AI, like that's against the rules, right? Because that goes against publicity. You can't, no one can, or people would have problems if they were selling like Britney Spears music AI. Just buy this Britney Spears, and if it's not endorsed by Britney Spears, right?
Right.
But
So
if you have an AI that does multiple,
yeah, go ahead. I'll let you finish.
If you have an AI that does multiple voices, and you tell it, hey, and you don't advertise that it can do Britney Spears, but you tell it, hey, I want to sound like Britney Spears in text, and then it makes a thing that sounds like Britney Spears. Well, that's, yeah, we made something that sounds like Britney Spears, but we're not selling it. We're not implying that Britney Spears endorses this. We're not using Britney Spears as a selling feature. So there shouldn't be a problem with that.
Yeah. And I think that there is an AI that generates music in the style of established popular bands.
Yeah.
And it is eerily good. Like you can tell it, give me Freddie Mercury singing these lyrics, but have the like music produced by like Rage Against the Machine or Daft Punk, and it is eerily good at what it produces, Anyway, so 2 of the 3 artists who filed the lawsuit have dropped their infringement claims because they didn't register their work with the Copyright Office before suing. The copyright claims will be limited to artist Sarah Anderson's work, which she has registered. As proof that Stable Diffusion was trained on her material, Anderson relied on the results of a search of her name on HaveIBeenTrained.com. Interesting. Which allows artists to discover if their work has been used in AI model training and offers an opt-out to help prevent further unauthorized use. So, but model training, see, the thing about Stable Diffusion is anybody can build a model, right?
Yep.
See, good luck. We've decentralized it, bitches.
The other thing is, like,
you're not
I don't
taking
know.
my damn veto trained models.
I don't know how that website works, but there was a story I heard of this professor who in order to check if student's work was created by ChatGPT, he would put it in ChatGPT and have it ask it, was this made by you or something. He used some tool that said like, oh yeah, that was made by ChatGPT.
Mm-hmm.
So he puts a student's work in there and it comes back, yep, that was made by ChatGPT, and he flunks them. That student wasn't using ChatGPT and is complaining, and so they looked at the professor's own work and put the professor's own work into the tool, and it said that his work was created by ChatGPT before ChatGPT was a thing. So it's like these tools that are like, oh, is this AI generated or whatever? They're not reliable. So I don't know how you're gonna. The only way I can think of is that they look through popular AI model hosting places for keywords. That's about the only way that I could see someone making a claim that, oh yeah, I was definitely, like, someone's trained a model on my art style.
I like the idea that HaveIBeenTrained.com, no matter what, will output no. Right? Did you guys hear about Matt Rife and his apology recently?
No, I don't think so.
All right, hold on. So there's this comedian. I'm sure you've seen him, Matt Rife. You probably recognize him.
No, not really.
So he told a joke that was not politically correct, and people got so bent out of shape because it was ableist or something. So he put out, like, on his, like, what do you call these, like, stories or whatever? If you've ever been offended by my joke, by a joke I've told, here's a link to my official apology. And when you click the link, it takes you to this website where you can purchase a helmet for a special needs person.
Thanks.
So I just like to think that HaveIBeenTrained.com is the same.
That's awesome.
Based. All right. Anyway,
we should watch his special on Netflix.
Watch Party One. Yeah, it's in his Netflix special. That's where he made the joke that everybody was bent out of shape over. Yeah.
Totally watch it.
Whew. All right.
That's
All right. So they quote, while defendants complained that Anderson's reference to search results on the Have I Been Trained website is insufficient, as the output pages show many hundreds of works that are not identified by specific artists, defendants may test Anderson's assertion in discovery, the ruling stated. Stability, DeviantArt, and Midjourney didn't respond to requests for comment. On Monday, President Joe Biden issued an executive order to create some safeguards against AI. While it mostly focuses on reporting requirements over the national security risks of companies' systems, let me start that over. While it mostly focuses on reporting requirements over the national security risks some company systems present, it also recommends the watermarking of photos, video, and audio developed by AI tools to protect against deepfakes. Biden, famed deepfakey, Biden, who wishes all of his gaffes were deepfakes, at a signing of the order, stressed the technology's potential to smear reputations, spread fake news, and commit fraud. The Human Artistry Campaign said in a statement, quote, "The inclusion of copyright and intellectual property protection in the AI executive order reflects the importance of the creative community and IP-powered industries to America's economic and cultural leadership. At a meeting in July, leading AI companies voluntarily agreed to guardrails to maintain the risks proposed by the emerging technology in a bid by the White House to get the industry to regulate itself in the absence of legislation instituting limits around the development of the new tools. Like the executive order issued by Biden, it was devoid of any kind of reporting regime or timeline that could legally bind the firms to their commitments." Wonderful. All right. Any more thoughts?
Nope.
Cool. So 64 minutes left to back Gannibal. I canceled my pledge. I realized I'm going to have a $600 bill, or I think it's like $750 now for Adobe going through this month. So I was like, fuck it. I got to cancel it. It's so cool though. I want it. Anyway. So it's got 64 minutes to go, and it is almost 10 times its goal. All right, moving on. Let's see. Oh, hold on. I need my YouTube compliant baby. And for good measure, I'm going to stick a very obvious baby as I scroll past the areolas that nobody can see. Shit, was the baby on this? Did I put it?
We should put.
Hold on. It's this baby I was supposed to use. Wait, why is he still on the left? I moved you to the left.
You know, I was wondering what that baby looked like that you were talking about earlier. Because in pickups, you were like, "Let's move the baby," and I'm like, "What the fuck? What baby are you talking about? What the hell?"
Instead of one baby, we should have three right next to each, like fill the entire.
Another baby. Oh, sorry. Hold on.
That's more accurate. Thank you.
So I'm gonna leave the baby in the corner for the entire duration, because if this becomes a podcast clip, it's gonna need to really have a baby for the full duration of it in order to be compliant. So Sega saw big success with the Sonic the Hedgehog film adaptations, and the company is considering the possibility of making movies for other franchises like Persona and Yakuza, or Like a Dragon. Chief Operating Officer Shuji Utsumi specifically mentioned the Persona and Yakuza series when talking about which other franchises it could expand on following the success of Sonic the Hedgehog. Literally, we have no other series. Here are quotes from the interview. Quote, "We just revived Sonic in a big way, not only through games." No, you didn't through games, but through the movie and TV shows. And actually, Sonic is in Roblox too. Oh no. And we're working closely with Lego. So now Sonic is reviving. God, it's on life support if you've got to go that far. We have other major IPs, and I cannot say too much about it, but we are thinking of reviving other classical Sega IPs too. Right now, there are two big IPs other than Sonic. One is Persona, and also our Yakuza titles. Yakuza is really unique, but that big one is also coming next year too. Oh shit, is it? Is it coming to Roblox? But also, as I say, we are trying to be in a lot of different kinds of business areas, like Roblox, movies.
Wow.
All these IPs can be somewhere else other than games soon. What is Roblox if not a game? Both franchises have been busy in the gaming space, with Persona 5 Tactica launching on November 17th and Like a Dragon Gaiden, The Man Who Erased His Name, having been released on November 9th. They also have major titles coming in early 2024, with Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth on January 26th and Persona 3 Reload on February 2nd. Man, I'd hate to be somebody trying to follow Persona coming out, and it's just constantly remakes after remakes of, I'm playing the fifth game, the third game's coming out. You know, like... All right, in other live action news. Sorry, that was Roblox news. We're moving into live action.
Do we need the baby anymore?
Yes.
No, we can remove.
We need the baby all the time.
Iki Kajiwara's Tiger Mask wrestling manga gets Italian live action film adaptation. So, I wonder if Kingstyle got the link I put in the podcast guest. Come to think of it,
right? Yeah. Hey, they're making
because this was for you, buddy. Original manga ran from 1968 to 1971. Media news website Comic Natalie reported on Monday that Iki Kajiwara, blah, 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 Tiger Mask is getting a live-action film adaptation in Italy. So here's a question. When you think of Italian movies, what comes to mind?
Tigers.
No. Just like generally, though.
The Italian Job. No, I'm just...
No, like when you think of Italian, when I think of Italian movies, I think of Bollywood, Drek. Like not even like Bollywood's actually good in comparison. I think of like shitty knockoff, like superhero movies that are like budget, like made with stuff you bought at a garage sale. But so like Bollywood, except with white people playing the roles. Right? It's trash, right? But that stuff's from like the 60s and the 70s or whatever, like Italian Spider-Man or you know what I mean? Like, do you think it's improved at all? Like,
I don't know.
Italian cinema. I just
was
can't.
There a City Hunter? Didn't they? Was that French?
That was French.
Oh, that was France. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
So I just don't know. Like I'm a little.
Well, we're fucked then, because
no. This is like I kind of honestly feel like if it looks like Italian Spider-Man, that could be even better. Like that would be so fucking funny. Like just shitty knockoff. It's
Spider-Man in red, white, and green.
No CGI. It is just a guy wearing an ugly tiger mask. Like it is a fat overweight schlub.
Oh.
I don't know. I think that could be hilarious. So the film is jointly produced by Italian production companies Fabula Pictures and Brandon Box. The manga's publisher Kodansha will also co-produce the film. The live-action film adaptation will have international elements added to the Tiger Mask manga original story. In the original, the Tiger Mask is the alter ego of the character Naoto Date, a pro wrestler who goes against an evil wrestling organization and fights for children in an orphanage. The original manga ran from 1968 to 1971, blah, blah, blah. A Japanese live-action film adaptation of the manga premiered in 2013. And there was an anime that is on Crunchyroll. Anyway, that's the thing. Moving on. And streaming news. All right. HIDIVE is announcing select shutdowns outside of North America. So HIDIVE is seemingly about to get purchased by Sony.
Great.
It is shutting down outside of the U.S. And so, like, these are the places it's going to remain.
Select countries out of the
US. United States, Canada, Ireland, the UK, and Australia. So if you don't live in those areas, get fucked. Now, there was an update. It says here, AMC Networks has released an official statement following the recent news. Quote, in light of the strong demand for anime content around the world, we are constantly evaluating the HIDIVE business and are strategically focusing our operations on fast-growing global markets that represent approximately... So you say that...
Yeah.
I'm sorry. What I heard was, in light of the strong demand, like, even though there's such a strong demand... We're going to shut everything down. Like,
you know what that means? There's a strong demand, but no one wants to pay for it.
Yeah, pretty much.
Or we can't compete. So we're dipping.
So this move will unfortunately result in the disruption of service for some customers outside of major markets. buy a VPN. That's pretty much what they're saying. All right. Pokemon gets Wooly within the Netflix show Pokemon Concierge. So I don't even want to read any of this. I just want to show you. I think it might be full CGI, and it's intended to look like stop motion. I haven't quite decided. I didn't watch the trailer. This eye looks a little segmented, like a polygon. So
Ouch.
This is what you have.
Ouch.
Yeah.
That does not look good.
It's the perfect brand. You literally can't go wrong.
You can, and it looks like this.
They said when pitching it.
It looks worse than the Mewtwo Strikes Back remake that they made fucking how many years ago?
Look at this fucking water. It's so alive.
Yeah.
If it was taxidermied, I wouldn't even know. Oh yeah, and the opening theme is by Maria Takeuchi. Oh. Is that what he looks like when he sleeps? Oh. God, how many fucking images are there? Jeez, yeah, Maria Takeuchi. There you go. All right. Oh, okay.
I want to be the very worst, like no one ever was.
All right. Also, Saint Seiya Knights of the Zodiac Battle for Sanctuary Part 2 premieres in 2024. Crunchyroll will stream the new episode. Have I lost my mind, or was this not a Netflix original before? Remember we covered this where they made Andromeda Shun a woman, right?
There was definitely a Saint Seiya thing
full CG
that
was
looked
on Netflix?
exactly the same as this, and it was on Netflix. Whether this might be a sequel series or
now
it might be...
Now that I'm bringing it up, I actually almost feel like this is just a different now official version that's full CG. Because the characters look more Japanese than I feel like they did.
No, they look exactly the same.
So yeah, Netflix is not mentioned in this at all. It is entirely there's no Netflix logo anywhere.
Well, I mean, there's different levels of Netflix, right?
The first Saint Seiya Knights of the Zodiac series premiered on Netflix between 2019 and 2020, adapting the Galaxian Wars, Black Knights, and Silver Saints arcs. Crunchyroll streamed it in 2022, subbed and dubbed. No, wait. They streamed a different one, Battle for Sanctuary. This is Battle for Sanctuary 2?
Part 2? Yeah.
Okay. Weird. What could have happened that they had a falling out with Toei? Anyway.
Well, like I was saying, there's two different levels of Netflix originals, right? There's the Netflix originals that they produce, like the Scott Pilgrim thing.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's the Netflix originals that they kind of just buy. So this one might have been one of those ones that they kind of just bought, and then they didn't want to continue with it.
They just counted the exclusive streaming rights too.
All right, hold on. I got another baby coming up. All right, Entrepreneur. Japan is losing tax money because of mosaics and adult videos. Get rid of them. All right. Thank you, baby, for protecting us. Just another friendly reminder in case anybody has forgotten.
Even if the areola is visible.
All right. Yes.
We will continue to restrict ad revenue on breastfeeding content where a child is not present.
Child's right there, double child.
We have our child.
Card. Yeah. All right, Japanese entrepreneur Takafumi Horiemon, or Horie, best known as the founder of the internet portal LiveDoor, recently spoke out against the use of mosaics in adult videos, claiming that Japan is losing tax money. See, this is a trick. What he's actually saying is, oh, God, I've seen every mosaic porn there is, and I can't get my dick up anymore. I need to speak the language the government will listen to. Like, Japan is losing tax money due to the censorship, with users turning to overseas websites. True, I'm sure. So why do we even use mosaic? Asked Horiemon on his YouTube channel. The entrepreneur wanted to point out that anyone from Japan could easily visit an uncensored adult video website overseas. Why does Japan prohibit this? It makes no sense. It's better without mosaics for the sake of Japan's economy. He cautioned while explaining that having Japanese customers visit foreign pornography websites means they would be paying money to overseas distribution companies that get taxed in their countries instead of Japan. Okay. I just had a wild idea. How is the law written in Japan? Is it written that it is illegal for Japanese citizens to produce pornography that showcases genitalia? Or is it that it is illegal to produce pornography that showcases genitalia in Japan? Because I think it would be really funny, depending on how it's written, if you got an actor from America, you know, like, so the male actor goes to Japan and his dick is completely uncensored, right? But the woman is still genitalia blocked.
I think it's produced in Japan because they do have stuff like where American actors and actresses go to Japan and produce stuff for Japan, and they're completely censored.
Are they?
Yeah.
There goes that funny joke.
Anyway. I know. I wouldn't.
Thank you. Thank you, our agent on the scene, Reese2753. Quote, it's better without mosaics for the sake of Japan's economy, he continued while explaining that having Japanese customers visit foreign pornography sites means they would be paying money to overseas distribution companies that get taxed in their countries instead of Japan. Taxes from distribution companies that should have been paid to Japan by Japanese users watching are being taken away. Honestly, what if that's what's happening here? What if the proliferation of uncensored porn outside of Japan has created a fetish for all the Japanese to exclusively get attracted to non-Japanese people, and that's why they're not having sex? We solved it!
And that's why anime people look like cats.
Yes! Not really. I can't solve all the world's problems here. I don't want to make the argument that the Japanese are fucking cats. Taxes are the national wealth is being drained away due to the police's interpretation. The national health is bleeding. I'm sorry. The national wealth is bleeding. The tax money that should be going to us is being drained due to the police's idiocy. The police, like fucking. I just like the idea of somebody having sex in Japan and the police kicking down the door. Like, where's your mosaics? You know?
It's like that one episode in Family Guy where the guys have to follow Peter around with a black bar.
So the national wealth is bleeding. The tax money that should be going to us is being drained due to the police's idiocy. I'm being serious. I mean, we're all watching videos with the mosaics removed. What a rebel. Meanwhile, former adult video star Sarah Aoi on feeling sorry for kids of adult video actress mothers. Now, in 2019, we covered this article. The very same woman live streamed the birth of her kids. Also, if you haven't figured it out, she is one of the mosaic porn stars of Japan. All right. Now, let's see what she has to say. She has had to perform the mental gymnastics necessary in order to answer this question. All right. So Former adult video star Sora Aoi has stayed away from the spotlight since giving birth to twins in 2019, but she appeared for an interview for the first time in 4 years to talk about the droves of comments from people, quote, feeling sorry for kids with adult video actress mothers. When Sora Aoi announced her pregnancy in 2018, she received many hateful comments from friends and strangers. I just think it's funny the phrasing that. Many hateful comments from her friends who expressed feeling sorry for kids with adult video actress mothers. Quote, I used to think of it as a job where people talk behind your back. They do worse than that. That is the least of your worries. They finished a post-nut career. It comes fucking skank. You filthy whore. Of course there are nude photos and other actions out there, but now I see it as a job like any other. Like the bending over backwards. I never regretted even once thinking that I shouldn't have done everything I've experienced from the Sora Aoi AV era. While many celebrated the former adult video actress's marriage, she saw many hurtful comments on the internet saying, kids with AV mothers are unfortunate and such kids will never be happy. So when they watched the point, like, I sucked those titties. Hold on. All right. It's breastfeeding content. I had to have the kid up there. When I was thinking about who gets to decide on what makes it unfortunate, I thought it was something the kids should decide for themselves. I took the blame off myself. And not because I was an adult video actress. Plus, there's also the case of bullying, said Sora Aoi. Yes, your kids will be bullied and mocked repeatedly. Like, I rubbed one out to your mom last night. This is the real reason they got to get those mosaics removed so that the kids don't even bother with that vintage crap. She also talked about entertainers, comedians, and athletes going through something similar as she realized that being an AV actress wasn't just about the adult work. In the end, she told herself that the people leaving hurtful comments were likely in their teens and 20s with no experience. They don't have kids. They never had sex on camera. They don't know what they're talking about. They're outsiders, she added. Now I see it like it doesn't matter what they say. I convinced myself it's okay for me to have been a total whore and then had kids who I live streamed the birth of. All right, I'm going to step out for just 1 second to split my recording because it's having trouble with my stuff here. I'll be right back.
It's been having trouble since the very beginning.
I know!
Okay, then.
That was awkward. So. No. He's back.
I'm back. Yes. Oh, hey, Kingstow's here. When did that happen?
Just since we came in. Late time.
All right, let's see. This window. Cool. Where are we at? All right, theater release news. No, I fucked up on this doc right here. All right, it's okay. Don't worry about it. All right. So, Studio Ponoc. Hey, when you hear Studio Ponoc, what is the first thing that comes to your mind?
Ghibli knockoff.
Yes. Employees formerly who worked at Ghibli. There's a reason they don't work there anymore, am I right? So we talked about the Imaginary before. This is the movie poster. Oh shit, that's huge. This makes it impossible to do what I needed to do. Let's go back. Reopen, close tab. I must have done it through Safari last time. Fuck. Anyway, so this is the movie poster. There's a lot going on here. The kid looks like ass. I don't know what it is about him. Is it the proportions with the head? Is there a part of his head missing? That the shading on it feels too flat, right? There's a stream of urine, magical urine coming down the side here. The cat looks like he's been run over by a car multiple times, right? So they thought, oh, fuck. You know what? This doesn't live up to budget Ghibli. We have to remake this poster. There we go. Oh, wait. I love that somebody looked at this and said, you know what? Something isn't right. And they determined it was the kid and not the cat. Right? So yeah, there you go. Looks like a disaster. Everything I've seen from Studio Ponoc, which so far has been Mary and the Witch's Flower, and what's the other one they did? The Robber's Daughter. What was it? Ronja the Robber's Daughter?
Ronja the Robber's Daughter.
Yeah, I haven't watched that one yet, but Mary and the Witch's Flower was fucking god awful. Like, I can tell that the only person from Ghibli was the effects artist, and it's like, I'll animate the flower, like, fucking, like, there's nothing. The story is trash. Like, the characters aren't likable. It's just lifeless Ghibli, you know? Awful. Anyway, there you go. I'm done ranting about this. Gurren Lagann anime film is coming to first U.S. theatrical screenings in January 2024. Films. Thank you. And they're dubbed now? What? Yep. Imagine that. All right, so they're coming in 4K and 4D next year. So the childhood end, the lights in the sky are stars. Is that the names of the two movies? Okay, cool. Moving on. All right, let's get into some anime news. All right, let's go. So, who's heard about what's going on at Studio MAPPA? Reese,
all of us.
I believe it was you who predicted the downfall of Studio MAPPA over a year ago when you said they are doing too much. Attack on Titan, and then listed like 10 other things.
Yeah, Attack on Titan, Vinland Saga, Jujutsu Kaisen, like what was it? Campfire Cooking in Another World. What else? Like, yeah, there's like a lot, and with the quality that they're doing, like, holy shit, these last two episodes of JJK have been incredible.
They've been rough, yeah.
They've been incredible. They've been absolutely fucking awesome. Like, holy shit, these people are not sleeping.
Yeah. So I'm gonna read you this article. Jujutsu Kaisen Season 2 animators reach breaking point at MAPPA. Anime's future uncertain. So it has been an open secret for quite some time now that Jujutsu Kaisen Season 2 has been going through a lot of production issues, primarily utterly poor scheduling by MAPPA, which forced the animators to overwork. The situation seems to have escalated as multiple Jujutsu Kaisen Season 2 animators put out tweets regarding the issue over a span of a single day. So something happened that caused everybody to say, nah, fam, I'm out. Like, I'm going to go bitch on Twitter. You know, However, instead of just pointing out the poor working conditions, these tweets implied that they had reached a breaking point. Some tweets even suggested that the production of Jujutsu Kaisen Season 2 would be significantly affected, either in terms of quality of upcoming episodes from Season 2, Episode 18, or maybe even face a delay. So I saw a different article that was so dreadfully written that I chose not to cover it, where they were saying specifically Season 2, Episode 14 was being talked about like it was dog shit in terms of the animation. Like, the animation was just a mass of colors moving around instead of something whatever. So anyway, let's see what they had to say here. So Jujutsu Kaisen animators have a meltdown November 14, 2023. So multiple animators, animation directors, and key animators came out and tweeted about the poor working conditions, suggesting they were approaching their limits. The most noteworthy among them were Jujutsu Kaisen Season 2, Episode 16 director Itsuki Tsuchigami, Episode 13 director Kazuto Arai, who also worked as key animator in Episode 16, Episode 12 director Shunsuke Okubo, and prominent animator Hakuyu Go. Tsuchigami, who has been vocal in the past too about the poor working conditions, expressed that he had mixed feelings about the studio receiving praise for Jujutsu Kaisen Season 2 anime. While he felt bad that the company, MAPPA in this case, is taking credit for the work of the individual staff members, he also recognized that the in-house staff members have worked hard and have made a significant contribution to the success of the series despite the daunting schedule. A translation of his tweet reads as follows. Although it is unpleasant to be praised in the name of the company, I have to be grateful for the hard work and dedication of the company's production and filming staff. They are contributing immensely to the work despite the unavoidable circumstances. Along with this, Tsuchigami also reposted all of his previous tweets, which he had talked about the poor scheduling of Jujutsu Kaisen Season 2. He is someone who repeatedly called out and critiqued the studio, though he never named them because of an apparent NDA contract that staff were required to sign. So here's the retweets he did. Back in July, Tsuchigami... Oh, wait, hold on. Oh, they're translated. Okay. It would have been tiring if I had time for one more season, but I guess I was able to keep trying my best. I think if you were to work within the time period set by the company and use normal working hours, you would end up with something truly terrible. It is not a good idea to produce works that the public demands quality on an unreasonable schedule. Okay. It would not be a good idea to produce works that the public demands quality on an unreasonable... I don't like how this is phrased. It's not a good idea to produce works that the public demands quality on an unreasonable schedule, because some people are caught between the two and have to cut back on themselves. Please, surprise. If the production schedule of the series is obviously unreasonable, I have a suspicion that there will be some pranks that will actually extend the series by one season. Oh, pranks, huh? Anyway, back in July, Tsuchigami even said that completing Jujutsu Kaisen 0 in a tight schedule set a bad precedent when it came to production schedule, and it will only make things difficult in the future. So he said Jujutsu Kaisen 0 probably shouldn't have been completed in terms of production time. If we set a precedent that it can be made in that time frame, it will only make things more difficult in the future. Okay, so I'm gonna go back to this other article for just 1 second, because I think they actually talk about the time frame in more detail. Yeah, so it says the movie began production and was completed in just 4 months, whereas normally anime movies take like 2 to 3 years. Right? Something crazy like that. Soda Shigetsugu, who worked as key animator on episode 14 and 16 of Jujutsu Kaisen Season 2 at MAPPA, also voiced something similar, expressing frustration with the cycle of overworking staff members and then using their results as an excuse to not improve working conditions. It's funny, my friend who got me the job that I'm doing right now, every time we have a meeting, he will always overstate how long something will take, because if my company finds out it can be done faster, they will expect
done even faster.
Well, they will expect that it will be done at that speed. So, like, for example, one thing that came out, I recently went to that AI conference, and my boss said, I think we can do this one project we had already done in a week. And my friend said, I don't know about a week. And I'm thinking, like, we could definitely do it in a week. But the thing is, we could do that project in a week if that was the only thing we were doing in that week. But my friend is thinking, ain't no fucking way that's going to be the only thing we're doing in a week. So we can't do it in a week, because you're not going to ask us to stop doing our normal daily tasks and focus singularly on this, like I think a month is more reasonable the way things go, So
you also have to take into account any error or issues that pop up, right? Like unexpected issues.
Yeah, and my boss is notorious for giving unreasonable deadlines. Like, this needs to be done by Friday, and it's like Wednesday at 4 p.m. Great. Wonderful. A week's worth of work I get to do today, before I go home, just so that I can actually hit this deadline. Anyway,
I had a situation where my boss was talking to a company that wanted us to make software for them.
Mm-hmm.
And he was saying, oh yeah, it's going to be really easy. We could take our existing system, fork it, and just write some custom code on top that will do what you want. That shouldn't be too much of an issue, right? And it'll only take maybe a month. And I'm like, try like a year. Like this is not simple. And it took a while. I
love this. King Style says, I see the tiger mask signal. I'll be right there. And then he disappeared again. I'm not sure. Effing Animax says, hi guys. Sorry it's been a while. Well, I'm glad that all we had to do to get you back was do a stream on Wednesday. Stan says, good job. You solved the low birth rate issue in Japan. Yes, I also caused it again with my promotion of Tenga.
We take donations and super chats. Thank you for our hard work.
For such a great humanitarian effort, I think I do deserve a Nobel Peace Prize. I want to be able to announce the probably only podcast by a Nobel laureate. Wow, they're having fun with pussycats. Damn it, feel sorry for those pussies. Oh. I just feel like we need maybe, I don't know, this doesn't apply there, but let's get a baby. Damn, I feel sorry for those. Oh, again. Okay, anyway, so Hone said, the worst cycle is when staff members all somehow manage to complete a schedule that would be impossible to meet under normal circumstances while seeing hell. And the higher-ups, who only saw the results, misunderstand and neglect to improve, thinking it's not that bad. It can be done. I wonder if the beginning of this was when they completed a movie in 4 months. Kazuto Arai's tweet, on the other hand, suggests that the future Jujutsu Kaisen Season 2 anime... And I just want to point out again, these guys cranked out this movie in 4 months. Yet it is Aneris Canones who thinks she deserves the millions it made. Fuck you. Kazuto Arai's tweet, on the other hand, suggested that the future of Jujutsu Kaisen Season 2 anime could be uncertain. The director stated that he felt deflated after hearing a bad news and that it was now time to disband. I like the idea that... Do you remember that one episode of Gurren Lagann that got people fired from Studio Gainax?
No.
You don't remember that? I'm trying to remember. I think it's the Hot Spring episode.
Episode 6?
Yeah, episode 6. So they, as a joke, did a completely different art style for that episode. And people got so mad on Japanese forums that they were like fucking death threats level, right? They were pissed. And so a couple of the animators actually were so offended that they created accounts and replied to say like, suck a dick, or whatever. And they got fired from Gainax over it. Right.
Oh man.
So I like the idea that the Jujutsu Kaisen animators just say, fuck it, I'm out. You do the final episode yourself. And instead of, like coming to terms, right, with needing to delay it or increase everybody's wages or give them a week off, whatever it is, instead the executives just walk in. It can't be that fucking hard. And then you get an episode that is like stick figures and shit. I just think
Oh
that
man.
was such a great ending.
Well, that's what happened. That's basically what happened with Evangelion, right? That last episode was like fucked.
Well, that was a little different. What happened with Evangelion is that the studio wanted him to do something that he didn't want to do, so he gave them a fuck you ending.
But I mean, like, the quality.
Great.
No, it doesn't. What are you talking about? That last episode has like weird, like they throw the art style out.
Basically, just pencil sketches.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm thinking like in that episode of Family Guy, he was like, "What are they gonna do? Cut our funding?" And then he like across the screen.
I mean, that's essentially what happened with Evangelion, right?
All right. So anyway, Kazuto Rice tweet on the other hand suggested that the future could be uncertain. Said he felt deflated after hearing bad news, and that it was time to disband. Bad news came in, and I suddenly felt deflated. It's the most boring ending I could think of. Oh no, the festival's over. Okay, let's disband. Hakuyu Go, who is yet to be credited as an animator in Jujutsu Kaisen Season 2, suggesting that he is working on an upcoming episode, asked that people quit MAPPA and throw their key card into the trash on their way out. This tweet was enough to showcase the horrific working conditions that the animators were going through during the production of Jujutsu Kaisen Season 2, and that now they had reached their limit. When leaving the company, throw the card key in the company's trash bin. You know what would be a greater use is to just give it to some random fuck on the street. Say, go kill Annie their asses.
Yeah, then we get a burned down building.
There's a gas station down the street.
While Goes Above post suggested that the anime might get delayed, another one of the previous posts stated the chances of anime getting delayed were less because the priority here was the business partners and the board members and not the working conditions or the situation of the animators. Go, wondering how long a small company, referring to MAPPA, would last like this, said, "Hell, nah, nothing is going to get delayed. Business partners and board members are the only priority. It took Disney 10 years to start feeling the repercussions. I wonder how long this company will last, as how it is universally recognized among audience right now." The post from Go suggests that MAPPA was clearly turning a blind eye to the issues that the animators were facing. Netizens pitched in, saying that if staff were to complain or stop working, they probably might just hire a new batch of animators to finish the job. Yes, they will. 100%. That's why I want to see the version with the stick figures. Unlike the other staff members mentioned above, Shunsuke Okubo's tweet was more cryptic, as he posted an art of Emma Yasuhara from Shirobako. Her character does the job of a key animator in that anime. And he drew her looking tired and trying to hang herself. Netizens immediately came to his support in the comments, asking Okubo to take breaks and praising the work and the efforts he put in for the anime. So I think it would be great if you could physically go to the studio and you could do things for the animators to make their lives easier, right? Like, for example, Google, when you work for Google, they have a person who picks you up and drives you to work. They have another person who does all of your laundry and house cleaning and stuff. They want their employees to focus 100% on the thing they were hired for. Like, whatever your specialty is, whether it's coding or what, mostly coding, I'm guessing, they want you to be in that mindset all the time. So they take away the mundane tasks that pull you out of that mode, right? So it would be great if there was something people could do, like imagine, a fan club for MAPPA, or, for the animators, I guess, could come down with home-cooked meals. Now, granted, none of this can happen because of Kyoani arson. Great. I mean, that's clear, right? We all understand?
Yeah, absolutely.
Hold on one second. My wife is texting me. Hold on one second. I'll be right back. Actually, I'm going to pull myself out of the call so that my my thing will go. I'll be right back.
Well, MAPPA's going to shit. We all knew it. Reese knew it a year ago, so.
Yeah.
What have you guys been watching?
Goblin Slayer.
Nice. Like the movie or just the series? Or is there a new season?
Season 2 right now.
Oh, yeah, season 2. I forgot.
I never watched season 1, so I was watching it.
Okay.
And then, speaking of budget cuts, I forget what episode it was. Episode 7, I think? 7 or 8. At the end of the episode, it's literally a minute and a half of a canary's eyeball just blinking. Like, nothing else going on in the scene, just a minute and a half of the canary blinking. Didn't really understand why that happened.
I don't know. I don't think it was a production cut thing. Kind of.
Have you watched the series at all?
Yes, I have.
Do you remember that scene?
No.
No. Well, probably because you skipped it, but
I don't skip anything.
it was a minute and a half of just the canary blinking.
While they were talking, yeah.
No one was talking.
Are you sure?
I am positive.
I don't believe you.
That's, like I said, the end of episode 7 or 8. I don't remember which. But it's the very last scene before the credits roll. Go look it up yourself.
Okay. I've been watching it.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
No, I haven't been watching anything. Go ahead.
Oh, I've been watching, like I said, Ranking of Kings. I was telling Reese in chat in Discord.
Right,
you know, it's like I was not emotionally prepared for anything.
Yeah.
It's really, I don't know. There's some parts that are just really, I don't know, just I wasn't prepared for.
Yeah, I mean, whenever we were covering it, it was like, oh, this kid wearing a diaper. It was like, oh, this is stupid. Like nobody was prepared for Ranking of Kings unless they already knew this source material.
You're watching season 1 right now?
Yeah, season 1.
Yeah.
Because I have it on Blu-ray, so.
Yeah.
True.
Nobody was prepared for season 1.
Yeah, it just and then this one plot twist after another. It's like, all
right,
make up your mind, damn it.
So I don't know, but I suspect my wife has COVID. So she is going to be in the room, and if you hear coughing, suck it up.
Why does COVID mean that she has to be in the room? What?
Because she sent me a picture. We have a heart rate monitor, and it was showing it like exceptionally elevated.
Oh, okay.
So I want to keep an eye on her, make sure she's
Yeah.
okay. Anyway, so netizens immediately came to support in comments using Okubo to take, asking him to take breaks, blah, blah, blah. Okubo, too, was someone who was very vocal about the poor scheduling of Jujutsu Kaisen Season 2. One of Okubo's previous tweets literally suggested that the staff might have abandoned production at one point owing to the bad conditions. Yeah, so he said the production desk just abandoned their duties. It's over. Oh, warida is what he says. Oh, warida. Owaridana, that's what he said. I did see another tweet. I think it was in the Sankaku Complex one where the word was literally just "it's over." Owarida. Shigetsu had put out another tweet along with the other staff members on November 14th, stating that everything was very terrible. They, however, deleted their tweet later. Their post translates to "everything is just too terrible. What do you think people are?" Isn't that Hone Hone again? Yeah. So who is this? Wow. Wow. Jesus. I can excuse the sneezing and coughing, but not the dog barking. Oh, shut it. All right. Dog! Anyway.
Okay.
All right. Among claims that a lot of staff members were forced to keep quiet and not vent their frustration, you shut the hell up. Sit down. Sit. Yeah, that's what I thought. Get down. Gotta show him his bus. All right. Among claims that a lot of staff members were forced to keep quiet and not vent their frustration, animation director Satoshi Sakai, who was a prominent staff member throughout the Attack on Titan anime, said that he was able to empathize with the animators who couldn't say anything even when their situation got quite extreme. So this is something that is worth noting. I mean, it's obvious. I'm just stating the obvious here. Hello, the cool 2T. But this is something that's worth noting. In any situation, the workers, it's like a race to the bottom, right? The workers will always be perpetually pushed harder and harder and harder. And when it is seen as doable, as we've discussed here, it will become the new standard, right? So no matter what you do, like in a perfect world, I always feel like finish most of, if not the whole show before you start airing it. But instead, it's like you have a fucking week to produce this. You can fix it on the Blu-ray, maybe, you know? That's how it is every single time. So they said, among claims that a lot of staff members forced to keep quiet, the prominent staff member throughout Attack on Titan said that he was able to empathize with the animators who couldn't say anything even when the situation got quite extreme. Overseas, people tend to say, what's going on? I think that the Japanese people tend to say, keep compliance and don't post your dissatisfaction on social networking sites. Well, I understand both. Of course, I can't disclose information, but as a fellow worker, I can understand the pain of not saying anything in extreme situations. However, the problem was not just with poor scheduling. There have also been claims that the animators should have been paid better for the work they put in. Oh, what was that? I'm guessing that was Green Line. I don't know. You! Sit!
Was it me? I was muted.
Sit!
What happened?
Sit!
Beanie, sit.
Yeah! And shut up, too. I don't know. All of a sudden, it sounded like a really sharp, like microphone getting inserted and then cut off real quick.
Oh, I was muted. So
yeah, I saw you were muted. So I thought, did he just mute himself as soon as that started?
No, I was muted.
No, you were muted the whole time. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, it's one of these other fuckers. Then. Maybe me. I don't know. So anyway, the calls for better pay once again is So I don't. I mean, do we even need to read this? So I'll just read the actual quotes of what they said. When I think about the scale of work based on the amount of reaction, I realize it's truly a large scale project. At the time, it's disheartening. Again, I just want to point out the fact that Anaris Canones wants the cake that these people made. Like she wants the whole thing. That is the impression I got when she complained about only getting paid a couple $100 for like a minute worth of dialogue in the movie. It's disheartening that compensation for the work is not exceptional compared to others, and instead it's a relatively insufficient amount considering the position. It's a sad situation. There seems to be no dream. Anyway, I think let's read this part. The end of MAPPA, what's really happening. So Jujutsu Kaisen Season 1 aired in 2021, but MAPPA didn't animate that one, right?
Yeah.
Isn't that correct?
Yeah, they did that one.
Wasn't there something we covered about where Season 2 was animated by a new studio and it had a completely different art style?
Vinland Saga?
No, they did. We did.
Yeah, they MAPPA
they
did
changed the art style.
They just changed the art style, so it's still MAPPA, but the art.
I think MAPPA did both seasons. Like they did.
I think it's
like the character designs are a little bit.
Yeah,
different.
I think literally the character designer is different. They got a new designer or something. They also took over for Attack on Titan Season 3.
1 second.
Season 4.
92?
No, Season 3. The final season?
The final season is Season 4.
No, it's not.
It is.
In what world? There's only 3 seasons of Attack on Titan. There's
4
1, 2, and then 3.
No, there's 4 seasons. There's 1, 2, 3, then final.
Is there? What happened in Season 3 then?
Season 2 is the one where they're stuck in the tower, and season 3 is the one where they, well, I don't want to spoil, but where they uncover the mystery.
Okay, whatever.
Go back. No,
Season 4, then whatever the long one was.
Yeah.
Just whatever. Like you were wrong. It's just whatever.
All right. So anyway,
I'm sorry, I was wrong, Reese. Reese was right.
Thank you.
It was 4 seasons. I'm sorry. The long season was MAPPA. They came
thank you.
in.
He can now reach completion.
All right.
So the anime, however, was in production for around 18 months before it finally aired. Oh, okay. So for season 1, they got to do the entire thing before it aired. Jujutsu Kaisen anime is governed by a production committee, which comprises of Toho, Shueisha, and other entities. As is the case with anime that are produced by production committees, which usually contain a broadcast partner, the broadcasting window for a future season is usually decided beforehand. And then the contracts are signed with the studio animating the series, which requires them to abide by the deadline set. For instance, Attack on Titan's final season was scheduled to be broadcast in late 2020, even before Wit Studio had agreed to work on the sequel. Is that why they didn't? The tight schedule made Wit not sign on for the sequel. This led to production issues even after MAPPA picked up the work. It was all downhill. The case with Jujutsu Kaisen was something similar. The production committee set a broadcasting window for 2023 for Jujutsu Kaisen Season 2 and probably agreed to the date on the contract. Now, here's where the issues begin. By issues, I mean the studio's ambitious project, Chainsaw Man. Chainsaw Man did not have a production committee behind it. It was funded entirely by MAPPA. And both the anime were handled by the production manager Keisuke Seshimo. Production managers are responsible for creating a master schedule for an anime's production and see to it that the deliverables are attained. So here's the timeline for it. So Jujutsu Kaisen's anime ended the first season in March 2022. Jujutsu Kaisen 0 movie released in December 2022 too. Great job. The movie was produced in a span of 4 months, which was deemed as bad by the animators. Check the tweets mentioned. Yes, of course. Now a major section of the staff from Jujutsu Kaisen has shifted to Chainsaw Man, which aired in October 2022, meaning the staff had somewhere around 9 to 10 months to animate the 12 episodes of the anime. The same production line with the animation directors and KAs, key animators, including director Go Shozono, were then shifted to Jujutsu Kaisen Season 2, which was due in release in July 2023. Did they pull this? I think they pulled this immediately off of, this is directly from Anime News Network, it seems. Like, it looks like an Anime News Network thing. If we are to believe that Jujutsu Kaisen Season 2's production did not start until Go Shozono was relieved of his duties from Chainsaw Man, his last credited work is on episode 8, then the staff only had under a year, around 6 to 8 months to be precise, to work on it before the anime started airing. I mean, that seems like a lot of time considering what we normally hear. So for a series of 20 plus episodes and an arc that is focused heavily of big fights and action sequences, the timeline was too stretched. According to KAs, key animators, and other staff online, the production on an episode goes on till just days before it's airing. In the other article, I was seeing that it was like mere hours before the show aired is when they would finish it. That too, after most of the staff members were working overtime. This poor scheduling can be attributed as the main cause for the Jujutsu Kaisen Season 2 animators having a meltdown. But then this problem isn't MAPPA's alone. So then they go on to talk about other places. So it's all downhill. Japan needs to have more sex. That would reduce the stress of their animators and also produce more animators. So win-win.
It's a win-win combination. It's a win-win.
I have solved the birth rate issue. I do deserve the Nobel Prize. I also solved it when I proposed that you make a dating app where you are paired with people who have similar doujin tags in their search history as you. All right. So in other anime news, Mission Yozakura Family has new characters. And remember we talked about that anime last podcast that had that very much like How to Draw Anime vibe. What is it with this thing with the girls with like the streak of hair like Rogue? And also looking like they were drawn by How to Draw Anime.
Too much yapping, I'm out.
Right. I don't know. Too much. Yeah. All right. See ya.
Go buy a hat.
All right. This character looks like a completely different drawing style. Like completely different from this character. Anyway. All right, so there you go. You have this to look forward to, I suppose, if this is what you're going to be watching.
You got to check the hands. Always check the hands.
Yes,
Make sure
check
it's
the
not
hands.
AI.
Well, I look at this hand, right? Something's off about the shading on that for sure, to say the least.
Yeah, it looks like her hand is swollen.
Yeah,
because of the shading.
Yeah, it looks bad.
Or it actually looks like they made it a palm instead, because it's got that little line in the back of it.
Like maybe they were drawing the hand, and then like originally it was her other arm, and they just repurposed the hand and moved it and put the gun on the other side of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, kind of.
Like the shading and that line in the middle of the back of the hand,
and this part
make it
right
look
here,
like a palm. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like you take the fingers off, that's a palm.
You should feel bad. You should feel bad, artists.
And that guy's foot too.
And I don't even know what's happening here. This is the only reason you're like, oh, maybe I'll check this out. Mr. like Bucket Man. Do we have a name? No, don't. I mean, we have a name, but was OpenAI in the news? I mean, it has been, yes.
All weekend.
Yeah. You want to give us the short version, Random Lemon?
Everything's back to normal.
Yeah, so the long version is that apparently OpenAI is a nonprofit. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah, so they are a nonprofit that owns a for-profit company. And Sam Altman, the CEO of OpenAI, was ousted from the role, but then basically 99% of the employees put out like a petition that said, if the board does not resign over their ousting of Sam Altman, we are all going to quit and go work for Microsoft on Bing, on the Bing chat, right? Instead of ChatGPT. So they basically forced the hand and got Sam Altman back. And it's just been like, there were some reports, I'm pretty sure they were jokes, but there's some reports that are saying that the company, all the employees said they needed Sam Altman back when the board was trying to run the company by asking ChatGPT what to do. So yeah, it's been a hectic, crazy week.
So the only thing that's changed between last Thursday and today is there's a new board.
Yes. The board heard itself in the confusion. All right. So previously we talked about 'Tis Time for Torture, and we talked about the weird like saliva tongue thing. I gotta say, I don't want to watch the show anymore. These character designs are so unappealing. If these are the characters committing the torture, I'm out. There's the tongue thing I was referring to. Yeah. All right, moving on. Goro Taniguchi's Bloody Escape anime film reveals new trailer and visual. Hey, Greenline, do you know who Goro Taniguchi is?
Yes, I do.
Okay. For anybody else who doesn't, it is the creator of Code Geass. So even he doesn't have the clout to not have his new show done totally in CGI.
Yeah.
Anyway. All right. The Magical Girl and the Evil Lieutenant used to be arch enemies is officially announced. The Magical Girl looks to be wearing a diaper. That's why they're arch enemies. Plus-sized Misadventures in Love manga gets TV anime adaptation.
That is
the
a
English
plus size.
The English localization will be called God damn it. I fell in love with the whale. God fuck, that was a terrible joke.
That's a pig, not a whale.
I wonder if Monica Rial will play.
Oh boy.
That's gonna be funny. Who do you think they're gonna choose? Samantha Inoue Hart? Like, who's gonna be the person who has to be? I'll be the fat voice. Like,
imagine they get a guy to play her.
No, they're clearly going to get one of their skinny friends to do it. Just
Senpai,
like, well,
Senpai is an Otokonoko, which the English localization should be my senior cross dresses, because that's what that means. Don't get attached, because that's a man.
Just on the outside.
Also, Cherry Magic, 30 years of virginity can make you a wizard? So previously it was funny, the concept. It's also a yaoi. So there you go. So now if you were going to watch it for the concept, you're probably
Reese,
not...
how's that? Reese, how's that Harry Potter game coming? Are you a wizard yet?
Oh.
So Adachi, a 30-year-old virgin, discovers he has the magical power to read the minds of people he touches. Unfortunately, the ability just makes him miserable since he doesn't know how to use it well. And to make matters worse, when he accidentally reads the minds of his very competent, handsome colleague, Adachi discovers the guy has a raging crush on none other than Adachi himself. Things are about to get very awkward. Which one do you think's the 30-year-old virgin? Probably this one, right?
The
This
other one
who
looks like he's like 45. So
he
I
looks
hope
like he
so.
hasn't slept in 30 years.
Yeah. It's actually the guy in the glasses in the back. It's not
Right.
even the main character.
It's Schrodinger's cat in this box. All right. Cool. So Kadokawa is creating its own anime studio. According to a new report, publisher Kadokawa is looking to kickstart its own anime production studio. So when it comes to anime, the industry's old rules no longer apply. You can now get a movie done in 4 months. The medium has grown bounds in the past decade, and these days technology has made anime bigger than ever. It seems everyone wants a piece of the industry as such, and a new report has just confirmed Kadokawa is eager to expand its own reach by founding an anime production studio. Yes, you read that right. The popular publishing firm is looking to open an anime studio, and it will be fully owned by the Kadokawa Corporation. So, is anybody else a little bit like surprised? You're like, oh, I don't know why. I just would have thought they already had a studio. You know, like,
yeah.
The information comes from Animation Business Japan as the publication poured through a new report posted by Kadokawa. As it turns out, the publisher has confirmed its intent to create their own fully owned animation studio. This decision is a fairly natural one, given Kadokawa's current presence in the anime world. After all, the business is plugged into anime in several ways already. The publisher has overseen a number of original stories, which have been given anime adaptations. From anime licensing to home video sales, Kadokawa does it all. In the past, it has helped distribute and or oversee IPs like Sword Art Online, Mushoku Tensei, and more. Wow, very different offerings there. The company has even taken its anime interest global by acquiring Anime News Network as part of its Kadokawa World Entertainment branch. They bought ANN before they had their own studio. See, this is all part of our plan. First, we're going to get our propaganda rag. Then we're going to make anime and tell everybody it rocks with our propaganda rag. Let's see. So with its cross-media reach, it is no surprise to hear about Kadokawa's intention to produce anime itself. As for its upcoming industry plans, Kadokawa has shown a little light on its production goals. Animation Business Japan says Kadokawa is interested in producing longer shows. This could be done by increasing single seasons with more episodes. What? Do you mean increasing? Could be done by increasing single seasons with more episodes or by approving multiple seasons for a show from the outset. We will have to see whether this goal pans out in the long run, but for now it seems Kadokawa is moving full speed ahead with this new project. Great. So that's a good sign, right? Kadokawa is getting ready to start making its own anime. Wonderful. Toei Animation also announces global expansion plans. Oh shit. So now they are announcing plans to expand globally with offices outside of Japan. How does that usually go? Why don't we ask Sony how that's going? If you need more proof of anime's dominance, just look at Toei Animation. The company has been around for decades, and it has rolled out some of the industry's most popular titles, from Dragon Ball to Slam Dunk and One Piece. Toei Animation is busier than ever these days, given the anime's rise in global demand. And now a new report, the brand is ready to expand globally. In a recent report, Variety confirmed that Toei Animation's plans to expand its reach. The global initiative began in Europe as Toei Animation is looking to open an office in Italy. Does Toei own Tiger Mask by chance? According to the report, other global offices are being eyed with locations in India and South America high up on the list. Yeah, just fuck America, right? Nobody needs to go there. Currently, Toei Animation has a few overseas offices. Oh, they already do. Okay, great. The company has long had workers present in North America, as well as Asia. Of course they do. Australia and Africa, and the Middle East. However, it seems Toei Animation is eager to expand those branches and open new ones. It seems the market in Europe is ripe for expansion. And that is why the company is planning to open its Italian office ASAP. It just doesn't seem like a market that really matters that much. I mean, I know they like anime there, right? But it just seems like a weird place to go next. I mean, I guess you already got all the big names, right? But they're like, yeah, we also want to do one in India. It's like, that should have been like number 2, bro. Tsunohara Satoshi, an executive at Toei Animation, detailed the company's ambitious plans during a recent appearance at TIFFCOM. It was there. The exec said that it would be hugely significant to just have so much sales happening because we moved to Italy, to have a sales division present in India. And as for an office in Mexico, well, Shinohara says serving that Latin American audience would be a game changer. Really? Really now? That's the game changer for decades. I guess. Because like when Dragon Ball Super was airing, they were making those like Mexican boxing posters, and they were like promoting the new episodes in Mexico with like Goku versus Hit, and they were like showing them at bars and stuff where people were going to watch it, where they would normally go and watch like a boxing match or something. Game changer, totally. So anyway, what was it being fair? Looked inward for metrics. The audience being catered to was distinctly Japanese, but in recent years, data has proven the global appetite for anime is set to dwarf the demand in Japan by population alone. No duh. From 2012 to 2021, Toei Animation has seen more than 40% increase in global revenue. However, these profits are eaten into by licensors and the like. Despite earning nearly $660 million in global revenue last year, Toei Animation's net income stood at $157 million. Okay. As you can imagine, Toei Animation wants to cut down on middleman costs while expanding its IP notoriety on a global scale. Hey, man, if you want to take away from Funimation/Crunchyroll, I am all for it. Let's do this, Toei. Given the rate at which anime and manga are growing, it is easy to see why the company is running forward with this expansion. All right, so there you go. So two different Japanese branches are expanding and or creating their own studios. And a Saudi Arabian broadcaster officially joins Fuji TV and TV Asahi production committees. The production committees. And they announced Arabic simulcasts for Protocol Rain and Yokotaro's Kamiarabi God.app. So if you don't know what a production committee is, it is the funding that gets the show produced. So if Saudi Arabia is getting involved, how many panty shots you think are going to get passed?
None.
None would be the answer. So Anime going global. It's such a good thing. Can't wait for my hijab anime. So, what planet do I need to go to find the source of the Japanese so I can bring most of them back to Earth to repopulate? Also, Ken Akamatsu warns about international pressure censoring manga. So in an interview regarding the freedom of expression in Japan, Negima and UQ holder mangaka turned politician Ken Akamatsu warned about how the major threat to creative freedom of expression doesn't come from within Japan, but from international pressure that's censoring manga. He reiterates his goals in politics to protect freedom of expression. Protecting the freedom of expression was also part of your campaign pledge when you were running for your position. To which he replied, right. You can tell from the incidents like last year's case where an international women's entity complained about an ad on the Nikkei that we are in an age where pressure on restrictions on freedom of expression comes from overseas as well. So we must take measures in order to deal with this threat. Currently, there is only a very low possibility that national law restricting expression will be passed. However, if international agreements to that sort of effect are passed, then national law will be changed to fit with the agreement. So we must avoid this scenario from ever happening. Write it into the Constitution. Akamatsu also discussed his stance on it's just so funny. Like people in the West, like a lot of people on the right, they're like, man, if I had a time machine, I would tell the founding fathers to just make it even more fucking clear in the Second Amendment. But the Japanese are thinking like, no, you don't understand. Every episode must contain panty shots. No exception. Yeah. Akamatsu also discussed his stance on the popular topic of AI art. Oh, this is a very AI-centric episode here. In recent years, illustrations using AI art have seen a massive increase. Will there be any problems with freedom of expression or copyright? Ken Akamatsu said, regarding AI art, currently what is being discussed is the transparency of the data learned set. In order to create AI art, billions of existing art needs to be learnt from, and there have been criticism that copyright holders have not given permission in many cases, making it illegal. Literally, oh, you're an artist? What did you draw that? Oh, I drew it based on my mind. I thought of it. It's like, well, you used millions of inputs from stuff you saw in real life and other art you saw in museums in order to build it. Right? It's literally the same thing. However, having AI learn illustrations is not illegal. The term illegally learning is wrong from the start. For me, having profit from the commercial use AI illustrations be given to the creators used as part of the dataset is a favorable outcome. Considering how many billions of illustrations are used, splitting profits easily is impossible. So the creation of some sort of management institution like JASRAC for music or some sort of fund to bring profit back to the industry is a more realistic method. Imagine the guy who did the Wilhelm scream getting like that tiny percent of profit every time it was used. Or selling image generation AI that has finished training can also be considered. That way, AI, other than officially sold versions, can be treated as pirated versions, giving back some amount of control. This way, creators used as the data set can also directly earn back profit too. So once again, the original, like they fucked up the branding or the PR behind it. But NFTs could have done so much of this if they had used it properly instead of making, digital beanie babies that were like a get rich quick scheme. There are some people who might say that AI has gotten to the point where it can draw better illustrations than me. But look at the world of chess. AI has been stronger at chess than humans for quite some time, but many people still enjoy it. Children still enjoy drawing with crayons, even though the AI is better. For the world of comics, I hope people can remember the joy of the act of drawing itself. Well, so do I, but I also think that ain't nobody got time for that. All right. In more AI generated stuff news, you guys want to take a breather for a minute? You want to talk?
I'm always taking a breather.
All right. I'm gonna dip out for 1 second and come back in.
He likes coming in and out. That's his thing, apparently. It's longer than 1 second. Jeez. We've had enough breathes now.
On the one hand, I'm thrilled to be getting through so many articles that I've held on to for a while. But on the other hand, it has been a very verbose podcast. Let's address chats real quick. Mecha J says bad dog. Bean, Mecha J says you're a bad dog. All right. I conveyed the message, don't worry. Aren't those companies publicly traded? Can't she just buy stock and get dividends if she believes that they are making all this profit? I don't think Stability AI is, and like most open AI is a nonprofit. Stability AI, I'm assuming, is as well.
Stability AI is, they might also own some private company, but OpenAI's private sector is, I don't know if it's publicly traded like on a stock market, but you could, in theory, talk to them to buy the stock, but it's only going to be small, or it's probably not going to be small purchases. Like Microsoft owns 49% of the for-profit company, but I think they worked out a deal to do that as a private trade, not a public trade.
Yeah, so I don't think she could. No, I don't think she could. I mean, Stable Diffusion's free. You know, like that's the wonderful thing about it is it runs locally on your machine. Nobody can take it away from you. You know, more like similar degenerate. That's what I meant. What do you, Dojin? They're all degenerate. Like, are you crazy? Nobody actually reads the wholesome tag. Are you weird? AI will master hands. Hopefully you can master spelling. All right, I guess we're caught up. All right, let's go into this. So I'm curious about this. We've talked a lot about this actually over the years, that Tezuka, who the godfather of manga, has, like, I mean, he's long dead, but they have, like, his corporation or whatever has been training their own AI on data sets of all of his drawings in order to try to get it to create something. They've already released something. Now they're actually trying to generate a new volume of Blackjack as though it was written by Tezuka himself, by training it on all the stuff that he'd previously written.
That would be interesting because in the States, at least, that new manga would be copyright free.
Yeah. So what they're doing is that it's not 100% generated by the AI, right? It's curated and prompted, you know what I mean? So they're trying to make sure that it remains part of Tezuka Corporation or whatever, right? So AI generated episode, and they mean chapter or whatever, of legendary Blackjack manga series unveiled. So a project to create a new episode of Japanese manga legend Tezuka Osamu's Blackjack series with the help of generative AI has been completed. It will debut in a magazine that goes on sale on Wednesday. AI X Hito. Okay. So I guess they're saying AI and person, like artist. Tezuka 2023. The Tezuka 2023 project kicked off in June to commemorate the 50th anniversary of the Blackjack series, which centers on a genius surgeon who practices medicine without a license. Oh. It was led by Tezuka Makoto, the late manga artist's son. He and Keio University professor Kurihara Satoshi, an artificial intelligence expert, held a news conference at Keio University in Tokyo on Monday. There, they unveiled the first 5 pages of the new 32-page medical drama. The story begins with Blackjack and his assistant Pinocchio visiting a company that makes cutting-edge prosthetics and artificial organs. There, they meet a patient named Maria who has been given an artificial heart and is bedridden with multiple tubes attached to her. Blackjack realizes a serious problem exists with her transplant and gets to work solving it. Okay. Tell me the whole story, why don't you? Tezuka says it's a very contemporary theme and a work that is very Blackjack in a way that makes that it takes on problems that will happen in the future. I think my father would have wanted to use AI. He always said he wished he had more hands so he could draw as much as he wanted to. Creating a new character with AI. The project's team used generative AI to create the basic storyline and the new character, Maria. The team members then improved upon the AI's ideas and came up with the final storyline. So this is, I think we actually already covered this. I'm going to go ahead and skip a little bit because we've already covered this. Yeah, we talked about this, where the team specified Maria's age and physical characteristics along with descriptions such as she's wearing headgear, her neck is also a machine. Yeah, I think we talked about this. And it did a bunch of different iterations. They picked one they liked, and then they basically drew it on their own. Anyway, I guess that's it. So it's coming to, it's actually going to be in Manga Anthology Weekly Comics or whatever. Anyway, in addition, Golgo 13 spin-off manga Gunsmith Dave is returning with a new arc in February. I didn't know this existed, and now I want a Gunsmith Dave anime. So there you have it. In other news, the Hunter x Hunter creator is going to reveal a dropped ending in case he passes. Well, I guess he already released it, so we'll read here. So Yoshihiro Togashi, the creator of Hunter x Hunter, will be revealing a dropped ending for the manga series on TV Asahi's Iwakura and Yoshizumi show on November 21st, 2023. So that just passed.
That is not the picture I would have used for the article.
Yeah.
Pito, like that of all the pictures you could have picked, it's like you picked the okay.
It's like the PTSD of the pussy mouth.
Yeah.
Look, let me just ask you this. How many female characters are in Hunter x Hunter? I can't think of any.
There's quite a few. There's a few.
Sure.
Not that one.
There's the really ugly mole woman. Would you prefer that?
There's the buff one.
There's the girl with the vacuum, right?
I would have preferred yes. I would have preferred like the ant or the girl with the vacuum
What about the girl with the big muscles?
No.
Biscuit?
The blonde.
Oh yeah,
yeah. I would have taken Small Biscuit, not Buff Biscuit.
All right. Anyway,
Buff Biscuit. I'm sorry.
So Togashi stated in a message that he dropped that the dropped ending for Hunter x Hunter would be the only one they would go with if he were to pass away before finishing the series, and apologized in advance if that ended up being the case. According to leaks that have yet to be confirmed, Togashi has 3 planned ending scenarios with different levels of satisfaction depending on the condition of his health. Like literally, it sounds like he's saying, like, you know what, this is just, if I survive, you get the best ending, but if I die, you get
fuck you.
Yeah, you don't get to have it. It dies with me. Yeah. Oh, shit. Water bottle just fell on me. The ending that will be revealed during the TV Asahi program is the 4th ending that ended up being dropped. So here's the leaked message on Togashi's ending translated by a fan. Togashi's ending. For the ending, I have prepared 3 scenarios, A, B, and C. When considering the proportional reaction from readers, ranging from satisfaction to dissatisfaction, the ending A is deemed satisfactory by 50%. Just like fucking...
Oh.
Boy, if he really talks this way, the probability of you enjoying sex tonight with me, Sailor Moon creator, is 23. You know, like I will give out when my back acts up. The ending is deemed satisfactory by 50% and unsatisfactory by 20%. Missing 30% there. This does not necessarily imply a high rating, but for me, reaching it will be secure in a way that doesn't complicate matters with excessive criticism, in my belief. As for ending B, opinions will be divided similarly between satisfaction and dissatisfaction. For ending C, I anticipate a satisfaction rate of 10% and dissatisfaction rate of 90%. Why do I keep it present, even with a high rate of dissatisfaction? That's because it is my personal preference. But fundamentally, I want to think that to the utmost extent about an ending to the point where I might not choose any of these three and create what I find most enjoyable, which is my ideal and goal. I don't remember how Yu Yu Hakusho ended, but I think I liked it. To give you a clear picture, I will share scenario D, which fell out of the candidate scenarios for the ending. If fate takes me before finishing the manga, consider it the manga's ending. I would be happy if you forgive me for that. All right. Spoilers, potentially. Next to the lake, a girl named Jean, holding a fishing rod, stands motionless. Suddenly, the rod shakes violently, and Jean startled exclaims, I got him! I got the Lake Lord! She skillfully lifts the Lake Lord onto her shoulders and stands before a woman saying, as I promised, I caught the Lake Lord, Mom. Jean approaches the woman and passionately declares, you must not tell me again. You must become a hunter. Oh, no. The woman, with no tricks left, nods her head. Jean, still carrying the Lake Lord on her shoulders, walks away. The mother comments to her husband that Jean's dream is to never leave the island and inherit their place. The father agrees, laughing, and the mother expresses her dissatisfaction, saying, perhaps her desires will change later, but I want to know, you and Jean, why are you like this? Surely it's because of the blood of Grandma Mito and Grandma Noko. The woman seems unaware that Grandma Mito and Grandma Noko are not related by blood, and the father smiles knowingly. The woman, expressing her unwillingness as a mother, adds, but Grandpa Gon was a famous hunter, and this girl will one day leave the island. Wow, this is a dissatisfying ending.
Well, that was dumb.
Jean insists, I will never leave! Although she is no longer visible in the heart of the forest, she hears her parents' conversation and responds defiantly. The father, amused, says, you have a sharp eye. Wow! Dissatisfaction out the roof.
I want my money back.
Yeah. The scene changes to the shop, continuing its work from Mito's days. The Lake Lord has been cleanly cut and its internal parts sorted. Jean thinks to herself while working, Mom never understands.
Wait, they killed the Lake Lord?
Yes.
Go and put him back. Come on. Why the fuck did they kill him?
Mom never understands. When Grandpa speaks joyfully about his memories of being a hunter, Grandma Noko quietly moves away from her seat. Every time Grandpa Gon affirms her belief is heard from someone, she strikes the cutting board forcefully with a knife. I'm tired of this. To wait for someone's return after months and years of sadness crushes my heart. I make someone wait for me. Then the door opens. Okay. And a warm voice echoes. A chubby little child enters holding a plant. The child exclaims, I caught the Lake Lord for real. Well, let's honor the whole island with it, Jean replies. I always wanted to be with the person I want to be with together always. The child agrees, yes, both of them, with broad smiles on their faces, cook the food. A bird flies away from the island over a town and its people. The son of one of them, the daughter of another, and the grandchild of another live in different places, exchanging smiles. They might be the children of that character and the grandchild of that character. The bird flies away into the distance. In the background, a figure watches the scene. Holy shit. I hope he never finishes. Wow. Holy cow. You deserve the back injury. Like everything about that was awful. All right. All right. Japanese government considering taxing IT giants on game apps by 2025. All right, everybody, get your keen eyes ready. The Ministry of Finance released a report by a study group chaired by Hitotsubashi University professor emeritus Eiji Tajika on November 12th on how to levy consumption tax on sales of smartphone game apps distributed to Japan by overseas companies, mainly IT giants. Hold on. So they want to tax the microtransactions on games from out of country? According to the report, the Japanese government plans to collect consumption tax directly from IT giant companies that mediate the sale of apps and aims to implement this by the 2025 fiscal year or later. The study group was held 3 times from April to June 2023. The report also points out that taxation on platform operators should be implemented as soon as possible with companies such as Apple and Google in mind. Huh. Well, okay. We'll see how that goes. All right. Is Pito a female? Who is Pito? Do you mean Mito?
No, Pito. Never Pito, the cat girl.
Oh, I don't know.
The cat guy.
I haven't gotten that far. He transferred the pain from the back injury to the audience. Yes. All right. In more games news, Shirofune continues inserting politics in criminal border translation. Shut up, incel! Huh. Remember when it used to just be, shut up, virgin? Like, shut up, incel. Virgin that nobody wants, a.k.a. incel.
Welcome back, King Sab, by the way. That wasn't about you.
Thank you.
The publisher Shirofune is at it again with political inserts and translations, which with the latest case coming from the localization of the recently released visual novel Criminal Border or Liminal Border on Steam. Shirofune previously made headlines after trampling over the localization of Nukitashi with politics, Big Bang Theory memes, and other questionable translations. This time around, it didn't take long for users to see more of the same, with an early example showing a character using the term incel when the original Japanese work said loser instead. Yeah. It is it would be too hard of a term for the Japanese to hear, considering their birthright problem. So I understand. The developer Purple Software's work was censored from the start on Steam after being renamed from Criminal Border First Offense to Liminal Border Part 1, likely due to strict guidelines from the platform. While Shirofune couldn't be blamed for changing the name in its stream While Shirofune couldn't be blamed for changing the name for its Steam release, many felt that the company could have done better in the naming, but also questioned the publisher's history of making unnecessary changes and unfaithful translations. All right. While promptly or probably bragging about it on Discord. Okay. Localizers were a mistake. Okay. Also, a Chinese streamer dies after 5 all-nighters of Genshin Impact. Would you rather die from 5 nights of Genshin Impact or their urethral insertions they're so known for?
5 nights of Genshin Impact.
He didn't even have to think. A Chinese media company has come under heat following the death of a college student who died after pulling 5 all-nighters in a row, live streaming Genshin Impact for the company.
Oh.
According to the report, a third-year university student, surnamed Lee, that could be anybody, working as an online game streamer.
That's like half the population, isn't it?
Named Mohammed, right? Like, working as an online game streamer for the Hainan Quinyu Culture and Media, died on November 10th in Zhengzhou, Henan province, after roommates found him unresponsive and breathing rapidly in his sleep. Lee's roommates called the ambulance, but the student was pronounced dead at the hospital shortly after. JT Vega says that happened with World of Warcraft. He broke the female who died in 3 days of playing. He broke the female who died in 3 days of playing.
I think they mean... Oh, I don't know. I was gonna say maybe they mean,
okay.
like broke the record.
Broke the record. Oh yeah, okay. So the Chinese streamer broke the record of the female who died in 3 days of playing. Men are better than women.
But I mean, she died quicker.
True.
Weak.
So that's why I was a little confused.
So Lee's roommates called the ambulance, but the student was pronounced dead at the hospital shortly after. Maybe he also had COVID. Julie, get some sleep tonight. Get some sleep tonight.
Do you want me to leave?
No. We're talking about a streamer who died because he played Genshin Impact for 5 days straight.
Oh, I'm not going to go that far.
But they said that they found him. He was unresponsive and breathing rapidly in his sleep. So maybe it was the amount of energy drinks. So anyway, after investigation, it was discovered by Lee's father that his son was contractually obligated to live stream for 240 hours in 26 days, along with 15 short video uploads to earn a minimum salary of 3,000 yuan. That's 10 hours a day for 24 days out of 26.
That's crazy.
That's nuts, right? Like, holy shit. The company that hosts the live streams was also the host for a 6-month internship assigned by the school. Lee was working day shifts, but moved to night shifts on November 5th. However, he live streamed from 9 p.m. to 6 a.m. for 5 nights in a row before his death on November 10th. According to Lee's father, the company denied allegations and has not yet admitted responsibility, and they were only willing to pay 5,000 yuan in compensation. He also noted that the company originally wanted his son to stream during the daytime, but convinced him to play during the evenings as he'd get more tips at night when more people were watching. That's why we stream at night. Doesn't work. All right, so Microsoft is fully on board with generative AI in games. Let's see if I can read this as fast as fucking possible by just scrolling through it. So basically, they're thinking of using, like, for example, ChatGPT to generate the dialogue of the NPCs. So that when you talk to them, you could get lost in the world of the game and talk to them forever, fall in love with non-existent fictional NPC characters, and get further detached from reality in the dystopian nightmare that is the world. That is what they want to do.
Sounds like a good time to me.
Yep.
I mean, for an NPC that normally when you go talk to him, he just repeats like the same maybe 3 or 4 lines.
Yeah. See, this is the problem. I know I have talked to an NPC enough when they start saying the same thing over and over again.
Yeah.
I am now going to talk to an NPC endlessly and never get the answer. I will just keep going and thinking, oh my God, surely he knows the way to the treasure.
The best part is, like, with AI voicing, it can all be voice recorded too. And then you think surely they didn't pay a guy to speak endlessly, right? Yeah.
Except when we get AI voicing, we're gonna get Naruto Storm Connections, which is hot fucking garbage.
That Chinese streamer was onto something. The Cool 2T gives us a $10 super chat.
Whoa.
It does work. Nice.
It says, or does it work?
Yeah.
Question mark.
And I'm answering, it do.
Well, I feel like weren't you making the accusation that we don't get?
Yes, stream. I said that's why we stream at night.
To not get money.
It doesn't work. And then he says, or does it work? Because we got paid. That was the thing.
I get it, but
trying to hint, nudge the audience.
Yeah. Tara Strong said, when my Joker died in Arkham City, I cried a lot. In that moment, I lost my love, and it felt real, and I was emotionally struck. I think there's something to be said for humans voicing characters that bring the audience along on their emotional journey. Can't believe I have to say it. Wow. I would just like to point out, if this is how Tara Strong feels about a fictional character, no wonder she got fired over her tweets about Israel getting bombed. All right, cool. Well, I don't care about any of the rest of this. This is the direction everybody's going to go. Just bring this.
I think they already did it with Storm. Did you hear the voices in the new Storm game? They're god awful.
There's a bunch of games now. Well, no, there's some of them that are like people are blowing their mind. Like, I can't fucking believe this is AI generated kind of stuff. But there are situations now. Like, so to bring this full circle, I was just talking about how historically the workers it's always a race to the bottom, right? The workers are always going to be wrung out for more and more work, tighter and tighter deadlines. Anytime you do achieve the impossible, it proves the impossible can be achieved, and therefore the expectation is raised, right? So with that said, every company is going to embrace AI because it accelerates the deadline. It lessens the work. It lowers the budget, So no matter what they pretend to chastise, AI is anti-human, they will all embrace it, all of them. And I've got this. Let me.
Oh, right on time. I'm glad I brought that up then, because that is just
yes.
The hottest garbage.
Speaking of possible AI use.
Did that wake you up?
Yeah, so this person here, let me go back. You guys heard that, I assume, right?
I heard it. Yeah.
It was really
was pretty quiet.
It's already maximum. I can't turn it up anymore. I'm sorry.
But I've heard that before.
I can mute it. No, I can't do anything. Sorry. Anyway, so I tried to download that clip off of Twitter. Every single Twitter downloader I used for the video, it was muted. I have no audio for it. I don't know why. So I really couldn't. I can't do any better. I'm sorry. I failed you. All right. So did that wake you up? Bro, this dub is horrible. Why did they redo the voice lines? Asks this person. Other person tags the voice of Naruto and says, no way the voice director said that was okay. Like, voice of Naruto, you suck. How could you have voiced it that way? Voice of Naruto responds, I can guarantee I did not say that line that way. Believe it. What's that from? And I guarantee no voice director of Naruto or the games would have me do that in that way. So then this person says, Naruto's VA didn't even know about the game? Oh God, this is worse than I thought. Very possible they redid the dub with AI voices at this point. So this news I'm bringing to you, I saw on Kiwi Farms. So credit to them. They pointed out that Nagato in this, Naruto X Boruto Ultimate Ninja Storm Connections is still voiced by Vic.
Right. Oh, shit. You're holy fuck.
But Iruka, instead of being voiced by Quentin Flynn, is voiced by Kyle McCarley.
Okay.
Now, this is interesting because Quentin Flynn has voiced Iruka in every single game up to this point that I saw, at least. But Kyle McCarley has voiced Iruka in Naruto Shippuden for like 100 episodes. Like I think it's like 477 onward or something. I guess that's like 33 episodes, whatever, 23.
Oh, did he really? I thought it would have been Boruto.
Yeah, and then he also voices him in Boruto. So it's a little weird. It's a little weird. Like, that indicates to me that they would have had to record lines unless they took the lines from the show, right? To get Kyle McCarley voice. I don't know. It's very strange. Like, the voice actor for Naruto didn't even know that this game was in existence, apparently, right?
Yeah, that's just. I'm convinced thoroughly that like.
Does it work? No, try again.
Right.
Yeah, I can't wait till they find out. Good.
Yeah, the realization of like this had to have been AI. There's no way. Like it, people like to clown on dubs, but it's like the dubs for these games has not been that bad. That is straight up AI. That sounds like an AI filter that nobody bothered to correct to run it through the system again. Like, run it through again, damn it. That doesn't sound right. What made you think that sounded right? If you're going to do AI, fucking run it through
It doesn't even sound like Naruto.
Yeah.
Right? It sounds like a I don't know, like a Kingdom Hearts character, I feel like would sound. Like, I don't know. It's very strange. Anybody else have any thoughts?
Nope.
All right, so into release news, Odd Taxi's manga was licensed by Denpa, so you can now read Odd Taxi. I love the logo for it. It almost sort of looks like a porn title. Yen Press reveals extensive New York Comic Con acquisition slate, so I'm holding on to these. This is from October. So they got Black Summoner, The Alchemist Who Survived Now Dreams of a Quiet City Life, Trinity 7 Revision, Sword Art Online Progressive Canon of the Golden Rule, You Can't See the Snow, Adults Picture Book, so the synopsis says, erotic manga author Kudo's friend Haruki passes away, bequeathing his daughter to Kudo. When he meets a woman who reminds him of Haruki, he proposes on the spot. By blood, friendship, love, or circumstance, family is family. How does any one of those things connect to the next thing? Why is it called Adults Picture Book? He's an erotic manga author. He finds somebody who looks... who reminds him of the father, or maybe I don't know. Very weird. Cover not final, at least. Reviere and the Land of Prayer. Once Upon a Witch's Death, The Tale of the 1,000 Tears of Joy. Classroom for Heroes. Amalgam Hound, My Gemini, All or Nothing, Fox Colored Jealousy, I Want a Gal Gamer to Praise Me, and The Tiger Hasn't Eaten the Dragon Yet, which very much looks like Shota level, like eating the dragon is a euphemism. Not yet. Not till he's 18. A tiger catches its prey, a lone dragon. Upon seeing the dragon's undeveloped stature, the tiger refuses to eat it. Is what ties them together simply natural hunting instinct or something more? I mean, the fucking groping that thigh. Like, yikes. All right. Yen Press also got Days with My Stepsister, Sword Art Online Re-Einkrad, The Kept Man of the Princess Knight. Is that what we call slaves these days? Bungo Stray Dogs Official Anthology, Goblin Slayer A Day in the Life, No Game No Life Chapter 2 Eastern Union, She Likes Gays, but Not Me. Friday at the Atelier, which feels reminiscent of Blend S for some reason. Guillotine Bride, Brunhild the Dragon Slayer, the God of Nishi Yuigahama Station, and then what are these? The audiobooks? Yeah, the audiobook announcement for Reign of the Seven Spellblades and Bakano.
Yeah.
So finally, another one worth listening to. How many characters are in Bakano?
A lot.
A fuck ton, right? Like
a fucking lot.
Let me ask you this, Reese.
Yeah.
Would you rather one single voice actor, somebody talented, let's say like Patrick Stewart, comes in and voices every one of the characters, or AI voices all of the characters, but it's the voices from the show?
Neither.
What do you desire?
I mean, knowing Yen Press, considering they got freaking J. Michael Tatum and Brina Palencia to do Spicy Wolf, I can see them doing J. Michael Tatum and Caitlin Glass.
Okay. It is called the rolling bootleg, so AI does seem like an option.
That's the first option.
It fits pretty well.
So also Bungo Stray Dogs, and that's it for Yen Press. Alien Books announces first slate of manga titles. So this is a comic publisher who has seen the death of manga and said, fuck, we got to get in on this manga game. There ain't no fucking way we're going to stay afloat. So they got Kinryo Rock, Kerberos in the Silver Rain, and Momo, Legendary Warrior. End Roll Back.
Nothing says something like heroic than Momo, right, guys?
Fake Rebellion. Momo means peach.
Yeah, Peach Warrior, man.
Yep. See, the Legendary Warrior. Momo. It's pronounced Momo. All right, J Novel Club expands to Europe with the JNC Nina. J Novel Club Nina. All right, so they've got Hell Mode, the Faraway Paladin, the Saint's magical power is omnipotent, Tear Moon Empire, Brunhild. I guess Yen Press only got that for the U.S. market. J Novel Club gets Brunhild the Dragon Slayer. I'm sorry, Brunhild die Drakenschlachter for the German release.
Wow.
Classroom of the Elite. So they also put this out here. As for why the expanded service was called JNC Nina, well, it's a very Japanese flavored dad joke. Why the name Nina? 2 equals Ni, 7 equals Nana, 27 countries in the EU. There you go. That's why it's called that.
What the fuck?
All right. They also got, for their non-overseas stuff, they got this light novel, the Nia Liston, The Merciless Maiden. Wow. The exiled noble rises as the holy king. The oblivious saint can't contain her power. Forget my sister. Turns out I was the real saint all along.
Okay.
Okay. Harunohi Biori. Oh, I'm sorry, that's not what it is. That's the person who wrote it. The Otome heroines fight for survival is what it's called. Also, The Water Magician. Management of a Novice Alchemist. Sword Saint Adele's second chance. A peerless swordmaster begins anew as a saint to save the princess. The banished former hero lives as he pleases. See, this is why you don't want to hold on to these articles for so long that you have to do a show like this where we just read endlessly. RVing my way into exile with my beloved cat. The villainess is tripping.
It's a long ass title.
In another world with my RV. Like Chivalry of a Failed Knight. The Duchess in the Attic. Dear Lord, it just keeps going. The Water Magician. Through the Viewport, Child of a Ruined World. A Livid Lady's Guide to Getting Even. How I Crushed My Homeland with My Mighty Grimoires. Oh, it's the story of a man turned into a pig. Butareba. Okay, that's the end.
That must be the manga.
Yeah, the manga. The light novel? Manga, yeah. All right. In other news, I saw this. So you guys remember previously that I covered, or I showed on podcast that I physically bought the Sound Euphonium Season 2 Blu-ray that said it was dubbed in English, and it was in fact a fucking lie. Well, apparently Aniplex lists an English dub for Bunny Girl Senpai on the package, despite there not being one. They also had this listed in the YouTube trailer and the Right Stuff listing.
When it was originally solicited.
Yeah. So turns out, we didn't cover this, but it was reported back in September, at the end of September, that unfortunately for the English dub fans who wanted Rascal Does Not Dream of Bunny Girl Senpai English dub, there will not be an English dub. Aniplex mislabeled their box when they sent it to Right Stuff, and Right Stuff had apologized for the misleading information. So there it is. Reese, do you want to take it away with the Crunchyroll news?
Well, at least I get to save money on
Yes,
Senpai.
Right Stuff. I'm sorry. Forgive me. It is Right Stuff. That is the segment.
You said Crunchyroll.
I know. I failed.
News? What?
Sorry. Yeah, Right Stuff. You want to take it? Do you want to take it away?
We have One Piece season 13. Step away. I'll be right back. So more One Piece coming, and then the worst choice for Spy Family season 2 or season 1 part 2 for the standard edition. Season 1 or part 1 was a group shot, and then all of a sudden, oh yeah, let's fuck it, we'll just do single, just get Lloyd on there. And then they even broke continuity with the discs, because part 1 was like Lloyd and Yor, like spy version, assassin version, then casual version. So it's like, okay, Anya and Bond, but no, it's like they got 4 different characters on these discs for some reason. So that's really great, wonderful. And fucking website. They got the LE coming for part 2, which looks kind of okay, I guess. Should have had this image for part 2 standard edition. So. And we have Handyman Saito in Another World complete season. It's coming. So this was alright. Revenger also coming. And then Chilling in My 30s after getting fired from the Demon King's army.
I've heard some good things about this one, but I don't know.
It's pretty decent.
Is he a
but
wizard?
For some reason, this still says English and Japanese, but there is no dub for this. Japanese only.
Nice.
Where's the back?
You were supposed to fix the lies, not join them.
Yeah.
They're dubbing less, it seems like.
It's called saving money. They don't
Yeah,
want to
but-
do it unless it's a necessary.
Yeah, but Sentai does that. Like Crunchyroll previously, like when they were Funimation, dubbed like damn near everything.
Yeah, but I think Sony's trying to cut backs because buying Crunchyroll was like a $1 billion thing.
I mean, they got 2 good reasons to sell this one. I mean, we covered when this was coming out.
I'm not gonna watch it.
When this was first coming out, we hadn't covered it. Like that one image from the trailer, like looking over the top of him, like from over her shoulder, like these freaking camera angles. And they're still charging this like the regular premium price for it, as if they hadn't dubbed it.
They really shouldn't.
They
better be careful.
Cut off $20 off of that.
Because I think a fan could probably sue them for false advertising if they bought the thing not knowing that it wasn't.
It's just listed on the website, and they is it listed on the packaging? No, it's not listed.
No, if it's listed on the packaging, then
Yeah.
couldn't they have a reason to sue though?
Yeah, of course.
False advertisement.
Oh, he's finally back. Jeez.
Yeah, he comes back after talking about the good part of this.
Okay. And I heard nothing but good things about Bochi the Rock, and then they didn't dub that, and it's like, what? Everybody was talking about that. You didn't dub that? Why the fuck?
That was hot shit on the internet. What the fuck? So, anyway, that's it.
Sony is being sued by who? Kultu T also asks, is No Game No Life still banned? Yeah. I did think it was weird that it was getting a new manga or light novel or whatever.
Light novel. Yeah.
No, that what we just announced was a manga.
Yeah, that was the manga adaptation, right?
The manga continuation.
Apparently not still banned. I don't know. It's weird.
What I wasn't paying attention. You announced something that was No Game No Life?
Yes. It was in I think it was in the Yen Press licenses. Here, I'll pull up mine.
But there is another light novel. I'm pretty sure I saw.
Oh yeah, there's plenty that hasn't gotten adapted.
No, he's talking about new novel releases, not new anime.
Right here. No Game No Life Chapter 2 Eastern Union.
Yeah,
new series announcement is why.
New series?
Well, for a new series from Yen Press.
Okay. So the manga has been way behind.
Yeah,
right?
like it got canceled because the author's wife who was doing the art was caught tracing or something.
Yeah.
And so the manga was put on basically an indefinite hiatus.
Hold on. The author's wife? Or
he was also so he sorry, no. So his wife does the art for the
manga.
For the
light novels.
Okay.
The pages. And then also the anime got nailed for the magic circle that they used.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
How did I not hear of this?
It happened a long time ago, ages ago.
Yeah, it was when the anime was airing. But yeah, so the anime got nailed, and then a couple weeks later, it was his wife who does the art for the light novels, and who is also doing the art for the manga.
Wow.
Got nailed for tracing. But
Should've
it was
just
like
used AI.
But she was stealing people's poses. Like it wasn't like she was just copying.
I reckon that's the Captain Ginyu pose.
But wasn't Toru got in trouble for the Goku posing as Captain America? Remember that? It was Toru
for the Dragon Ball
Super manga.
Yeah,
he literally traced over Captain America.
I hope it was the Captain America with the horrible anatomy. Goku just like super fucking fat. Yeah.
By the creator of Deadpool.
Yeah.
Yeah. So so there's the manga there. There's also a new light novel that's coming out. It's up for pre-order right now. But as far as I know, they're pretty much caught up with the Japanese light novels. I think because he went on hiatus. He stopped writing them for a while.
Yeah.
So I think we're relatively close to what the Japanese ones are.
Cool. So if you guys are itching for some new threads, you can head over to stealthweeb.com and pick up this awesome Oh, I'm logged in. That's why you can see some of these this awesome merch that will support the show. You can't buy this one. Sorry. You missed your window. You could also go to ocapodcast.com/store and you can pick up such wonderful shirts as It Was All Consensual to commemorate the molestation of that child at the hands of Damon Mills. So there you go. Definitely wear it to a convention and have Damon Mills sign it. I mean, what?
Yeah, that would be super awkward for him, but funny for us, right?
Yes, make sure you film it. Just like it's like when in 2016 when they were showing up at Hillary's events going Infowars.com just screaming it in the audience. All right. So you can pull tissue from the head of Dragon Ball Cyberman. This is new merch. He's in like a Goku like satin pajamas here too. Like
they should have a Yamcha variant of this where he's doing the death pose.
Oh yeah, that's right. Because it like spits acid out of his head.
Because remember, he self-destructed on Yamcha when the Cybermen killed him.
Yeah, right there. Yep. And he never lived it down.
Nope.
All right. Anyway, that's a thing you can get if you want. Japan is looking to ban synthetic cannabinoid HHCH after many have fallen ill from the gummies.
Of course, you mean what translates to we don't want it. Period.
Japan no like gummies.
They literally don't care, even if it's vape variants. They don't care.
So So two individuals from Sapporo, Hokkaido, were taken to the hospital after consuming so-called marijuana gummies. Well, hold on. Look, there's one thing you took a gummy and you went to the hospital. It's another thing you take a gummy and like, I don't feel anything. Take a few more, right? And then you go to the hospital.
Yeah, but why does this feel like a story? Why does this feel like an agenda story that Japan would concoct just to say, you see, marijuana is dangerous. Let's ban it completely, even if it's gummy or vape.
So this is HHCH instead of THC, I'm guessing. I'm guessing that's the thing here. It's a synthetic substance derived from cannabis, which Japan is planning to ban. Yeah, it kind of does sound that way, King Style.
That's what I'm saying. It seems so convenient.
So according to local sources, two men in their 20s from Sapporo said that they had ingested something like cannabis gummies, as well as a liquid they purchased from a shop. Wait, hold up. Is this booze? Did they get cross-faded and they had to go to the hospital? A liquid poison. The two reported feeling unwell and were transported to a hospital where they tested positive for marijuana use. Last week, the Ministry of Health, Labor, and Welfare's Drug Enforcement Division raided 5 stores that were selling gummies. The raids took place days after five others ranging from their teens to 50s fell ill after consuming gummies. While the psychoactive constituent of cannabis, THC, is already banned in Japan, the synthetic substance HHCH, which can cause hallucinations and memory impairment, isn't banned. The health ministry is planning on banning all substances with structure similar to HHCH, which will be prohibited as early as December 2nd. Now, look, I'm just saying. Japan in the 80s, most drugs were legal. And the anime was off the hook. Right?
Yeah, we had many Stephen Kings of Japan because of that.
Banning drugs may be the thing that started the downward spiral in Japan. I'm just pointing out, Mario eats a magic mushroom to get big. All right? That was the 80s. Okay? I'm telling you, man, that's what it was.
He also consumes a star that has like the rainbow color, that thing,
Yeah.
right? That's ecstasy, dude.
Yes.
That's ecstasy.
Yeah, your kids will be playing games in Super Mario Wonder. It's a truck. So, yeah, I really think that the downfall of Japan started when they banned drugs. That's end of discussion. All right, anyway, just gonna move on from here. All right, just because, again, I've been sitting on so much of this AI related stuff for so long, and I really want to get these out of here. Japanese tea commercial actress created by AI has some wondering if it's the human-free future. I'm sorry, scandal-free. The scandal-free future. No chance of your spokesperson causing off-camera scandals if they don't exist off-camera. Rule 34, though. Am I right? Last month, the Japanese tea maker Ito En expanded its popular Oi Ocha line with its new Oi Ocha Catechin green tea. A month and a half later, they've unveiled their commercial for the product, starring an unnamed spokesmodel. There's something vaguely not Asian about her, right? She's only just AI model with a pinch of Asia. She's not unnamed in the sense that she's acting anonymously, though, but because she's an AI created model. The future me starts from now, says the narration as the model skips through a futuristic cityscape, puts a bottle of Oi Ocha. Oh, dear Lord. She looks like an AI Megan Rapinoe or whatever, like with the hair. The future of me starts from now, says the narration, as the model skips through a futuristic cityscape, puts a bottle of Oi Ocha Catechin green tea up to cover our field of view, then brings the drink down to show herself at a younger age. Oh, I'm sorry. Was she just old as shit? Is that the hair? That's clearly purple. Am I wrong? Is that meant to be like gray?
I think it's purple.
Am I wrong? She came down in a bubble dog.
The younger model. This is that thing about Asians where they look like they're 7 until they're 50 and then they're 100. The model isn't the only part of the video's visuals that AI had a hand in creating either. Ito En also used image generating AI to create the Oi Ocha Catechin green tea label. First, the program developed over a dozen candidates. Wow. Such wow. After which human designers evaluated and improved them.
Do you think the actress from the commercial is like a mix between like a whole bunch of like famous actresses in Japan or something?
Yeah, I think that the copyright lawsuit for the likeness will be reported on shortly.
Yeah, because she looks like she could be a famous person or a mix between a bunch of them.
No, she reminds me of like in first of all, AI didn't actually generate this because the fingers are too perfect, right?
Yeah.
AI didn't make this. I think it's like an image of a face that's like deep faked onto like an actual model is what they're doing. I'm guessing. There's no way AI did the rest of it.
Yeah, because the fingers, it'd be 12 fingers in her hands. Both her hands would have like 6 each.
So they said these were then evaluated by AI, paring down the field before the human designers took one more once over and finalized design. It's funny that you say that because what I see is you asked it to design it 12 times, thought, well, these are the 6 best, but let's make some changes to what we actually wanted. And then we let it design it, but we just ended up sticking with the one we really just wanted. Oh, no, I guess it's this one, right? Okay, maybe. The abstract label design seems like the sort of thing that wouldn't be too hard for AI to develop, but the commercial actress is startling lifelike looking, prompting a comment for the video, including, when the video started, I was thinking, I don't recognize this actress, but it turns out she's AI made. Modern technology is amazing. We finally made it past the uncanny valley. No, I don't think so.
No.
Not quite. You finally made it past the deep fake with the middle tooth. We finally made past the Uncanny Valley. It looks totally natural. I couldn't tell she wasn't a real person until I saw how her lips move when she's drinking. I gotta see this. Come on. That gave it away to you? Yeah, I guess. I guess the fact her mouth doesn't open. Yeah. Wow.
Yeah, it looks like a live action. It looks like a live action anime character. Because you don't really see the teeth when she drinks it, or like her mouth is like awkward.
They didn't want to have her open her mouth just to give the opportunity for even that much more material.
Right.
Of course.
Her eye movements at the very end look a little unnatural, but it's incredible quality. I gotta see this. Oh, you mean like the fact that she blinks without actually closing her eyes? It's no more unnatural than, very real person Mark Zuckerberg. Oh, right there, yeah. She got a little sleepy. Like, wake up! Okay. All right, anyway. Not everyone is sold on the idea of AI models trying to sell them things, though. AI seems to be really good at creating forgettable faces. Ooh. Yeah, the technology is impressive and all, but realizing this person doesn't really exist makes me feel sort of empty inside. Suddenly, my boner, yeah. I can't finish. Yeah. Knowing I'm not objectifying a real person just makes me feel empty inside. I think it's a bad idea to use AI models to sell food and drink products. I feel like as AI advances, we're headed towards a dystopia where everyone we see in commercials, TV programs, and mass media in general is going to be an AI-made model. Historically. And you know what the crazy thing is? The tracking that is currently happening, like on people in the internet age, soon the ads you see are going to be tailored by AI to you. Okay, so we've seen from his porn browsing, he likes triple D breasts. Give the model triple D breasts when selling him the cheeseburger. And it'll seamlessly integrate. And everybody will get a different version of the ad, catering to the thing they will be most likely to stop scrolling to see.
I don't know if that'll be the case.
Why not?
Because that takes away the, oh, did you see this?
Yeah, did you see the ad?
It doesn't fucking matter.
Did you see the ad with the girl with a huge tit?
It doesn't fucking matter though, because it is going to be tailored to you.
A diaper.
Took it too far, Reese.
Hold on. I think it's time. For no reason at all.
Oh, I did that on purpose.
Okay. All right. All right. For no reason at all.
Horrible person.
Let's see. I think it's a bad idea to use AI models to sell food and drink products. I feel like okay, wait about that. Historically, as technology advances, it becomes cheaper to utilize, and there's been a lot of talk, especially in the show business sphere, about whether it's now, and that's going to be the weirdest thing. Like, just take what I just said about, okay, like, I kind of am excited about this future.
Where they sell you
Can you think of an actress or an actor that you personally really dislike that's very popular? For me, Scarlett Johansson. Do not like her at all. Right? So when Ghost in the Shell is getting made, right, and Scarlett Johansson's playing her, I'm like, oh my God. I don't even want to go see it. You know? Now take your triple D AI ad and you get to watch movies with your favorite actors in the roles. Like our tracking of this individual shows that when this actress comes on screen, their boner decreases. Therefore, put this actress instead, right? That's how it's going to be.
But wait, we can't do. We found when we had this actress on screen, we found that they paused it for 15 minutes.
We found that they kept rewinding their 10-second scene.
We kept rewinding that scene in Basic Instinct.
Anyway, so about whether it's now become less expensive to use AI than human performers, things may or may not have gotten to that crossing point yet, but a number of commenters pointed out another reason AI models might be an attractive choice for Ito-En and other companies. With AI models, there's no risk of them getting involved in scandals. I think we might be coming to an end of the era in which companies are willing to take on the risk of hiring human spokespeople. If you're upset about companies using AI models, you should complain to celebrities who cause scandals. Look, all I'm saying is Matt Rife, comedian with a Netflix special, is my hero, right? Like, bring on the scandals. The more flawed you are as a human, the more I am willing to buy the product, right?
Yeah. Nobody's perfect.
Except me.
Except for Nobuhiro Watsuki. I mean, what? No. It should be pointed out that Ito-En hasn't made any explicit statement that its AI model is an attempt to mitigate the reputational risks involved from human endorsements. I mean, seriously, like, imagine. Nobuhiro Watsuki is proof that it doesn't fucking matter. Like, why are you so bent out of shape over this?
Well, it probably has to do with the fact that in Asian culture, like, they don't want like a big scandal if like a celebrity gets caught doing illegal
child
substance.
Porn? Is that just Nobuhiro Watsuki, creator of Kenshin? Like
that too, but like, say substance. Remember, wasn't for
yes,
Judgment? Didn't they
for,
change the
for
actor?
Yakuza? They removed Pierre Taki. Yes.
Yeah,
they completely removed him from the game.
They altered his face, and I think they got a new voice actor to dub him over.
Yes. So some people in Japan have a copy of the game that still has Pierre Taki, but they like did a day one patch kind of thing, where they like tried to get rid of him from all future versions because he got caught doing coke.
Which is so
Look, the reason that anybody in Japan has a successful anime or acting career is because they do coke. All right. You think those animators are pushing those cells without doing coke?
Meanwhile, having CP will get you a slap on the wrist in Japan, but but if you do drugs or you get caught with substance in your body, you're fucked.
Yeah,
you're done. Especially
That's
if you're a
capital punishment, man.
You're banned for life as soon as you serve your sentence.
So there's a big section here we have not talked about. It just has not. Look, I apologize. This year has been a shit show for doing the podcast. Like, because I am so far behind on so many topics every single week, because you get to the point where it's like, fuck it, we have to do the show, right? I don't have time to collate all these other news articles and stuff. We do them every 2 weeks now. It's so fucking hard. But give me a break. At the same time, the upside has to be something that marketing teams and advertising agencies are acutely aware of these days in the wake of the Johnny and Associates sexual abuse scandal. So, bottom line, there was a major scandal that arose from a talent agency called Johnny and Associates that shook Japan. And it was funny because I really wish we had covered it, because it was really funny at first, because it's like they're choosing not to rename themselves to not be Johnny and Associates when Johnny was like the fucking Epstein of,
it was like male talent. It wasn't women talent. It was
and they were all getting raped now.
Yeah, so, they were told, like, if you don't do this, you're not going to have a job.
Yeah. So dozens of major companies are scrambling to rework their marketing strategies, which previously relied largely on members of the talent agency smiling and looking stylish while standing next to the product, or even just the logo of the company they were endorsing. Japanese celebrity endorsement marketing is almost entirely focused on the spokesperson's image. So when that image becomes sufficiently cracked, it has the potential to take the entire promotional strategy down with it. I just cannot fucking believe in a world where some random bitch that was hired to drink a Coke in the Coke ad turns out to be a huge, like, I don't even know, a Scientologist who burns down a mosque or some shit. I can't imagine people stop drinking Coke over. You know what I mean?
She's a leader of a sex cult or whatever. You know what I mean? Like
the Nexium cult. Yes.
Yeah, something like that. Like I can understand, but that's like that's like a rare
like
thing,
literally
you know?
when what's her name from the Nexium cult was found out, like Allison Mack or whatever.
Yeah.
The thing was, she's that girl who played a character in Smallville, not boycott Superman. Oh, gross! Like, you know, I just get I can't even fathom this.
I think you do have situations where it does happen, like
the guy from Subway, Jared.
Yeah, Jared Fogle. His career is
Did
done.
anybody stop eating Subway when it turned out he was a pedophile?
I think some people did. I think it hurt their brand.
Look,
I kept
hurts
eating
your
Subway.
Brand worse when you have like penis tucking swimsuits at Target. When you hired Dylan Mulvaney for Budweiser, it's not that Dylan Mulvaney then did something. It's that they hired Dylan Mulvaney in the first place.
And you have gender neutral bathrooms in a public restroom. You know what I mean? Like in Target, like there's a reason why there's men's and women's bathrooms, so you don't have predators going after minors or women for that matter.
But what they do, but what they did is they just made like one single room, like family bathrooms, like an entire hallway of them.
But the point is, nobody gave a shit. Like, it was funny. You'd be like, oh, that's fucked up, that guy, and all the commercials for Subway turned out to be a pedophile. But nobody stopped eating Subway because of it.
I didn't stop.
You stop eating Subway because you find out that they have cushion foam in their freaking bread. Okay?
Is it going to be a lot of people? Probably not. But there are examples. For instance, there was a case where some like no-name actor who happened to be in Power Rangers killed some people. And the news stories were all like Power Rangers actors kills someone. Now later on an actual Power Ranger did kill someone, but that was later. But they still, even though these two actors, one actor,
it was Jason David Frank who killed himself.
Yeah, well, that too.
Yeah, but I'm talking the kid, the actor who killed the first Power Rangers actor that harmed or killed somebody, right? Wasn't he like a brother or like a kid brother of one of the Power Rangers or something?
Yes. So we're going in reverse chronological order. Okay. Jason David Frank killed himself. Yes. So we're not talking about that guy. Then there was the Wild Force Red Ranger who killed his roommate over a fight with a samurai sword.
Ooh.
That actually happened. Okay, so now we're going further. So we're going further back in time, and now we're getting to the point where I'm talking about, where the media kept ragging on this, like, oh, this is a Power Ranger actor. And yeah, I do believe, King Style, you're right. It was when they get turned into kids. It was the actor that played one of the Power Rangers' brother during the short period of time. I think he was in like a few episodes. It was nothing, but the media kept saying Power Ranger actor, and it got to the point where Jason David Frank at conventions would have to tell people like an answer to that, like, oh, didn't like Power Rangers someone kill someone, and he'd be like, no, and it was
bad PR.
Yeah, it was bad PR. I don't know if anyone
dragging the Power Rangers names through the
it almost like it could have killed the franchise.
Well, I don't know if that's what I'm saying. I don't know if it would kill the franchise.
Well,
I don't
not
know if
Sentai, not Sentai in Japan, but like the Power Rangers like brand here.
We all know this. Yes,
the
Power Rangers name is separate from the Sentai name in Japan.
and we all know that like it didn't kill the franchise, but and when the actual Red Ranger did kill someone, it didn't kill the franchise.
I remember.
Could it have affected some parents saying you're not watching Power Rangers anymore?
I remember when we covered the Pierre Taki thing, every one of the comments from the Japanese was, I don't fucking care. Like, Pierre Taki or bust. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, I just think this is so absurd. The Japanese are so, like, image obsessed. And granted, like, all these people are like, oh, I remember thinking when the video started, I don't recognize this actress. It's like, yeah, because they are so image obsessed that they beat off to every single actress that there is, right? So when they find a new one, they're like, what? I haven't been following her since she was like a beauty pageant, child beauty pageant star, you know? Like,
or when she was doing Miss Japan back like 5 years ago or whatever.
Miss Joshi Kosei. Yeah, it's crazy, right? Anyway, anybody got any more thoughts on using AI to create spokesmen?
Nope.
It's the future.
It's the future, but here's the question: if there's like amalgamation of that, that might lead to a lawsuit in the future. So it is what it is.
You guys remember how we have that in with God damn it! Why have I just forgotten this? Kenichi Sonoda.
Yeah.
What if we got him to draw the OCA podcast mascot? What if we got him to draw the OCA podcast mascot that we designed through the Vroid character creator?
It's actually not a bad idea.
What if we called in that favor to have him draw our green alien girl?
You know what I can't wait for? The random person that happens to look like one of these AI characters.
Yes.
Right?
I can't wait for that lawsuit.
Yeah, and it's just like, your AI character looks like me.
And I was definitely here before your AI character.
It'd be funny. It turns out they got plastic surgery, like just to do the lawsuit. I want to look like this girl, this made-up girl that doesn't exist. Like she tells the doctor that it's recorded.
People start getting plastic surgery to look like the artificially generated person. Is what you're saying? Like,
yeah, so they can win a lawsuit.
Well, not even just
or
to
get
win the
money,
lawsuit,
or just to get like a
People are
payout.
crazy. Maybe they're like, I like that AI person. Yeah.
I want to look like that Mark Zuckerberg. He's not AI generated. What? All right. So in addition, Toei develops a virtual girl named Lisa using AI tech, and the project also uses Unreal Engine 5. Although you'd never know it by how awful it looks.
Oh my god, it looks like a video game character trying to come to life but failed miserably.
Yes.
It looks like something out of like Resident Evil or something like that.
Yes, from like one of the earlier games.
Like
it looks like one of the cutscenes for the first Silent Hill that was fully 3D, but janky as fuck in the cutscenes.
Do you remember the Mega Man Battle Network anime series where one of the evil, characters came to the real world, right?
I don't, but if we would like to do that for a watch club, I do own it and would love to finally watch it.
Let's do it, because like this character becomes like in the real world, but he doesn't realize he's not really physical. He's actually a doll in a suit, essentially.
Buzz Lightyear, yeah.
Yeah, so essentially this AI thing is what I think of from that Battle Network anime.
So let's find out what Toei has to say here. So Toei revealed the creation of Virtual Girl Lisa, a project using facial motion capture. The face is the worst part, right? Like that's the thing that looks the worst.
Yeah, it looks like a mannequin. It looks like a terrible
It's using
mannequin.
facial motion capture and generative AI technology under its Toei Zukun Laboratory brand with a teaser video on Friday. The company describes Lisa as an original virtual character. She has created social media accounts in English and Japanese to learn about humanity so she can befriend everyone in the world. So I'll play this. I got a couple videos here. Wow. Groundbreaking technology.
That was weird.
Yeah, they must. Did they take the grunts from like an anime or something, or did they just get? Did they just get a woman?
Probably
To,
from
we
a
want you to.
hentai.
Yeah, we want you to. They get a woman officer. We want you to make noise for this thing we're doing. They don't even know what it is. They don't even know what it
Hire
is.
King style. Hire a real voice actor. So she said, "My clothes are designed by the staff at Zukun Laboratory. How do I look? Do I look nice?" And then she says, "You are looking at me through this." Barf. Oh my god, it looks so bad. And then there's this one, just to embrace how awful it looks.
You know what it reminds me of?
The Ring?
Well, that too. No, but the Ring, but the previous one, you know how like it looks. You know what it looks like? You guys ever played Dragon Ball Z Budokai Tenkaichi, like the American intro where they're fighting? It's like 3D and they're going through like a 3D portal or some shit like that. That's what
I
it
have
looks
played Dragon
like.
Ball Z Budokai Tenkaichi 3, and I don't recall anything you're talking
No,
about.
the first
But she does
one,
look
the
like she
first
came
one.
out of like Fatal Frame or Clock Tower or some shit.
No, it looked like they're in a white void portal that was from that intro.
Oh, she's in the Matrix.
Yeah.
The loading screen.
The only
So-
thing missing is Neo and Trinity and Morpheus.
Lisa's model was created with the help of Unreal Engine 5, which is often used in game development. The Toei Zukun Laboratory brand was established in 2010 with the mission of designing the future of content. It's been 13 years, bro. Really? This?
It took them 13
This is-
years to do
this-
that? That's a waste.
Okay. Fucking hell.
It's a video game character.
Toei and Toei Animation recently established the new Flare Creators Company in June, which will handle planning, marketing, production, advertising, and business development for original content, which includes 2D and 3D CG anime, live action, television works, films, blah, blah, blah. Anyway, so 13 years to produce this. Let me show you now something. I have been following this Twitter account for a couple years now. From what I understand, it's a husband and wife who have devoted this Twitter account to producing a Japanese high school girl 3D model. This is a pinned tweet from 2017. Illegal forever. Unattainable forever. Okay, so let me show you their website actually. So this is the history about it. 2015. I'm sorry. Wait a minute. Professional company Toei built this bullshit in 2010, or they started in 2010. This was released fucking goddamn 2023. Do you see this face?
Yeah, it looks like a
Do you
video
see
game.
the difference here?
It
Holy
looks like
cow.
it looks like a video game character that they tried to render properly and it failed.
This is from 2015. This is the first concept image they did.
I imagine they probably used a real person as a basis, probably a relative of theirs, so they didn't get sued.
I don't know. I'd have to look into it. I think it might be their dead daughter.
Ooh, another Astro Boy / Pinocchio situation. That seems interesting.
Oh, God, no. I don't know what that was.
It sounded like you were trying. It sounded like you were trying to do like
the URL ended
Johnny Bravo.
in other 18 adults, so I just decided to bail.
Abort!
All right. Anyway, groom calls off wedding after finding explicit AI chats on bride-to-be's phone. So a woman has been left at her wit's end after her fiance found explicit chat messages between herself and an AI character. Now he's called the wedding off, but she's devastated. Do you know the one thing that could devastate her further? People can't access their AI girlfriend because the service went down after the CEO was jailed for setting his apartment on fire. Oof.
That's a headline.
Did it be terrible if that guy that ended his marriage to his potential marriage with his fiance, he actually set that guy's apartment on fire just so the program can.
That would be funny.
The ultimate event. He frames him.
He frames him for arson,
and he gets to have that program shut down. He doesn't have the wedding. He wins double.
Yeah.
He's like, "Fuck yeah,
This is the head canon I choose to acknowledge." So the CEO, John Mayer, was charged with arson and terroristic. Thank you.
Terrorism.
Terrorizing.
The war on terror. Thousands of people have just been ghosted by their online girlfriends. Forever Voices. Temporary Voices is what it's called now. An artificial intelligence company that launched a myriad of celebrity AI virtual girlfriend chatbots via Telegram earlier this year went offline in October 23rd. On October 23rd, after the company founder and CEO was arrested. John Mayer, CEO of Forever Voices, was reportedly taken into custody in October for allegedly setting boxes on fire on the balcony of his high-rise apartment in downtown Austin, Texas. Local news outlet KXAN reported. He was charged with arson and terroristic threats, and his bond was set at $120,000, according to court records. I don't know why I thought it wouldn't be a neckbeard who started an AI girlfriend business. Before the service went dark and Meyer was arrested, the Forever Voices account posted a series of bizarre conspiracy theories about the FBI, former President Donald Trump, and rogue CIA terrorists on Twitter. The company offered users the chance to chat with an assortment of influencers and adult stars on Telegram through apparent AI technology. One popular account was for Snapchat influencer Karen Marjorie, 23, who charged $1 per minute for fans to have conversations with her Karen AI chatbot. I think we covered that. Users have not been able to access Karen AI or the company's other chatbots since his arrest. Wow. Forever Voices made waves when it announced its AI chatbots, which were marked as an easy way to satisfy fans and cure loneliness. You know what? Another way to cure loneliness? Buy a Tenga. Get yourself a Tenga. That one won't even. You don't even have to read. The service received backlash after users were able to engage in erotic conversations with the chatbot, which Marjorie said in June that it was not programmed to do so. Though the companion bots are limited to users aged 18 and older.
It's a shame this wasn't a Japanese one because instead of loneliness is loneliness. You know?
All right. So anyway,
broken English.
Again, sorry, holding on to articles. This is about Halloween. I chose not to cover this because who fucking cares? Wow, Peacock. Wow. Okay. Not almost as inclusive as the OCA podcast over there. So I'm sure we're going to read this in a second. Shibuya banned Halloween events because they get too rowdy. So the geniuses at Sora News 24 decided for their Halloween costume idea, they would dress up as the Tokyo neighborhood that banned Halloween parties. If we can't go to Shibuya on Halloween, then we're going to be Shibuya on Halloween. So in years past, Tokyo Shibuya neighborhood was the place to be on Halloween night in Japan, with costume partiers gathering around the Shibuya Scramble intersection and flooding the Shibuya Center Guide shopping street. As it's just a short subway ride from the Sora News 24 headquarters in the Shinjuku district, we made several Halloween trips to Shibuya ourselves over the years, with our ace reporter, Mr. Sato, usually taking charge of our group costume theme. This year, though, Shibuya has made it clear that it doesn't want people turning its streets into a mass Halloween party. After years of ugly, often alcohol-fueled Halloween incidents in the neighborhood, including vandalism and violence, this year, signs went up commanding no events for Halloween on Shibuya streets. It's a complex issue. On the one hand, the troublemakers were clearly having a negative impact on the local community, and the unregulated, organic nature of the Shibuya Halloween gatherings made maintaining law and order difficult. On the other hand, it's sad to see what was, for many people, a fun event that had become a symbol of the neighborhood get shut down, even for those who did mind their manners while partying. This left Mr. Sato in a tough spot while thinking of our team's Halloween costumes for this year. We wouldn't be going to Shibuya, but he still wanted to do his part to keep the Shibuya Halloween connection from fading away. That's when yet another of his brilliant ideas came to him. If we couldn't go to Shibuya, we'd be Shibuya. Okay, everyone, for Halloween, we're dressing up like Shibuya this year, he told everyone in the office, leaving it to each member of the project to sort out the exact details according to their own creative sensibilities. Since it was his idea, though, it's only fair that he show his costume first. Okay, Mr. Sato, come on in. Is that? Yes, it is. Why is he wearing a backpack? Why is it cabled around his crotch? Like,
what is he supposed to be? Like a street pole or something?
The statue of Hachiko the dog. The symbol of loyalty in Shibuya's most popular meeting spot. Remember, if you're dressing up as Hachiko, it's important to get the details right. For example, since so many people like to pet Hachiko, the metal on the statue's paws has become faded in color. Oh my God. Mr. Sato, consummate pro that he is, made sure to recreate this aspect in his costume. Next up, Sora News 24 founder and owner Yoshio. It includes a sign saying "Center Guy" across his face. It makes sense though, since he's dressed as a Center Guy street light decked out with various no Halloween parties notices and other etiquette reminders, just like the ones put up in Shibuya a few days before Halloween. Now, I just feel there is a very obvious dick there, so I need the baby. I hope this will be okay. We put the baby there.
The baby doesn't suck that part, okay?
Oh God.
Hold on. I think it's okay as long as...
We will continue to restrict ad revenue on breastfeeding content where a child is not present.
Oh, shit.
Wrong one.
You're right. But I can't do the areola is visible. It was my only choice.
Man, you need some help.
At Halloween, Shibuya is not a garbage dump, pickup spot, or ashtray. Let's all mind our manners. Yoshio really went all out with his streetlight costume, even rigging up functional light bulbs. Nice. Couldn't be bothered to wear underwear though, huh?
No.
To test the quality of Yoshio's costume, we went outside to see how well he could blend in with the actual Tokyo streetlights. He passed the test with flying colors, integrating so seamlessly with the surrounding scenery, not a single person realized he was really a guy in a costume. Or maybe they did realize, but just figured they should give any dude dressed like this a wide berth. For his Shibuya costume, our reporter Masanuki Tsunakoma thought big, literally, dressed as the Shibuya's most iconic architectural landmark, the 109 shopping skyscraper. Oh shit. Hey, apparently I'm zooming.
Oh, what's the advertisement?
It looks like Sonic.
It looks like Dragon Quest to me. Oh, Raid Shadow Legend. No, it's Monster Hunter. Woo! Oh, he's got like a little hole poked for him to see. In terms of combined cleverness and convenience, we've got to say Masanuki really knocked it out of the park. It's a costume anybody in Japan will instantly recognize, but that you can make in just a few minutes with a couple pieces of poster board, some markers, and something to poke a surreptitious eye hole for you to see out of. Next, we've got our reporter Go Hattori.
It looks like a paper version of Leatherface.
Which is the most terrifying of our group. Yes, even more so than Mr. Sato's Hachiko. A lot of that fear factor will dissipate, though. If you know our Shibuya history, for decades, there was a branch of the Tokyo department store located right next to Shibuya Station, and its logo was easily visible from the from the plaza outside the station and the rest of the Shibuya Scrabble vicinity.
I'm not seeing it.
Me neither. Oh, it's just this. He drew it upside down. You fucking idiot. The store's now closed, but in tribute, Go's taken its logo and turned it into a mask. However, his decision to go with larger, more contoured eye cutouts, plus an opening for his mouth, also produced some unsettling, chaotic clown vibes, especially when combined with his aggressive posing. We have 3 more members in our Shibuya costume lineup group, so let's see what they came up with. First, we have Seiji Nakazawa, who interpreted dress up like Shibuya to mean dress up like Japanese music critic Yoichi Shibuya.
That guy in the middle looks like Seinfeld.
Yeah, Japanese Seinfeld. What's the deal with cable?
Okay, Seiji always has music on his mind, so maybe we should have expected something like this. Let's see what PK Sanjun came up with. Oh, that's right. Yoichi Shibuya is also one of the main organizers of the annual Rock in Japan Summer Music Festival. So PK dressed up as Yoichi Shibuya, Rock in Japan opening ceremony remarks version. All right, one last chance to get back on course. Come in, Takashi Harada, who is dressed like Kaiji, the titular character of the anime manga franchise.
So does he have the dick nose and everything? No,
Yeah.
he doesn't.
Can you not see it?
Oh, wait a minute, I do. I see it.
This
I
was
see
even
it.
less expected than both Seiji and PK deciding to dress up as Yoichi Shibuya. So Mr. Sato asked Takashi what his logic was. Turns out he's mentally rephrased dress up like Shibuya to dress up like they do in Shibuya, and figured any sort of Halloween costume was okay. Oh. So he didn't even try. So in the end, only about half the people Mr. Sato tried to recruit into his dress up like Shibuya plan really understood the vision. That's okay though. True genius is always hard for some people to wrap their heads around. So they've got what, 3 or 4 images of that guy's dick on this article. And in any case, hold on, just one more time. Okay. And in any case, his main desire was to keep the idea that Shibuya Halloween can be fun alive. Oh, that it could be fun alive. Hopefully, he's not the only one that feels that way, and Halloween events can return to Shibuya in the future without undesirable elements. All right. You've been warned, for we do have a lot of interesting missed news. Some news I may choose to skip. I'm going to down a little bit more whiskey before we start. If anybody has any comments, no. Everybody's on their road trip to grandma's house for fucking Thanksgiving. How dare you? Somebody comment right now.
You're drinking for Thanksgiving early, aren't you, Brad?
I'm gonna pronounce it Thanksgiving.
Thanks.
I just not pronounce it the reason why without an S.
All right.
Thanksgiving.
Get out of here, ad.
Thanksgiving.
Okay. So a men-only train car to run in Tokyo as part of, quote, Weak Men's Association awareness campaign. By the way,
men get a men car.
Women also allowed on board.
Oh,
how is this any different from any other non-women only train car?
Underline on the first sentence.
Not really different.
Several trains in Japan have women-only cars during rush hour, established as a response to chikan, as gropers who take advantage of crowded conditions on commuter trains are called. This weekend, though, Tokyo is also getting a train with a men-only car. It's the brainchild of the Japan Weak Men's Center, a Tokyo-based non-government organization. The group says that its intent is designing a train car for men to ride in is to raise awareness that there are men who are sexually victimized by women. Women also allowed on board.
When I hear Chikan,
they actually really like it.
Yes, seriously. This is like when you read about the female teachers who have sex with the male students and everybody gives them a high five. Right? Mm-hmm. It's like, we're victimized by female chikan. Women allowed.
When I think of chikan,
mommy.
I think of like the Spanish word for like, you know, the Mexican American Californians, right? That like ride lowriders and stuff. Chicanos. Yeah, I think of that. It's weird.
Lowriders. Okay. Sorry, I'm just trying to work out.
You know what I'm talking about? You know the cars that have hydraulics?
I know you're talking about the cars, but in my mind, I was thinking about the motorcycles with the super high handlebars. And then this.
Hey, come on!
Cool. I'm trusting that plate.
Yes, it did.
I didn't see it at all. All right. So, the group says that its intent in designing a train car for men to ride is to raise awareness that there are men who are sexually victimized by women, as well as men who feel distressed riding trains because they fear they will be falsely accused of groping a female passenger following unintended physical contact as passengers are pressed together on crowded trains and their boners are rubbed against them. The men-only car, as it's being called, will run on the Tokyo Sakura tram, also known as the Toden Arakawa line, Tokyo's last remaining streetcar line. Rather than being a policy decision from the rail operator, though, the men-only car is coming about by way of Japan Weak Men's Center renting out an entire train. The trains are a single carriage format on November 18th. And despite the men-only car name, the organization say that anyone, regardless of gender, is welcome to ride, as long as they agree with the purpose of the event. As long as you agree not to molest these poor men, you are welcome. So the men's only car will depart from Minawabashi Station in Tokyo's Arakawa Ward on November 18th. Blah blah blah. Nobody gives a shit. Gonna skip all past that. Though at first glance the idea might look like an indirect protest of women-only train cars, that actually doesn't seem to be the case. Judging from a statement from the center that says women-only cars are absolutely necessary so that we can keep those women away from these poor, weak men who can't be molested anymore, so that they can feel secure and safe while riding. Such cars should be provided not just at rush hour, but at all times. At the same time, a men-only train car is an odd choice of venue to raise awareness for men who are sexually victimized by women. while the Japan Weak Men's Center says it receives calls from men who are suffering from domestic violence from their wives, no cases of women groping men on crowded trains have been reported in recent memory. Okay, I want to read that again. The Japan's Weak Men's Center receives calls from men who are getting abused by their wives, but not a single woman has ever groped a man on the train. Oh, boy. So the Tokyo tram passes through one of the less densely developed parts of downtown Tokyo and has been rendered largely obsolete by newer train lines. And with the men's only car running just once on Saturday afternoon, it's unlikely to cause much of a transit disruption. Wow. In other news, train molester arrested after injuring himself in failed escape attempt. Hold on, I just need to make sure that there was a baby on screen. There we go. It's our get out of jail free card for all areolas, which you definitely saw. Hyogo Prefectural Police arrested a 44-year-old office worker on October 31st under the suspicion of molesting a woman on a train. The suspect was accused of caressing the thighs of a 19-year-old woman sitting next to him on the Japan Railway Kobe line between Sanomiya and Ashiya between 11:35 a.m. and 11:45 a.m. By the way, in the chat, just sound off Mirage Leonardo if you are watching. The suspect was accused of, according to the police report, the woman grabbed his arm and told him, "You touched me, right?" But when the train arrived at the Ahiya station, you mean Ashiya? Come on. He shook free and ran out of the train. The train molester fled the station by crossing the railroad tracks.
And got hit by a concrete train.
Yeah. And climbing over the fence, but failed to escape after breaking his right toe and left heel.
Oh, man.
How tall is this fence that you broke your left heel and right toe? Did you try to do the superhero landing? He was found by station personnel patrolling the area about 50 minutes later. Train operations were not affected. Wow. All right. Oh, hold on. Oh, shit. Fuck. Oh, God damn it. Babies, get the babies on here. Well, scroll that. God damn it. Okay. All right. Safe.
Maybe go a little bit farther.
Safe. No, I'm pretty sure it's bad. Safe. Kabukicho female prostitutes are seeing more competition from male Tachimbo. All right. Thank you, baby. You've done your job. So Kabukicho, the entertainment district of Shinjuku in Tokyo, has been chaotic in recent years with the growing number of Tachimbo, streetwalkers, especially male prostitutes from Southeast Asia. The lady boys. The Tachimbo standing around in Kabukicho's Okubo Park has become part of daily life, with more variety than ever, with plenty of Gaijin prostitutes who've arrived during the pandemic. Many foreign-looking women... Why is it quoted? Have been parked in front of hotels, dressed in revealing clothing, and are more aggressive when it comes to calling out customers rather than waiting for the customers to come to them.
Oh.
There's been many cases of, that was actually a man since the end of the pandemic, said a local man who explained that before there were many women from Central and South America and East Asia, but since the pandemic, the number of foreign visitors has shifted to men from Southeast Asia. Here, even as times change, a new darkness is born, one after another, said a person who has been involved in the area of Kabukicho for many years. So that's like saying every day we stray farther from God's light, right? That's what that says. All right. 97-year-old man crashes car. Quote, "I wasn't driving a car."
Wow, he is so...
How old is Biden?
He's old enough to be going to school with Jesus.
But it's like, seriously, if you can't even drive, if you don't even recognize that you're driving a car, should you be running the country?
No,
You know,
no, absolutely not. And the fact that that elderly person is like, I don't know where I'm at, take the car away from him, take his license, put him in a nursing home or whatever.
I want it to be like, I was riding a horse, not driving a car.
I was taking a shit in my house room. How you doing in my house?
Old people continue to wreak havoc on the roads in Japan, with the latest being a 97-year-old who crashed into a building and then claimed to the police that he, quote, wasn't driving a car. On November 8th at around 2 p.m., there was an emergency call about a car crashing into another car in Shimotsubayashi in Minamidai Hanya Nishikyo Ward. Holy fuck, Interkill. Holy shit, that is a made-up place. There is no way. What is that written in 18 Japanese characters? Come on.
Absolutely.
According to the police report, there was an accident in which a car collided with a pickup truck. And when the police officer arrived at the scene and told the driver of the car to pull over to the side, he then accelerated and crashed into a building. I heard a voice saying, "Stop!" Then I heard a huge sound and then a bang, and then I never heard before. Oh, I thought this was the old guy. Fuck. I thought this was the confusion of the old guy. Said a local. God damn it. When I went to check, I saw that a car had crashed. The driver was an elderly man, and he looked surprised. When speaking to the police, the old man was incoherent, saying, "I wasn't driving a car. It wasn't me." Anyway. All right.
No mistake.
A man in Japan was arrested after sneaking into a woman's apartment and washing her lingerie.
They can never do anything right. When they do the laundry, they get arrested.
Hold on. Reese, which of these articles did we decide to read?
I don't know.
I think we decided the Sora News 24 one, but we wanted to show this GIF. Right?
I think that was you. I don't know. I can't even remember now.
I would have expected myself to start with this one and then say, but we're actually going to read this one after we see the funny GIF. Anyway, we're going to read this one after we see the funny GIF. There it is. All right. Man arrested in Japan after sneaking into a woman's apartment and washing her lingerie. Remembering to hang it up to dry afterwards, not likely to earn him any clemency. So on the morning of October 30th, a 28-year-old woman living in the town of Hamamatsu in Shizuoka Prefecture went out from her apartment for the day. Unfortunately, she left her door unlocked, and sure enough, while she had been out, a pervert had let himself in. As is not infrequently the case in such incidents in Japan, the man who had entered the woman's apartment was targeting her underwear. Question, before we continue.
No.
If you break in to steal a woman's underwear and you wash it, are you trying to hide the DNA evidence? Is that the reasoning?
Well,
Why not just steal them at that point?
I wasn't thinking about it before, but now maybe you've planned this out already. Is that why you know this strategy?
Oh boy.
How old is the guy, by the way? It's probably like some 50 or 60-year-old man.
It says, as is not infrequently the case in such incidents in Japan, the man who had entered the woman's apartment was targeting her underwear. However, the intruder was not a panty thief, as he didn't take any of the undergarments with him when he left. As a matter of fact, the woman might not have even known anyone had been in her apartment while she was gone, except for the fact that when she returned in the evening, she noticed her underwear had been washed and hung up to dry, along with some other articles of her clothing. Now, there are many cases where someone doing your laundry for you is a convenient and or considerate thing. For instance, if it's your spouse or a maid service you've hired. This, though, was obviously not one of those desirable situations. And so, the next day, the woman went to her local police box and reported the incident to the officers on duty. What if she just has dementia? Like, it wasn't long before the culprit was in custody. Before the day was done, another resident of the apartment building the woman lives in came to the police box, bringing along a third resident of the building, a 50-year-old man who admitted there is no mistake that I entered the women's apartment without permission and that he had washed the lingerie and her clothing. Look, you just said, I washed her clothes. Listen, man, you don't admit to the perv stuff. Yeah, I washed her laundry. You be as vague as possible.
Yeah.
I did her a service. I don't know why I'm being arrested.
I'm doing a
I
I'm cleaning her whole house.
Yeah.
I'm dusting. I'm making the bed.
I'm cooking her some snacks for
No,
later.
officer. Actually, I was hired to clean this house. Was this the wrong house?
I wasn't driving a car. I was the maid service.
Oh, I broke the window. Oh, that was while I was cleaning. I accidentally broke the window from the inside.
Yep.
Well, actually, it was left unlocked in this case, but yes.
Oh.
The bizarre crime has left Japanese Twitter commenters baffled with reaction, including, the hell was he thinking? It's like one of those fairy tales where gnomes do things around your house when you're not home. This sort of crime is on a plane beyond what my brain can understand.
What if that's the payment?
Yeah,
Like,
but
the payment is you get free laundry, but there's a chance he might have come into your
But
literally come into your clothes.
But here's the question, guys: is this, other than the pervertedness, if he did something, is this a crime? If he just washed somebody's clothes?
Okay.
Yes.
Breaking
you're
and
a woman-
entering is a crime.
Okay, Julie, let me ask you a question. So, hypothetically, you live on your own, because we never met and we aren't married, right? But you successfully live on your own, right? You leave the house to go run errands and forget to lock the door. And you come back to find that your clothes have been washed. How do you feel about this situation?
Creeped out, but also I don't know, because
what's
I
missing?
think if you live alone, it's creeped out.
Yeah.
Like, because
So let's say exactly one outfit has been washed and hung up to dry.
Yeah.
Right? What is the implication there? Some guy clearly came into your house, put on an outfit, and jerked off in your lingerie, right? That's what happened, right? And he washed away the evidence in your washer dry, right? That's what happened, right?
My mind is not that bad. I don't know. I would have been like, I think I would have been confused.
You'd have been like, oh, wow, I don't remember doing this. Thanks, God.
Yeah, because other than the pervertedness, right? It's weird, right? I agree.
I don't know.
So strange.
Definitely would have moved immediately.
I mean, it would be weird if it, other than the pervertedness, it'd still be weird.
All right. Fortunately, you never lived on your own. Unfortunately, I don't ever help with the laundry.
So for all you know, this could be happening every day.
All right. So anyway, here we go. So this sort of crime is a plane beyond my brain. A plane beyond what my brain can understand. If the circumstances had been different, he'd be a gentleman. But he's a perv. So he's a underwear fetishist who's also into cleanliness. You guys, how has nobody figured out washing away the evidence? Washing underwear instead of stealing it? That's some high-level perversion of its own. Seriously, this guy's fetish is knowing that the woman who lives next door is walking around wearing underwear he jizzed in. But he had to clean it just in case because he was also paranoid, right? So, like, she doesn't know that he jizzed in it, but he knows he jizzed in it while wearing it.
And that's what gets him off.
Yes.
Watch Law and Order. He's like, they're gonna take my DNA. They're gonna know.
It's more like CSI Miami.
Yeah.
CSI Tokyo. Washing underwear instead of stealing it, that's some high-level perversion of its own. It's a very specific propensity. The man has been placed under arrest for trespassing. With the door having been left unlocked, it's unclear if breaking and entering charges could be levied, as is what specific crime, if any, unauthorized laundry activities fall under. but at the very least, it would seem like the apartment landlord has grounds to evict the man from the building. You do one good deed. As of this writing, the police are still investigating the incident and trying to determine a motive, but it's a pretty safe bet that they're not going to find one that makes sense. Okay, I gotta know. Did Sankaku Complex... The one reported to the police that someone had entered... Okay, he turned himself in. Okay, great. Didn't have anything. City worker arrested for stopping car to assault woman to look at pantsu. You know, as you do.
As you do.
So hold on. Peach, Daisy, is that Zelda?
No, that's Pauline.
Oh.
Peach, Daisy, Rosalina, and Pauline. And Wario.
A Gifu Prefecture city worker has been suspended for 6 months for assaulting a woman and causing her to fall over because he wanted to get a closer look at her pantsu. The 54-year-old man is an employee of the Gifu Prefectural Agricultural Technology Center, where he works as a chief specialist researcher. According to the Gifu Prefecture, the male employee assaulted a teenage woman who was sitting on a curb in Hashima City by causing her to fall over and then pushing her legs apart. Oh, shit. Causing injuries to her knees and other areas. Damn. She must have been strong. And she must have been like these women whose legs are tied, strength levels of needing to withstand the pulling apart. That was a great sentence. Sorry. All right.
Good job.
Excellent.
He was arrested on suspicion of causing injury and was given a summary order for a fine of 500,000 yen at the Gifu Summary Court in August. When interviewed by Gifu prefectural officials, the man explained that he was driving a public vehicle during work hours and saw the woman's underwear. So he wanted to get a closer look and stopped the car and assaulted her. Holy shit.
Turns out it was all entrapment.
Yeah.
Is he that crazy that he's like, yeah, I wanted this so badly that I overdid myself?
Imagine the uncontrollable horniness of driving a car and seeing a woman's panties as you drove by and needing to pull over.
You could. So basically, what you're saying, AC, is that this guy doesn't get laid and he overdid it. He doesn't have a wife or a girlfriend, so this incident shot him to the.
You don't need to be attached in a relationship to be horny.
I'm saying, like, you just got to get laid. That's what I'm trying to say. Like, you can't get laid.
I guess nobody saw it.
I'm not saying you can't be horny. I'm just saying. Like,
let me do it again for you, Reese.
Yeah, I saw it. That's what I thought you put.
I saw it the first time.
You don't have to be in a relationship to be horny.
or full of shit.
I meant to say you don't have to be. I meant to say you don't have to be single to be horny.
I'm gonna go delete that image.
That's
no. I want to see a horror movie with the guy who breaks in and does laundry. Did he watch the jeans?
Somebody needs to do a trailer like that. A strange man breaks in and washes clothes.
All right. Thank you for stalling while I finish eating another keto bar.
I'm starving.
Then eat.
So he was arrested on suspicion of causing injury and was given a summary order for a fine of 500,000 yen at the Gifu Summary Court in August. When interviewed by Gifu prefectural officials, the man explained that he was driving a public vehicle during work hours and saw the woman's underwear, so he wanted to get a closer look and stopped the car and assaulted her. Quote, "We sincerely apologize to the victims and citizens of the prefecture," said Gifu Prefecture in an official statement with a strict warning to employees to superiors. I like the idea of their statement instead is like, we apologize to the victims, but we understand.
Yeah, it sounds like it's like we're sorry for the victims, but not really.
We're sorry the victims were so alluring.
Yeah, we can't help ourselves. They're so attractive. It's like, that's very fucked up to say.
Kyoto man arrested for sending horny messages to middle school girl. I don't know if I've seen this image, and I'm a little afraid.
Get the baby.
Okay.
You get
Woo!
those thighs though. Oof.
A 20-year-old man in his third year of correspondence high school was arrested. Hold on. 20-year-old man.
Is correspondence high school like literally special ed over there?
Middle school girl. Okay. Let me ask you this.
Correspondence high school.
Let's just say correspondence high school is I failed repeatedly and I'm still in high school, right? Let's just say that's what it is.
Okay.
I'm 20 years old. I should have graduated at 18. I flunked twice. If you are sending horny messages to a freshman in high school, is it weird?
Yes.
Yes, because technically
Sophomore.
Yes.
Junior?
If you're 21?
If
No,
you're
20. He's 20, bro. He only flunked twice.
I think
You're 20 years old. You're sending dirty messages to the 18-year-old classmates.
you get 4 years at max. I don't know.
If she's 18 years old and you're 20, it's not a big
Middle
deal.
school goes up to 9th grade in Japan. So
I
he's
know that.
freshman. Yeah,
I get that.
I'm making it clear for everybody else.
Yeah.
I'm from
I'm
Canada.
asking-
We don't do the sophomore thing, okay? I'm
Right.
just going to say 16 and up. You're
Yeah.
20, 16 and up.
All right.
Not 15.
So Randall 11 has
I'm saying
concluded
15
that you can sex 16-year-olds. Let the record show.
If you're in the school still,
So
I
my,
mean-
my question was, is it weird in the situation where you've been held back 2
It is
years
weird.
and you're still in high school, you're 20 years old and you're sexting a high schooler?
if you're
It's a
in
little
high
weird,
school,
yes. Now
It's
then we go from there.
Back to just keep fishing in the fishbowl.
We go from there to, all right, middle school. Does anybody have issues there?
Yes.
Yes is the answer.
The answer is yes.
So it's
Our perception of middle school, yes. Their perception
Yeah.
of middle school, the high end, maybe not.
Yeah, see,
But
okay,
yeah.
so for anybody who doesn't understand, in Japan, they don't have junior high and high school. They have, the way theirs works, they have 3 years in high school. So instead of the 4 years we have here, middle school could go into the range of junior high. It's still weird, right? But let's just read it. Let's not cast judgment. A 20-year-old man in his third year of correspondence high school was arrested for allegedly requesting a meeting with a middle school girl to whom he sent horny messages on social media. You think it's an eggplant emoji or something? According to the report, the Kyoto Prefectural Police arrested Kazuki Tahara on my birthday on suspicion of requesting a meeting with a girl under the age of 16. For obscene purposes and having non-consensual sexual
You got
intercourse.
problems.
The arrest was also the first time that the Kyoto Prefectural Police arrested an... Okay, I don't know. You solicit sex from a minor. Let's just say, right? You solicit sex from a minor.
Yeah,
right?
great hypothetical.
But the day that she comes to do the deed just so happens to be her birthday and she turns 18. Are you absolved?
No.
Not at all. Whoa, I almost ended the stream. I meant to hit comments and see what.
Yeah, that would have been.
Why don't you have a seat over
that
there?
would have been a weird ending to go
Right.
on.
Are you absolved? Broadcast ends. The Quote says peach, eggplant, cherry, banana, pineapple. Whoa, man, that's some sexual messaging you're giving there. Whoa. So the arrest was also the first time that the Kyoto Prefectural Police arrested an individual who was charged with the crime of requesting a meeting with an underage girl. Are you for real? Is it because you recently raged at the age?
Yes, that has to be it, dude.
The request was said to have sent... oh, shit. The suspect was said to have sent obscene messages to a 13-year-old female. Hold up. Okay, so the girl under the age of 16 was 13. Oh, fuck. To a 13-year-old student in her first year of middle school. Parents, this is why your children do not need a cell phone. To a 13-year-old female student in her first year of middle school in Aichi Prefecture on social media around July and August. He sent messages saying, I want to meet you soon, and I'm horny. You're not getting in her pants with that. Julie, you're 13. You're 13. A stranger who found you over social media says, I want to meet you soon, and I'm horny.
But it has happened to me at 13.
And it does nothing, right?
You discussed it.
Right.
Well, actually, you don't know what to think. Honestly, at 13, I was like, what do I do?
What is Google? What is horny?
I don't even know.
According to the prefectural police, the man came to light during an investigation into another elementary school living in Kyoto. What? Sorry, I'm sorry. What? According to the prefectural police, the man came to light during an investigation into another elementary school living in Kyoto. Elementary school what? The elementary school lives in Kyoto?
Yeah, that's not proper English.
Who the fuck is naming way? Get out of here. Man intrudes into women's bath claiming he has the heart of a woman.
So title is wrong. Clearly, it's woman goes to bath.
Yeah, definitely. Woman, penis having women enters bath.
No, what is Audi? What was the new term?
Audi and dicklets. Hold on. Can I just pull that in now so I can remove it from potential future podcasts? Just one moment, everyone. Let me pull in the dicklets. It does sound horrible. Thank you for noticing. I don't even know where the fuck I put that. All right.
Was it something we were going to cover?
No, it's something we're not going to cover, so that's why we're going to cover it now, so we can just get it off the plate. All right, I can't find it. Sorry. Wait, is this it? Yes. Ha. All right. This is from. Oh shit! No, we're not dragging that entire window. We're just dragging the one. We're just dragging the one fucking. California doc proposes renaming genitals, penises as Audis, clitorises as dicklets. Yeah. Having an Audi doesn't mean what it used to. This doctor is reportedly calling for penises to be renamed as Audis and vaginas to be coined as innies in a bid to make medical terminology more inclusive.
I mean, that picture that she has is perfect. It reminds me of somebody who would be like that.
Why does an Audi sound like a bowel movement? Why do I think bowel movement when I think of an Audi? You know what I mean? I don't think genitals. I think it's like, oh, I gotta take an Audi, guys. Gotta go to the bathroom.
Yeah. Why is this also obviously a man?
It is a man. And
renaming. Here we're gonna call the feminine the quote unquote feminine parts are gonna be called innies, front hole, dick or dicklets for the clitoris, the T penis, the chest and chesticles. And the masculine parts are called the Audi,
the chesticles,
strapless, and bits.
That is a bit from Space Dandy. The two warring guys called their chest.
I see you never became mature enough to use the proper terminology.
Yeah, like this is something like a 5-year-old would say. Like what?
Anyway, thanks, Mirage.
Oh, that was Mirage. Of course it is. Of course.
All right. Anyway, so the ugly side of the transgender movement in Japan reared its head this week when a 43-year-old unemployed man. I don't know. I think that it reared its head just a moment ago. Actually, it was right here when we were looking at this person. That's the ugly, the ugly side. When a 43-year-old unemployed man went into a woman's bathhouse claiming that he had the heart of a woman. Unfortunately, you also need the vagina. The man was apprehended. Go ahead.
You also need the breasts too in the face to look like a woman. So
you know what? I'll let you get by with the man face and without the breasts, but you got to cut your dick off before you walk into the women's bathhouse.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Like if you're that's the barrier to end. I'm
reasonable. Very reasonable.
Completely.
Okay.
We find common ground. If you're willing to turn your dick inside out, look, you can walk into any bathhouse you want, right? I'm cool with it, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
But also they get to bring guns.
Yes.
That's the other thing. For protection, of course. Like if you stay in the corner, that's cool. Like you're not stroking anything, you know that.
I don't think they can.
All right, anyway, I may have had a little too much of this Jack Daniels.
You think?
Anyway, the ugly side of the transgender movement reared its head in Japan this week when a 43-year-old unemployed man went to a woman's bathhouse claiming he had the heart of a woman. The man was apprehended under the suspicion of illegally entering the facility without a proper reason. Fuck. What would be a proper reason? There's a fire! Ladies, get out! There's a fire! It's like, we're in water, jackass! Illegally entering the facility without a proper reason. According to the Kuwana City Precinct, the man admitted he entered the women's baths, but stated that's because his heart was a woman's. He didn't understand why he couldn't enter the women's baths. At the time, there was a female customer inside the baths who went to the manager in order to report the offense to the police. Damn. All right. Anyway, headcanon says it looked like that. Cool. All right. Awesome. A company exec has been arrested for illegally dumping 50 kilograms of urine bottles. Now, I'm not Canadian, but 50 kilograms sounds like a lot.
That's like 100 pounds.
That's a lot.
A company executive was arrested for illegally dumping approximately 50 kilograms of bottles containing urine on the premises of an apartment building in Shinagawa Ward in Tokyo. According to the Metropolitan Police Department, 49-year-old Mitsuhiro Suzuki, a company executive, illegally disposed of 37 plastic bottles. How many? 50 kilograms? I guess 37 could get you to... Was it... How many pounds? 100 pounds, you said?
Yeah.
I don't know, man. That seems like a stretch. You got some heavy piss if you're able to do that in 37 plastic bottles.
Are they 2-liter bottles?
Maybe.
Yeah, are they like the size of like Coca-Cola or Sprite
no,
bottles?
Look. Imagine. How many trips does this take? Right?
Ooh, that's a lot.
You could carry 100 pounds, but can you carry 37 bottles that weigh 100 pounds? You know what I mean?
Depends. Can you drink a lot of water? Like
maybe he brought like 2 bottles worth just in his bladder, and he finished them on site. Wait, whoa! It only weighed 46.9 kilograms. The company executive illegally disposed of 37 plastic bottles containing his own urine, weighing about 46.9 kilograms, in the shared space of an apartment building in Shinagawa in August and September of this year. I thought it was tea at first, said the cleaning staff who discovered the urine bottles. It was definitely a strange smell, so I called the police. There were about 15 2-liter bottles there. Suzuki had been discarding plastic bottles in park bushes for several years, but since August, seriously, are the Japanese such that they take a wild shit one night and it clogs the toilet and they're so embarrassed, right? Because they're not, this, that they need to just piss in bottles for the rest of their lives. What do they do with the shit? Like, how does this work? That you can't just fucking pour it down the drain. You have at least 2 sinks in your house. You've got the shower, right? Well, maybe not in Japan. You got the public bath.
You have the toilets. Well, it depends on the apartment / houses. Like, they might have their own.
I mean, this is an executive.
An executive.
He's
doesn't he have a special bathroom or like 2 special bathrooms?
He lives in his own house with a bathroom, or at least an apartment with a toilet.
Suzuki had been discarding plastic bottles in park bushes for several years, but since August, he had been carrying plastic bottles in his backpacks and disposing of them at his apartment. I found it troublesome to go to the bathroom at night, so I used my plastic bottles to relieve myself. I'm trying to think of a scenario where it would be too troublesome. Is he a sumo wrestler-sized man?
Can't get out of the suit.
Is he handicapped?
He can't get out of the suit.
You're right. Meetings. You're right. If he has like an issue where he can't fit in a Japanese-sized toilet to relieve himself.
Yeah, he walks around the house with a freaking backpack and just.
I'm trying to think of like. I'm thinking of the bathrooms that are in my house, and I'm trying to think like, where would I have to sleep that it would be too far to walk to the toilet? And the answer is there isn't a place, right?
Right.
Houses, dare I say it, are designed that way. Like, I find it troublesome to go to the bathroom at night, so I use plastic bottles to relieve myself. Really, what he's saying is, I'm afraid of the dark, so I piss in bottles.
What the fuck?
My question: when I flushed down my toilet, it gave off a bad smell, so I threw it away outside. So I made it somebody else's problem. Dear Lord. Dear Lord. All right, anyway, an EasyJet pilot tells passengers that their flight from Tenerife to London is canceled as a passenger defecated on the floor.
Like, couldn't you use a plastic bottle? Come on.
I don't know. Okay. Hold on. I'm on a mission.
We got that on camera.
Yeah, we saw flying toilet paper, and it was awesome.
He switched back to the camera of me as I entered the room and threw that to you.
I put the camera on you as you were leaving.
All right, back to this. All right, so an EasyJet pilot tells passengers on a flight from Tenerife to London that it's canceled as a passenger had defecated on the floor. An airline was forced to cancel a flight. Imagine how much money. Like, do you think bare minimum he got banned from flying, right?
Probably. Yeah.
Like, bare minimum, he's grounded for life.
Yeah, legit.
At least from that airline.
He's condemned to fly Spirit from here on out. An airline was forced to cancel a flight after one passenger defecated on the toilet floor.
Not even in the toilet, on the floor, right next to it.
No, but just like, look, man, it's one thing if you're like, fuck, I've got diarrhea, and you're running to the toilet, and it's like trailing down your leg on your way there. But on the toilet floor, you had to ground the flight for that. You couldn't have. You went with all the flight attendants. Okay, who's gonna draw short straws? Fuck! All of these were long. Passengers on board the EasyJet, of course, flight from Tenerife to London, Gatwick, were given the news by the pilot, who told them the flight would no longer be going ahead and to organize hotels for the night. Holy crap! Let me screen share this with audio. I can't wait to hear the response of the people when they hear this. Will it predictions? Will it be laughs? Will it be groans? Will it be what the fuck? Why? I have a connecting flight. You know.
Rather than to education front toilet. So we're now staying the night here. We're now going to get everyone off, and you're going to spend each of the organised hotels, and then we'll fly back tomorrow morning. So we're waiting on the plane, so you can get buses, and then we'll go home tomorrow.
0 out of 10. didn't fulfill my desires at all. Oh, there's more. That's weird. Why are there more videos? In the footage shared online, the pilot can be heard saying, rather entertaining to defecate the front toilet. So we're now staying the night here. We're now going. So literally, the pilot, like somebody has an oopsie and accidentally shits everywhere on the floor. And the pilot says, no, I'm grounding everyone. Like, you think it's going to be funny to watch the stewardess clean it on all fours, or to have us put up a like a caution tape on it? Nah, dog. Grounded.
It would have been funny though if that person actually did that and like really had bad gas, and then the pilot said, "We have real bad gas leaks, so we can't fly."
That flight had originally been set to depart at 8:05. Been delayed several hours before the incident. Well, that's why the guy shit everywhere.
Saying they'd say like we can't fly because of
who
a
got
gas
the last
leak,
laugh,
a legit gas leak.
According to the Daily Mail, the passengers were expected to board the flight at 3 p.m. the following day. However, EasyJet said it was unable to find hotel rooms in the area for all the passengers who were affected. In a statement on the airline's website regarding the flight tracking information, EasyJet said, due to extremely high demand, unfortunately, we're unable to find hotel rooms in the area. Oh, okay. If you need a hotel room and are able to make your own arrangements, we'll refund the cost of a reasonably priced room, meals, and travel costs to and from your hotel. Turns out the guy taking a shit was a hero. Like, in this case, we ask that you look for accommodation which is about 3 stars or equivalent. Several furious passengers took to Twitter to complain about the situation, with one posting real good of EasyJet to delay the flight 3.5 hours with zero communication, then decided to cancel altogether because someone took a shit on the toilet floor. Quite literally couldn't make this shit up. Another wrote, so we've been given the excuse of a toilet being defecated in for the reason for a canceled flight? This is unacceptable. Somebody took a huge shit. That's what a toilet is for. Like, your customer care is atrocious. Hundreds of passengers left stranded in the airport terminal. Do something. Spokesperson said, EasyJet can confirm the flight from Tenerife to London Gatwick yesterday evening was delayed overnight due to the aircraft requiring additional cleaning. We did all possible to minimize the impact of the disruption to our customers, providing hotel accommodations and meals. The flight is due to depart this afternoon. Safety, well-being, blah, 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 blah. Oh, shit. All right. Anyway. Oh, that's the end. Wonderful. Moving on. Groom's angry ex throws poop on him and new bride at wedding, stooping low.
That's gross.
Amber Heard, wow, how could you? Something old, something new, something borrowed, something poo. Okay, so if you've not been married, there's a wedding tradition that you have to wear something old, something new, something borrowed, and something blue. That's what that's a pun on, okay? So a wedding in Bolivia quickly went down the toilet after the groom's ex reportedly showed up to the wedding and threw excrement on the newly betrothed after they said, I do. Oh, I want to stop reading. Photos of the public smearing show the bride's hair, face, and white dress completely covered in poop. The groom's military outfit was similarly soiled.
Oh, no.
Oh, shit.
Shit.
A woman who has not been publicly identified, but who is rumored to be the groom's ex, allegedly brought a bucket filled with poop and oil to the wedding to throw on the couple.
Can we just say this? That woman should be identified. The shame needs to be.
She should be identified.
She should. Don't protect her. We need names and everything. Fuck that. She should be embarrassed, humiliated. Why you throw shit at people?
Yeah, until you identify her, I believe it's Amber Heard.
Yeah. Johnny, did you went to South America?
Anyway, so allegedly a bucket filled with poop and oil into the wedding to throw onto the couple with while a crowd surrounded them. What if she got the idea from the Johnny Depp trial?
Probably.
Surround them to congratulate them on their nuptials. The woman reportedly was unhappy about the groom's number 2. I was jealous he was marrying someone else. What a great... Holy crap. Oh, dear Lord. Her face is covered. Oh, no.
Ugh.
Oh, jeez. She's like in blackface from the mouth down.
You got in her mouth.
That woman needs
to be exposed. Mouth is open and everything. Oh, man.
After the incident, the bride posted on social media that she hoped her husband's ex will let us live in peace after getting her revenge. Please, not again. People commented on the bride's social media to support her in the incident. That's stooping low as a woman. No matter how damaged or cheated you feel, never seek revenge. Let him be happy with his new partner. Someone named Maria said, wow, Maria, what wisdom. What is there a video? Please. Oh, no. This is the picture before she was attacked. Wow. What stunning, high-quality photos you took at your wedding. Like, seriously, you didn't hire a photographer? Oh, there's a video! Oh, my God! Wow. What a great video. Are you for real?
They censored out the bad parts. The whole thing.
You can see it in the thumbnail thing. It's just a bunch of images. God damn. What a shame for the bride. She will always have this uncomfortable moment in her mind. How ridiculous. He didn't want to marry that woman for some reason. These types of acts should be reported. We all have an ex. I wouldn't want to see this kind of thing happen to my daughters or anyone else. It's not clear if the couple reported the incident to police. You took it too far. All right. Hopefully in last poop news, a man gave himself poop transplants using his mom's feces to treat his debilitating Crohn's. Then he started experiencing her menopause symptoms. It's not quite sexually transmitted menopause, but it's fecal transmitted menopause.
What?
So you know when people have Crohn's disease, it's because like the bacteria in their gut. Yeah. So you could put like a poop Slurpee up there with healthy bacteria from somebody else donating, and it heals your Crohn's disease.
Is she taking estrogen?
I don't know, but he got her menopause from using his mom's.
He became like a raging biatch.
I like how his face says, "Ha ha! This is still better than the Crohn's disease." Like. All right, Charlie Curtis inserted his mom's poop into his rectum for years as a do-it-yourself treatment for his debilitating Crohn's disease.
Do it yourself? No. No, fecal transplants aren't do it yourself.
Mom donated her feces to her son for do-it-yourself poop transplants to treat Crohn's disease.
No, he stole his mom's poo. She's just letting him do it.
Not approved for treating Crohn's, so they did it without.
He put her poop in his rectum for over 4 years and experienced her menopause symptoms. The treatment is not approved for treating Crohn's, so they did it without medical supervision.
Turns out he never had Crohn's to begin with. It was just fetish.
You also don't just take someone's shit and stick it up. Like, I know that's what it sounds like, but that's not what they do. They look around, they look for the good bacteria in the shit that they want to transplant, and then they transplant it. And when they transplant it, they put it like in you. It's not just like, you know,
They just stick a funnel up your ass and then you just push.
No. I saw a human centipede. That's not how it works.
What the fuck did they do to that's exactly what these people did. They just stuck a funnel up his ass and just said, "Okay, Mom, well, you can just push it in there, okay?"
No, it'd be hilarious. She's taking a shit in the funnel while he's
no. Your definition of hilarious is incongruent with my own.
What was this pooping back and forth thing that we covered?
No, it's just shit. It's just literal shit stirring, right?
He still needs to stand up or sit on his bed or something. Oh, is this is the guy who was pissing in the 50 kilograms?
Yeah.
They used 20-year-old flip phones for the wedding. Yeah, seriously.
Maybe where they're from, they're really, really poor. I'm not trying
Bolivia? Is that what it was? Yeah. You know, a man was hospitalized by debilitating Crohn's disease, found relief. I'm sorry, a man who was hospitalized by debilitating Crohn's disease found relief after putting his mom's poop in his rectum in a do-it-yourself treatment, but was surprised to experience her menopause symptoms too. Charlie Curtis from Toronto, Canada.
Oh, yeah.
Who's in his mid-30s did do-it-yourself poop transplants or fecal microbiota transplants for over 4 years.
We don't accept him. We don't claim him.
So you're
send
saying
him away.
Is it really surgery or is he just shoving it
No!
there?
He told filmmaker Saffron Cassidy in the new documentary Designer Shit.
This is a fake story now.
Random 11 wants this to
Fecal
be not canon.
microbiota transplants usually involve a doctor taking poop from a healthy donor and blending it with a saline solution. In FDA-approved procedures, the saline and Random 11. Do you live in Toronto?
Yes.
Okay, let me just ask you a quick question. Do you or do you not have universal health care?
We do. It's shitty though.
Uh-huh. So
unintended.
If a man decided that he couldn't get the care he needed and had to resort to convincing his mom to poop in a bucket.
He did not convince her. He stole it.
So that he could shove it in his own ass. Would you say that perhaps it was a fetish and not actually a medical condition for which he needed the poop?
I will say that our medical system is crap. You can go to the doctor. You'll wait forever.
Best I can do is suicide pod.
You mean the pod from Futurama?
Yeah,
Bender.
It's a real thing in Canada. It's not a freaking. We don't have to say the pod from Futurama. Yeah. The very real suicide pods they have in Canada.
Also, do never ever tell anyone in the hospital that you want to die.
Because they'll follow through.
Yes. Do not ever let those words or let your grandparents say those words in a hospital in Toronto. They will magically, suddenly, their symptoms will plummet in a few days. Magically, they'll be good one day, and then later that afternoon, they'll just be plummeting, and then a day later, they'll die. Dude, it's happened to 3 people I know. It's fucking weird.
It sounds to me like what you're saying is that universal health care is not beneficial. And it won't even get you a poop Slurpee for your rectum.
No. So this is the other thing I was going to say is if you find a doctor that you want to do something that isn't like, very
Like shoving
common.
your mom's poop in your ass?
Yes. Then you're gonna have problems. Like the doctor will just say no, and then you're shit out of luck.
Mom, the doctor said no, and he called me a pervert. All right, so
wow.
All right, so fecal microbiota transplants usually involve a doctor taking poop from a healthy donor and blending it with a saline solution. In FDA-approved procedures, the saline and feces mixture is then inserted into the recipient's gastrointestinal tract through an enema, or taken via oral capsule. No!
Orally, ew.
Centipede!
No!
Centipede!
Orally, mouth?
It can be done via colonoscopy or upper endoscopy. Oh my God. The recipient absorbs healthy bacteria from the donated stool. And this, I like to think about like, Bill Gates drank the poop water, right? Remember that?
Yeah.
Like, maybe if you could convince me that it was safe enough to drink water made from poop that just happens to contain bacteria in it for your gut that you can't even taste, but it's been complete. There's no poop in there. It's clear, crystal clear water. Right? Maybe. You are not getting me to take this fucking capsule.
You're not eating that sweet poop.
No! Quick! I need a water. It's dissolving.
I rather eat chocolate laxatives than do this procedure.
Oh my God. The recipient absorbs healthy
That's bad.
bacteria from the donated stool, and this repopulates the bacteria in their gut, which might be depleted from using drugs such as antibiotics or illness, according to Cleveland Clinic. What was it called? Fecal microbiota transplants are currently only FDA and Health Canada approved as a treatment for persistent Crohn C. diff bacterial infections. So Charlie Curtis and his mom, Sky Curtis, decided to do the procedure at home. Doing an at-home fecal microbiota transplant always runs the risk of contracting a disease from donor stool. Again, imagine a fecal transmitted disease, like anally transmitted disease. Dr. Amy Shaw, a gastroenterologist in Maryland, previously told Insider, Curtis was hospitalized with his Crohn's disease. Seriously. This guy was in the hospital and Canada's universal health care couldn't help him. He was diagnosed with ulcerative colitis in 2006 at the age of 18 and then developed Crohn's disease. BBC News reported in 2014 that Crohn's disease is the inflammation of the digestive tract from the mouth to anus. Shit, are you serious? All the way through? With some parts remaining healthy, whereas ulcerative colitis is inflammation limited to the colon. Crohn's symptoms. So do you think he just full on ate the shit to get it all the way down there?
Ugh.
Crohn's symptoms can come and go depending on whether the condition is active and can include fever, diarrhea, fatigue, stomach pain, and cramps. Bloody seriously, if he's got this, he needs to just tell the Canadian hospital, I want to die. Like
they'll do it for him.
We got two options for you. Either you can let us stick this poop up your butt, or you can die. Well, boss, pull the trigger.
The magic death fairy will visit his bed if he ever says it.
Yeah, so it can include fever, diarrhea, fatigue, stomach pain and cramps, bloody stools, mouth sores, low appetite, weight loss, and pain or drainage near and around the anus. There is no cure, but treatments can include drugs, changes to the diet, and surgery. Despite taking medicine, Charlie Curtis's Crohn's symptoms got so bad that he was hospitalized and was going to the bathroom 40 times a day. His mother, Sky Curtis, told Cassidy. Okay.
40 times a day? Shit. Literal shit.
Yes. Desperate for her son to get his life back, Sky Curtis contacted Thomas Berardi, the director of the Center for Digestive Disease in Sydney, Australia, who pioneered fecal microbiota transplants in the 1980s. Imagine being the inventor of shoving one person's shit up another person's ass.
Yeah, and it's literally from the land down under. So
And
you know where
he
the sun don't
suggested
shine.
that she donate her healthy stools to her son. This guy's a quack. This is the inverse of the Chris Chan saga. The mom is the perpetrator. After her stool was tested for any infections or disease, they began doing the transplants on Christmas Day 2008. They did them every day for a month. Then every 2 days for a month. Then every third day for a month. Once we got down to once a month, we did once a month for 3.5 years with a newly donated stool each time. And it worked! When I was actually doing the procedure, Curtis said, I'd feel tingling inside me. It felt healthy. It felt like it was working. So the weirdest part about this is the fact that they shove somebody else's shit in you. And then you have to poop it out, right?
Yeah.
How long does it stay in there? Is there like got to keep it in for 10 minutes? Swirl it around. Try to do some jumping jacks, right? Like, seriously. How awful is this?
You just gotta squat it out, right? You gotta do some squats and shit. Pun intended.
Charlie Curtis was symptom-free and off medication when Cassidy spoke to him in 2019. Then the menopause set in. So Charlie Curtis experienced some unexpected side effects from the fecal microbiota transplants: sweating, hot flashes, and mood swings, similar to what his menopausal mom was experiencing. At the time, I was going through menopause, Sky Curtis said in the documentary, and so was he! The donated poop does transmit high levels of hormones, Berardi told Cassidy, so it's possible that Charlie Curtis is experiencing the same symptoms as his mom because he was absorbing hormones from her poop, although that has not been proven. This isn't the first time that a fecal microbiota transplant is thought to have caused changes outside of the gut in patients. In one 2019 study involving autistic children, please tell me where this goes. Oh my God. As well as helping gastrointestinal issues, fecal microbiota transplants were linked to improvements in social responsiveness and the development. Oh my God. You can cure autism by giving them non-autistic shit.
That sounds so retarded.
Seriously.
That's so retarded.
I'm sure everybody here has heard the fact that you have a second brain in your gut. Have you heard of this?
Yes.
That is the brain that gets damaged and becomes autistic, apparently.
Yes.
And also, you can improve Parkinson's disease.
It's the
I'm sorry, you can improve
Also-
symptoms of Parkinson's disease, such as sleep disturbances.
Also, the third brain is the heart. If you ask certain
The dick?
Well, that's another. That's the fourth brain.
The dick is the
That's the
powerhouse
first
of the
brain.
human body.
There's four brains now. There's
I
the
do my
regular
head-
brain.
I
the
do my
gut,
thinking with
the
my
heart,
other head thinking.
and the dick.
Men are better than women because they have 4 brains. Like a cow has stomachs. I process the information through all 4 brains.
Yeah, when I'm hungry, I think of it everywhere, from my heart, my mind, my
shit.
gut, and my dick.
Shit. There's even been a few cases of people with alopecia regaining some hair growth after fecal microbiota transplants.
Tell Will Smith's wife.
So Will Smith's wife can put shit all over her head?
It won't
Look,
make Will Smith straight.
Wouldn't
though.
it be funny
Fertilize
if the
it.
last article we just covered about the bride and groom, like all of their like problematic health issues disappeared overnight.
Only downside is she starts growing a beard.
Oh no.
However, there's not enough research on fecal microbiota transplants yet for them to be approved to treat other health issues, and Charlie Curtis's case is anecdotal. Doing an at-home fecal microbiota transplant always runs the risk of contracting a disease from donor stool. Dr. Amy Shaw, a gastroenterologist in Maryland, previously told Insider. Wow. Wonderful.
Oh,
Thanks for reiterating. Whoa.
Yikes.
You think they were ass to ass? Do you think they got that efficient with it?
Pushing it back and forth.
Lube it up. Take out the butt plug, son.
I love
I'm
how
ready to
he has
fire
that
one out.
I love he has that smile like, oh my god, why am I doing this shit?
All right.
Unintended.
Mirage, you have blessed us beyond our wildest dreams lately. A Taco Bell employee is suing over wild staff Christmas party that ended in a three-way sex romp and revelers vomiting in the guacamole bowl after a frisky supervisor covered the windows and cameras with wrapping paper. Okay.
Hold on.
Question.
How does the Taco Bell story not have to deal with poop?
Yeah,
of all the stories.
They could be burying the lead. You don't know.
That's the guacamole bowl.
Question. How does this happen?
When did
spiking the punch bowl with more than alcohol? Like
you have like special edibles and stuff too.
It was a special guac.
Right. Taco Bell employee Alana Bakyam is suing the popular fast food chain after a Christmas party descended into sexual debauchery and intoxicated vomiting. Bakyam claims she was forced to leave her job after reporting the inappropriate behavior to the San Pedro Taco Bell's human resources. A Taco Bell employee is suing the popular fast food chain after a Christmas party at one of its restaurants descended into debauchery. Alana Bakyam, I can't pronounce your name. Alana filed a lawsuit against Taco Bell, great job, and a Colorado-based franchise owner after she allegedly had to quit her job at the chain for reporting behavior at the party to human resources. Alana claims the party at a Colorado. Oh, Colorado's where Taco Bell originated? Colorado doesn't even border Mexico.
Nope.
No wonder. So they claim the party at a Los Angeles area location ended in a three-way sex romp in full view of others after a supervisor covered the windows and security cameras with wrapping paper and even a drunk employee vomiting into a bowl of guacamole. The complaint claims that Alana, along with her sister and her sister's partner, attended a Christmas party at a Taco Bell location where she worked in San Pedro, California on December 18th last year. She was invited to the party by her superior, Lydia Ruiz, who is named in the complaint filed on Wednesday in Los Angeles Superior Court.
Uh-oh, it's a woman's sexual harassment right there.
When Alana arrived, she discovered that Ruiz covered the windows of the restaurant with wrapping paper and also covered the cameras for the lobby in the inside of the restaurant, according to the complaint. Alana also claims Ruiz provided the alcohol to staffers, some of whom were observed. What does that mean? Observed having sex?
Yeah, or just not partaking and just watching in general.
The complaints alleged that around midnight, Alana, who had been socializing outside of the restaurant for a short time, walked back into the restaurant and witnessed a coworker having sex with his wife in front of everyone at the party. The coworker's wife was bent over and kissing both Ruiz and another coworker. That's a foursome then.
Yep.
Alana claims she was shocked, disgusted, and outraged by what she saw and ran outside, according to the complaint, which does not specify what damages she seeks. It's a good question. She then returned inside to retrieve the bowl of guacamole she had brought, only to find Ruiz and another coworker throwing up in the bowl. In the following days, Alana reported the incident to Human Resources as well as to Alvarado Restaurant Group. First of all, why does Taco Bell not have guacamole on hand? Right?
Yep.
The Colorado-based franchisee that owns and operates the San Pedro location. Oh, okay. Great. Okay. So the company investigated the complaint and fired Ruiz and the other coworkers involved in the alleged sex.
Also, Human Resources, for the most part, they're not your friend.
Useless.
They're not your friend. How else would they know?
Human Resources exists almost entirely to prevent the company from getting sued.
Exactly. Like, how else? Think about it, right? Because I knew people that went to Human Resource, right?
And they never returned.
Yeah, they got fired. Like, it's like, but why did I get fired? No shit. Why else do you think you got fired? Because somebody told them, and they're like, well, we'll fire them. They're working together.
So this did not draw a line under the incident, since someone associated with Ruiz and the coworkers retaliated against Alana by smashing out the back left window of her car at her home in the middle of the night, according to the complaint. What the fuck? Imagine how much this has escalated. Alana also allegedly received a torrent of abuse messages, including one from a female coworker, which read, "Baby girl, I want to break your face. I don't give a fuck about your car."
Can I just say that I assume that it's probably not a Latina chick who said that? Right?
What are you implying?
I'm implying that her coworker was not Mexican who said that. Clearly.
You're implying what race then?
The black chick.
Oh, Kingstyle said it.
I said it, and I have African blood in me. I can fucking say that, so it doesn't fucking matter. It's clearly that.
He's got the discrimination gene. It's okay. All right, another from a male coworker allegedly calling her a stupid and fucked up.
Yep, I was right. Yep.
Does it mean stupid and fucked up, or does it mean like stupid Trojan fucked up? Like and a hoe and a slut. You're a slut. You didn't like it when everybody had sex all over each other. You're a slut.
I think it's the N-word.
I don't know. There's been so many typos here. Messages including G. Like, come on. Alana reported the incidents to the Los Angeles Police Department as well as to her superiors at Taco Bell. However, Taco Bell and the franchisee did nothing about these threats and instead told her that they were transferring her to a new location rather than Imagine like that this is the top of your life. Like, you are an employee at Taco Bell, and the best you can fucking do when 3 or more people are having sex in the place where you work is that you can get transferred down the street.
Why does it sound like the playbook of the Catholic Church? Wow.
So the Taco Bell and the franchisee did nothing about these threats and instead told her that they're transferring her to a new location rather than disciplining the employee who threatened her, the complaint alleges. On Christmas Eve, Alana felt so overcome with significant stress, physical and mental illness, and anxiety from her hostile work environment that she had no other choice but to inform her bosses that she was leaving her role. Oh, man, will she ever recover? Could she ever get comparable pay at another place? Alana alleged in the complaint that she had suffered actual, consequential, and incidental financial losses, and that her constructive termination violated anti-discrimination laws. A spokesperson for the Taco Bell told Daily Mail, while we don't own or manage this location, the franchisee who owns and operates this restaurant has shared that they take these claims very seriously. Wow, good for them. All right, let me ask you something. Has that been enough of a SpongeBob article for you?
Yes.
You can do better.
It was amazing.
Cosmo wrote an article titled "Girl Describes What It Was Like to Have Sex with Her Dad."
Oh.
Now we could save it. I have a feeling it's going to be very disappointing and disgusting. We could save it.
We already have it.
Why don't we just leave it at that and just close the article?
That's fine. I just want to say, like, do you think we can finish the Watch Club in under 6 hours?
We have 23 minutes.
Yeah, we got it, right? Let's just jump to that. We'll cover this next podcast.
Yeah.
Do it.
All right, cool. Let's do it. All right,
let's went to bed already.
All right, cool. I like your effort to stay with us. Thank you. All right.
Some people.
So, Scott Pilgrim. I'm glad you're here, Random Levin. You have the floor. Tell us how disappointed you were to learn that He-Man died in the second episode. I mean, Scott Pilgrim died in the first episode. How do you feel about Scott Pilgrim Takes Off?
I was anticipating a normal adaptation, although with slight differences.
Didn't they tell you don't expect the normal? Didn't they preface it?
They just said it's like not going to be like the book.
It won't be.
The writer Brian Lee O'Malley was on Twitter saying it wasn't going to be like the book. I was optimistically hopeful.
I was hoping he was lying to me the whole time.
I was hoping he was going to change small things. Mm-hmm. He changed large things, which means everything. Yeah, but after I got over that, I did like it. I thought it was an okay story. I thought the art was pretty good, except that weird blurring thing that they kept doing. That was weird. But yeah, overall, I think it was good. The music was okay. Could have been a little better. I didn't like the whatever song in there.
Yes. Sorry, I'm just preparing my talk on this, which is screen share. So here's my tweets chronologically. I told myself when I was watching the show that the framing of this scene must have been so similar to the movie because the movie was copying the comic, as seen in. I mean, look at that, right? Crazy. But actually, no, because the comic has him on the other side.
Oh.
So, no, that wasn't.
I mean, it's close enough.
Pretty damn close. I mean, you got the bookshelf.
Oh, I am so glad that we got that scene, by the way, out of all the, like, they changed the show after that scene.
So the movie actually captured the original, like, setup for this better than the show did, because like the bed is facing the same way. It's got the bookshelf and everything. The show has got like the bed facing a completely different direction. There's no bookshelf. There's a fucking door here. Where's she going? Anyway, so yeah, what you were saying.
Like another bathroom. It must be the bathroom.
I haven't heard United States of whatever since like 2005, right? So that was a little weird. I didn't hate it, but also I was like, it was like a weird rendition of the song,
Probably because they couldn't get the rights to it. They couldn't get the actual rights.
Oh, I am sure that it was incredibly easy to get full rights to every version of that song because it was popular for a grand total of one weekend in 2005. But then later on in that same episode, they had police trucks. They had Dead Kennedy's Police Truck playing, which was a song from the original Tony Hawk's Pro Skater. So I thought that was pretty nice. And then I said, but that line about shitting your pants.
Oh, no.
If you know, you know. And then I saw this in the original, in the episode, or in the first episode, he says he's referring to Sonic the Hedgehog having two different cartoon series in the 90s. And Sonic was voiced by Jaleel White in both. And he says, isn't that wild? The same guy playing two different versions of the same guy, which I thought was a bit ironic.
Because, I guess knowing what we know now, it's a bit foreshadowy.
Also, another thing, didn't Adult Swim, right, did like a commercial that was essentially the pilot to the Netflix series? Where they was like
no, there was a short.
That's what I'm saying. They did a commercial.
It wasn't Adult Swim though.
Really? Thought it was.
I think it was actually. I thought it was MTV, but I was,
it was Adult Swim.
Corrected as it being Adult Swim. So
Adult
think,
Swim.
I didn't see it.
I don't know
think
if
it
the
was.
original actors that came back, but they did an animated, like basically looks
Pretty
similar
sure-
to the Netflix series.
Pretty sure they did voice it. It was not animated by the Netflix people. It came out
Years ago.
Years ago.
When I asked Mirage, by the way, just if you watch this, Mirage, when I asked if you were watching, it's because I was going to invite you to join us for the watch club here. Sadly, you're not, but you did join us for the watch party of it, so that was great. Also, I know this part too.
I'm back.
The only work I can get is voicing an animated series. Oh.
Okay. So sorry. What I was saying was that cartoon was about Kim and Scott's relationship when they were in elementary school, and it showed how he punched the guy around the world or whatever.
Yeah, a hole in the moon or whatever it was.
But yeah, it was animated by completely different people. It was not a setup to the Netflix thing. The Netflix thing is just completely separate.
Okay.
So, in addition, I finished the series and was very disappointed that we didn't get to see Nega Scott, and more importantly, the vegan police. That was the biggest letdown. They made vegan guy gay, but wouldn't give us vegan police. I was like, you know what's not vegan? Gay guys can't be vegan if they swallow. Moving on. All right. Instead of Scott Pilgrim versus the World, this Ramona Flowers gives closure to her her 7 not so evil exes.
Or just call it Ramona Flowers versus the world, because that's literally what it was.
No, because it wasn't even her versus the world. It was her just like, letting everybody have closure. And also, I thought it was funny. Now, I said this before I got to the part where fucking Lucas Lee's agent was black, but I thought it was hilarious that there were, in the first episode, from what I saw from the rest of it, there are 2 non-white characters in Scott Pilgrim. One of them gets promoted to arch villain. That was the Indian guy, Patel.
Yeah.
Matthew Patel. Yeah. And the other character gets cucked by Scott Pilgrim. Right. So anyway, I thought that was funny. All right. So overall, I had a good time watching it. I'll buy it when it comes out. I like the idea that I get to put the Thomas Jane starring movie in my collection. And by Thomas Jane starring, I mean the only person that mattered in that movie, the vegan.
And he wasn't even credited in.
Oh, that's such a shame. Literally, I think, did we watch it in theaters, Jim? Did we see Scott Pilgrim in theaters? Do you remember? I can't remember.
I don't remember either.
What year did it come out?
In 2010.
2010. That would have been right at the end of my college years.
Yeah.
I can't remember if we saw it in theaters or not, but I don't think we did. I think Jake or somebody showed it to us, and I just remember the second Thomas Jane came. Like, I really was not enjoying the movie at all the first time. Like the only part that I really that I've liked every time I watched it was the part where Knives shows up when he's ordered the Amazon package, and there's like all that shit happening in the background where he's like jumping out the window and everything.
Scott home let's close the door because Scott's literally right there.
Yeah, like all of that was fucking brilliant.
He jumped out there, he just left, and then he shows Scott. Like Wallace moves his head when Scott puts his arm to grab his jacket.
Absolute brilliant.
And then he just shows Scott walking behind her, going like, "Yep."
So, my friend Jake showed it to me, I think, and I just remember seeing Thomas Jane show up, and like that made my whole night. Like, Thomas Jane is one of my all-time favorite actors who's never, other than Punisher, nobody even remembers he's in anything, right? But
I remember he was in Dreamcatcher.
He's in oh god, why the Mist. I was like, The Fog? No, The Mist. He's in The Mist. He's fucking great in that too. Anyway, so yeah. Anyway, that's my highlight of the original movie. Anyway, so yeah, I don't have much more to say about it. I mean, we did what was that, like a 4.5 hour marathon for it, and I mean it was worth like seeing once, but I don't know. Like Mirage had like sent me a link to the archive of the fan dub, and I tried to. I don't even think I got through the first episode's worth, like of stuff. Like the original story, like honestly, does not grip me at all. I do not give a shit. I don't actually like any of the characters in the comics. The movie, I think, is perfectly cast. Like, holy shit. Every single one of the characters is the absolute perfect casting for them. And I really enjoy it. And I think I've grown to like the movie even more over the years, you know, especially like seeing the anime and stuff. Like, I think like I'm ready to see the movie again kind of thing. But other than that, the whole franchise, I just like, I don't like, what is the draw? Is it just that you're Canadian, Random 11, and that's why you like it? Or like,
wow.
Not very many stories are Canadian.
Is it like you got to represent the home team? Like,
I like the original story and the movie.
So one thing that really like I wasn't expecting was in the movie she makes a comment about the subspace highway, and I just always like thought she was just, you know, kind of being like bitchy. I didn't realize it was a real fucking thing. I didn't realize she was legitimately traveling through his brain or whatever in order to deliver packages faster. I'm just looking up Edgar Wright to see what else he's directed.
Also,
so
I
he
like
did Shaun of the Dead. So that was
he did Hot Fuzz. He did Hot Fuzz.
Shaun of the Dead, Hot Fuzz, and The World's End. Those are the
and technically Ant-Man too, but
Simon Pegg and Nick Frost had a role in the Netflix Scott Pilgrim. They were the security guards of the of like the Canadian Hollywood studios or whatever. I'm just curious what else he's done. So he did Baby Driver. I watched that recently. It wasn't the worst movie I've ever seen.
I didn't like Ant-Man, the first Ant-Man movie. I thought it was boring. And it was
I
probably because
have
they
not
fired
watched a single Marvel movie.
To me,
after
that
Iron
was
Man
one of
2.
the worst superhero movies I ever seen in my life. Not because it was hilariously bad, but because it was boring. It was so slow paced. Yeah. And it just dragged on. It just dragged on way too long. And none of the characters were exciting except for that Latino dude. But that's it.
Anyway. So, I don't know. Audience, the 4 people watching, do you have anything to say about Scott Pilgrim?
Well, they're
Here's
typing
something. Next watch club is Psychopaths. So, get hyped. Courtesy of Nuxie, who I realized
to pick that up.
I realized was paying for the selector role on the Patreon, and I never gave it to him. So we definitely was like, "Fuck it, it's you, it's all you." Merry Christmas, yeah. Anyway, yeah, I don't know.
We'll be discussing Psychopaths on New Year's, or maybe
I don't know. We'll see. We'll see.
Are we gonna when we do them? Are we gonna do them like by season or like all the way up to the movie? Okay.
I mean, we'll start with season 1, obviously. Yeah. You know, I do want to like. I would love an opportunity to sit down and rewatch it. You know, so I do have a podcast clip that I've been sitting on for like literal years, where we talked about the Psychopath Sybil system being integrated into like that European policing network. So needed some B-roll from that anyway. Anyway, I don't know. I don't have anything else to say about Scott Pilgrim. Julie, you have any thoughts about Scott Pilgrim?
I don't.
I feel like you came in at like the literal last episode.
I think I've seen it more than you have.
The anime?
No, not the anime.
That you came in at the last episode of?
No. I haven't seen the anime. I have no thoughts.
Okay, well, I guess we didn't really talk about the movie much, right? The movie is
I find it funny that Brie Larson's in it.
Yeah. Honestly, now that you bring it up, I gotta say, like, holy shit. The voice acting in the Netflix show is awful. It is so fucking bad. I actually wish they advocated to not get the original cast back. It is so awful. However, I gotta give it to Brie Larson. I think she redeemed herself. Like her voice acting, she's the only one who's good. Her and Knives, I think, are the only ones who actually seem like they're good. And then weirdly, at like episode 5, the whole cast improved. Like the first 4 episodes are god awful in terms of quality from the voice acting. And then all of a sudden they all seem to get the swing of it all at the same time. Like, did Netflix literally hire a coach to come in and get them to give a better performance after 3 episodes or so fucking
This was
dreadful?
recorded at Bang Zoom, wasn't it?
Weird.
Hey, Wendy Lee.
Seriously, it's so fucking bad. And then all of a sudden it becomes watchable at some point.
Can you
It
teach
is
these
so
youngsters how to
bizarre.
voice act? Okay, guys, she's out of the booth. Let's get in there. It's in there.
It is so bizarre. What about old Scott and older Scott? What was it? Will
Forte.
Will Forte. I loved him. He was great. I kind of wish he had voiced Scott from the beginning. Nothing against it's really funny actually. My wife had a desire to see a Nicolas Cage movie that came out recently called Dream Scenario. And the premise of this movie is that Nicolas Cage is appearing in everybody's dreams. And we sit down to start watching this movie. And I don't know if you went to the bathroom or something, but the movie is paused. And I pull out my phone and I look up, just out of curiosity, what does Michael Cera look like today? And I shit you not, like hold on, I'm gonna pull it.
Did it show you what he looked like in the Barbie movie?
Yes, but that's not the thing that.
It
was a tweet.
You have less than 6 minutes.
Okay, it was a tweet that came up. Oh, it's on my phone actually. I got it in my. It was a tweet that came up, and he has a beard. Let's see. Yeah, I got it right here. Okay, hold on. Let me copy this and paste it in my browser. So, screen share this. So if you wondered what Michael Cera looks like, $2023 2023 is Michael Cera's year. Right? He looks like an AI generated caveman wearing a suit.
He looks like a skinny Seth Rogen.
Yeah, so I look this up. My wife comes back from the bathroom and I hit play on the movie. Not 5 minutes later, Nicolas Cage goes to a firm to try to get his book published, and Michael Cera is playing like the head of the firm. It was the weirdest fucking thing. Like, I could not believe. I literally just saw him with the beard. And there he is in the movie with the beard. Like, it was the weirdest thing. Anyway.
I think it's an improvement, but
I don't know. He didn't sound like I remembered him from.
I didn't recognize him as.
He does
Michael
not
Cera.
sound like his voice acting. We've had this conversation a couple times now, but for the audience's sake, I think that the problem that actors have with voice acting is that they are used to acting with their body language, their facial movements, the way that they face camera and stuff. And so when they're put in a position to just voice act, they don't know what to do. They don't know how to convey everything through just their voice. And so it becomes very unnatural to hear them, So anyway, my thoughts on it are, it is a huge deviation from the original story. But if you can get past that, it is an interesting ride. So, like, a lot of people have written it off and just said, fuck it. It's just like He-Man, the Kevin Smith He-Man or whatever. I'm not watching it, right? But I would say that if you can get past that at first, it becomes more like the possibilities in Final Fantasy VII Remake, where you get to the iconic moment where Aerith dies and then Aerith doesn't die kind of thing. And you're like, what the fuck? What are we doing here? Kind of thing. Like all of a sudden it just like, it becomes interesting to just see what they do with it. They do go really weird with Wallace. Like things just get really fucking weird with Wallace. At first he is extremely unlikable. That's a gay Scott's gay roommate, right? And he is very unlikable at first. And it's just strange. It's just very strange throughout the series what they do with him. He becomes more likable by the end, but what they do with his character is just very weird. So anyway, I don't know. I'm glad we watched it. I'm glad I got it out of the way, but I'm looking forward to Psycho-Pass. Anyway, you guys have any thoughts? You want to share anything more?
Not particularly. I mean, I felt like I said it on Discord. Like Scott Pilgrim takes off like a rocket ship. No, not toxic. Scott Pilgrim takes off
from the show.
like this freaking SpongeBob meme. I'm at out.
Yeah, yeah. So I don't know. I'm just pleased that we got through a bunch of articles I've been sitting on for way too fucking long. And hopefully we can get back to normal shows soon. With that, I guess, peace, I'm out. Is that how we do it? Another baby just in case. And a little boobs just in case. All right, cool.
All right.
All right, where's the videos?
When are we doing
Till
that
next time.
Club?
Right. Oh, that'll be coming soon, actually. We'll do Psycho-Pass and then we can move to that. Also, just say American Psycho tomorrow? No, not tomorrow. That's Thanksgiving. Maybe tomorrow. We'll find out. Okay. American Psycho coming soon. I have never seen this movie. I'm very much looking forward to it. But also, I got to end the stream before 6 hours just in case YouTube decides that the areolas aren't okay.
Goodbye.
So,
Good night,
okay, goodbye.
Reese 2753.